Yo, what's good?
Yo, what's up? You hear me?
Yep,
Okay, cool. So what's going on?
nothing much. I'm looking at your rolls right now.
So, what are you, Christian?
No, I am a progressive liberal communist.
Progressive liberal communist. So, what's your
Oh,
stance on the whole
sorry,
religion
sorry.
thing?
I forgot to say I'm an atheist. I don't know if I said that.
Okay, that's fine. So what did you want to debate as far as religion then?
I mean, it looks like you're an atheist too.
Yeah, I was gonna. My stance would be that there needs to be separation in the church and state.
Well, that's not
Wait,
really a
oh,
stance. That's
this is the wrong person. You're hold on. I thought this was Maul. I'm in here waiting for him.
oh,
Yeah,
well, that's awkward.
I thought I was talking to him the whole time. I wasn't even reading who was in here. Yeah, that yeah. You got the wrong guy. That was the wrong guy. It was just some other guy. Yeah.
Okay, greetings, I'm here.
Hello? What's up?
All is well. Uh, what was the topic again? Was it on,
You
um,
you wanted to debate religion and politics and whatnot and separation of church and state, I believe. Let me look back, see exactly what you wanted to debate on. Yeah, you said topics of atheism being the most rational position, religion and politics and government, maybe a little bit of transgenderism and gender. So yeah. So what's your stances on all that?
okay. Well, when we talk about separation, I say there's no separation of church and state. Pretty much the church I would see as synonymous with religion, and the state would be obviously the government and laws and everything that is pretty much, government law enforcement that's on the land. I believe that's not separate. I do believe that atheism is also another religion, and it's not the most uh, rational position to take on the existence of God. Now,
So
I know you.
so I would disagree with that. So I mean, if you want to say that there effectively is no separation of church and state because religion is able to find its way into politics, I wouldn't argue against that. But as far as should there be a separation of church and state, there absolutely should be. And it is like, that is a part of like our government. Like there is a separation of church and state in our government. It's supposed to be. And I would definitely be highly against that. Atheism also is not a religion, absolutely not, because I don't have any faith in anything. There's no God I believe in. There's nothing supernatural I believe in. There's nothing. I don't believe in anything. I'm just simply, as an atheist, I'm simply saying that I'm stating the fact that it is illogical to believe in God. And if you want to get into that, we can absolutely do that.
It'd be illogical to believe in God.
Yes, it is. So tell me, why do you believe in God?
Well, I think I, I asked the question first. Why did you say it's illogical to believe in God?
Because there isn't any argument that you can give me as to the existence of God that is logical. And I would
Oh, so
please, there's not a single one.
okay, so it's illogical to you, but not necessarily illogical
No,
outright.
no, it's not subjective. This is not my personal opinion. There's just like there's literally it's not possible. You cannot, there's no possible way, unless there like it unless this God somehow exists in a physical nature, then no, because like there's nothing objective that can like justify the existence of God. It doesn't abide by logic. It's all built upon personal incredulities and God of gaps fallacies and arguments to ignorance. I mean, if you have a single logical argument to the existence of God, I would love to hear it.
Well, I'm not really discussing the. We're here to prove God. We're really talking about atheism. So I think you said you haven't heard anything that's logical argument to you.
Well,
So it's
that's not why atheism is rational. Atheism is rational because it's built on like a robust framework, right? So like it, it's it's not in any sort of way like subjective. There's nothing fallacious about acknowledging like science and like accepting that it's like real, because like there's nothing that you can do to like I mean like there's nothing wrong with the scientific process. So, and believing in the scientific process.
we can believe in the scientific. I'll go here. We can believe in the scientific process, but we still don't know if there's not a God.
Right? So,
So it's logical to take the position that doesn't exist anyway.
well, I don't know, because it's not just that. Let's see, it goes a lot deeper. So like if we're going to talk about that there's no evidence, right? So we have to have like a philosophical discussion, right? And there's nothing, there's no argument that like obviously there's no evidence, right? So
No,
I can't use the lack of evidence as evidence that there is no God, and I don't, right? But me being an atheist, like if there was some type of evidence, then there would me my position of being an atheist is strictly temporary, because if you could present such evidence, then my position would always change. My position is just that basically there is no current evidence that is an accurate statement, right? And until
no.
there is evidence, right, then there's no reason to believe in something that is non-existent with any sort. There's not even like anything remotely like close to any type of evidence that there's anything supernatural. That would be my main concern with the belief in a God. There's no evidence to support like a supernatural, but at the same time, like if you have some sort of evidence, then I would love to well, not evidence, but like an argument, a logical argument for like why I should believe currently. I should accept that there is this thing. Is that what you want me to do as an atheist? Do you think that me saying that there's nothing currently existing, right? I disbelieve in the current existence of a God. How is that irrational?
Because you made the statement that there is no evidence.
Right, but
Period.
that's not that's I don't believe that is evidence that God will never exist. I'm saying God currently does not exist
So
according to
God
what we know.
currently does not.
According
So
to our
God
all of
currently.
our if according to the evidence, according to the evidence, well, which is there is none. But if there was to be, then sure.
So God currently does not exist, but He can exist later. Is that what you're saying?
If there's some sort of evidence that we don't know, I'm saying we don't know. I believe in science, right? Uh,
Okay, so if we don't know, then you can't say
so
that
science
God
science has a lot
currently.
more answers about the universe. So like my question to you would be like my stance as an atheist is I choose to currently not believe in something that has no empirical evidence to back it, right? And what I choose to believe in is things that have empirical evidence to back them. So my question to you is why would that be irrational? Because I'm an empiricist. So like is there a problem with that?
There is because I think you said that there is no current evidence. Period. Now, do you are you saying no evidence to you that you've seen?
That anyone has seen. If there was some type of evidence, then I'm sure we would all hear about it. I mean, am I
Well,
living under a
you're,
rock? Please enlighten me,
well, you're very sure, but you don't know. How do you know?
because I think we would. Wouldn't this be like making headlines or something? Are you saying that there's like
Like,
this grand conspiracy to cover up the existence of God? I mean, if this is the case, then I would love to know about this. That I'm completely, I guess, living under a rock here.
okay, so you may think that you kind of go on and on without me taking the first question or whatever, but don't know that there is no evidence at all, do you?
Say that again.
Do you don't know that there is no evidence at all?
Of course, I don't know if there would be evidence. I'm saying we don't know.
Right, so there could be evidence, but you just don't know about it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so that means that God could exist,
Yeah,
but
sure. Sure, he could.
he, you say he does. You say God doesn't exist. Is that right?
Currently, to my knowledge, no, or anyone's knowledge, or any human understanding of our universe whatsoever. Any type of knowledge at all. There's no empirical evidence.
Okay, well, you say God does not exist without any evidence, so that's not the most rational position to take.
No, I'm saying, to our understanding, God does not exist. He could exist. I'm saying it's a lot. The reason I take the position of choosing to say I don't believe, I disbelieve, right? I'm choosing not to believe. I'm not saying he doesn't exist. I'm saying I don't believe in existence. I'm choosing to say no, I do not believe. I'm not saying
Right.
I'm not taking the extra step of saying no, this thing does not exist. I'm saying I don't believe. This thing could exist, but until there is evidence put forth that, can is credible, can be, empirically backed, objective, not fucking scriptures, then we could get somewhere here. But until that, I choose to not believe, and that is not irrational.
Okay, so you until there's evidence that you could see for yourself, then
Not
you
not
will.
just me, but sure, it's not just me seeing it with my own eyes. It's just that it can be empirically backed. It's like because if I see something with like people see stuff all the time, and we don't know, we can't verify what they see because it can't be repeated. So like I don't like focusing on anecdotes, but
Well, at that point, whatever people see, they see it for themselves. It's proven to them. It just may be you that haven't been proven to you yet, if at all.
proven to them, that's a
In other
lot.
words,
That's that
other people may see evidence that you have not seen
okay,
or have
but
not been
if
presented.
that's cool, right? But if they accept that as evidence that this exists for everyone else, they can't do that. That's not logical.
Well,
Because
they could be fair and say it hasn't been proven to you. They just have the evidence, and you haven't been. It hasn't been revealed to you
well, how
or
do we know?
anybody
How do
else.
we know that what they have is actually evidence and not just a
Well,
complete delusion?
you don't know. You don't
Exactly.
know.
Exactly.
But
So
again, it's
until you can
no.
prove that it is not a delusion and make it so that I can also see it and that everyone else can also see it, then there exists no evidence that is not a complete delusion.
There is no evidence to you, just to you or anybody else that hasn't been revealed to.
Yes, or anyone else. Exactly how you put it. To me and everyone else. Only to that person. So I see no significance in anecdotal evidence for one person.
I'm not saying the proof is in other people seeing it. I'm just saying the proof only exists if it exists to
So
you.
so what do you think is I want to hear like an argument for like why I should believe in God.
Well, we're not really on the topic of proving God. I was
What if
the
you
topic was on
so then
atheism, one of the topics.
if you don't have the position that you believe, you're not affirming your position that you believe, then what are we arguing about here? This you just it's just like your attack on atheism. I'm trying to understand your perspective, right? Since we're having
My
a debate.
perspective is my perspective is that atheism is not the most rational position to take on the existence of God.
And why is that? Unless you if you do, so do you believe in God?
Well, that has nothing to do with it.
Yes,
My
it does.
position
We're
on
discussing. It's
my
very
position
relevant. It's very
my
relevant.
position my position on atheism not being the most rational position is because if there is no being that there is no evidence to us, to you and I,
Is
that
there a
God doesn't
rational
exist.
position?
I have not finished. Because there's no evidence to you and I that there is no God, then the most rational position to take is agnosticism, not atheism.
No, no,
And atheism is a religion. You believe there is no God.
no. It's not a religion. So a religion. I mean, uh, I don't want to get semantical here, but like the atheism does not meet any forms of a religion at all. Like
Do
you,
you
if
believe there is God?
do I believe in what?
Do you believe there is no God?
I disbelieve in the existence of a God currently.
So you do believe there is no
I,
God,
I currently hold the position that there is no God.
right? So you believe there is no God.
I I'm not. So you're trying to get me to say that I believe that there cannot be God, and I'm not
You
going to say that.
believe there
I'm
is
not.
no
No, that's
existence
not.
of
That's not what atheism is. That's not what atheism does not believe that there cannot be God. Atheism is the belief that there is no God currently.
Okay, so if I were to ask you, do you believe there is no existence of God? Would that be true or false?
Say that again.
I'll put it this way. These are two statements. Well, either one of them is true. Atheists believe there is a God. Atheists believe there is not a God. Which one is true?
Atheists believe there is no God.
Right, so that's why I was asking. You believe there is no God.
Yes.
Okay, so that is your faith. That is the atheist faith.
No, it's not even that I believe. There's just, like I love the word trickery here because there's no evidence.
You
I'm not. I
said,
don't have a faith in anything. There's no faith being done here. There's no faith.
okay,
There is no the I my I'm just stating my observations, right?
yeah.
My observation is that there is no reason for me to believe. No argument, no logical argument, no empirical evidence, and plenty of contradictions that go with the argument of the existence of God, which I would love to really get into here, but like you just like want to ask me why I what like I want to talk about religion more broadly. You're kind of getting like very specific here.
Okay, well, what do you want to know about religion?
Well, I want to know your position and why you hold it.
I just said it.
What is your position?
My position is that atheism is the least rational position to take
Are you
on the existence of
agnostic?
God.
Are you agnostic?
That's my position for the sake of discussion.
Okay, that's all I was asking for. So,
My position is that atheism is the least rational position to take on the existence of God. That's my position.
no, because I'm skeptical. I'm very skeptical due to all of the contradictions riddled within religion. There's I'm highly skeptical.
Okay, well, this is the reason why you believe there is no God, because you're very skeptical.
Hold on one second. What did you say?
Because you don't see any evidence and that you're skeptical, that's why you believe there is no God.
No. Well, I'm skeptical because of the contradictions. There's multiple reasons. So there I'm skeptical of the religion because of its contradictions, its moral implications, and the fact that there is no evidence to support that line of reasoning. There's no logical reasoning behind any of it.
You say there's contradictions in religion. Is that what you said?
In any belief in any God. If I was to currently believe, if I was to currently say I believe in God right now, then I'm saying that's a God of gaps. Like you can't do that. There's nothing to support that.
So there's contradictions in religion, and religion doesn't make sense to you. That's what you said.
Yes, not at all. And there's many
Okay.
more. There's many more implications within it. The whole idea of it.
So it would make sense. So if it would make sense to you, would that start you on a journey to looking at possibility of God, believing God existing?
Yeah, possibly, but it would. The bar of evidence is very high. Like they 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 gotta. There has to be like like a actual like scientific study on this. Like there has to be empirical evidence to back this. There there's nothing else that, and it has to be credible. It can't just be like one little like uh study that is uncredible and makes like these wild claims with these broad definitions, which is and all of the religious theories that have been proposed to science, they've all been debunked. Every single one of them. Not a single one. And nothing within science as well also points to the existence of a god. Like nothing. Like if you learn anything throughout, I mean, are you big into science at all?
I don't know.
Well, you should look into it because it's very interesting. But when you learn about it, like there's nothing. All of the mechanisms to which our universe works, none of it points to any sort of divine deity or creator that is human in any sort of way. Like and ever like or like there's no reason for that to be logical in any sort of way. Like nothing points to the existence of God. So if anything, like there I there I do believe on a personal level there's something else, but definitely not no human like fucking deity. Not no shit like that. It's just another mechanism to which the universe functions. Why would the creation why would the creation somehow have to be supernatural in order to for it to exist? That is illogical to me. That's why I hold the position of atheism, to disbelieve in something that is supernatural, that can't be explained in the fundamental ways that our universe is explained in. That is illogical. So yes, I do hold the position that God does not exist.
So you're into science and I guess learning all about the data and the different things that the scientists have produced, pretty much different findings and research. And you learn and you observe or do your own research, and then things are starting to click and you understand. And I think you said you're open to, uh, well, I'll just put it this way. Since you said that religion and contradictions don't make sense, and these religions don't make sense, a lot of them. What have you done to like try to see if you can learn more about them so they can become clearer?
Debate people all day on this. See if anyone can present me any sort of argument. I've tried to contact preachers to see if they can present me any sort of argument. Every single one of them gave up saying that I'm unsavable, that I'm a demon sent from hell. It's like this is ridiculous. Like I've yet to find a single religious person who can sit down and have an actual argument or actual discussion just at all proposing why God might exist empirically or physically at all in a way that I don't have to like imagine it.
Just a moment.
You're good.
Okay. Um, just a thought. I could be wrong, but it could possibly be. I think you said you've spoken with preachers or ministers. It could
Hmm.
possibly be that because you're going there to debate and argue, or try to being argued into the existence of God or the proof thereof, it may not work that way. You may not understand that way. You actually have to go and listen and be taught and educated.
I've been through other stuff. I've been through youth groups where I've had to sit through fucking mass and listen to their bullshit. I've had Bible study where I've had to fucking break down what we think this verse is supposed to mean to us. Like it's just bullshit.
So you've asked a lot of questions and each one of them were answered.
Yeah, with a bunch of you just have to see, you have to it's all of a metaphor and it's just God works in mysterious ways. There's never a clear answer to my question. Why what it's all just distraction. So like if I ask like why would if I ask a moral question, right? And I say, "Oh, well, why would God allow this or such and such?" They'll say, "Oh, free will." But then at the same time, God can also influence our physical world with miracles. So why the fuck does he only do certain miracles? Well, then they say, "Oh, well, that's just free will again." But that like it's just there's no consistency to how God functions in any sort of way.
Well, I would just say, I mean, if that's the best you can receive, then yeah, you would probably have to fire those teachers.
I mean, yeah, but I have yet to see anyone, anyone, like literally any preacher at all watching like YouTube videos or anything. I've never found any information online. I've talked to many religious people, all from different. I've talked to Muslims, talked to Jewish people, talked to all different types of people who hold all different types of beliefs, and I still do, which is why I debate here today. Because if anyone has some sort of argument, I'm always open to hear it, but it has to be a logical argument. See, at the end of the day, right? I'm an intellectual, right? So I'm not gonna just sit here and be dismissive over and over again for no logical reason, right? If I'm dismissing a certain thing, it's gonna be for a reason, and I can always articulate that reason if asked.
What? So I think we've. You said the other topic was transgenderism.
Yeah, but I want to get into the politics a little bit because you said that you don't believe in like separation. So like, what do you mean by that? Like, do you mean that there is no separation of church and state, or there should be no separation of church and state? Like,
Well, there actually is no such thing as separation of church and state because whether you have a state of people, you're always going to have a belief system that'll administer or apply those beliefs to the in the law.
doesn't have to be that way. Who says? Why does that have to be that way?
There's no there's no non-existence of a belief system. When
Currently,
people
but
when
so like currently yes, but there could be so like in the event that I mean I'm under the assumption that that if everyone in the world was educated to the highest level, because there's statistical evidence backing my argument. If you look at like the smartest or what we consider to be the smartest people in the world, right? And you work your way up. So you go from like mathematicians, right? Or to just or just like college educated people to, you know, high level mathematicians to then like elite philosophers, right? As you go up, like the number of religious people drops as you go from like you know just like college educated people to like highly you know credited people that we consider to be like geniuses in our study, the numbers start to drop a little bit more, and then like elite philosophers that we consider to be like, you know, the people like fucking Da Vinci and shit, Socrates and shit, Aristotle.
Yeah, because there is for far as I know, there is no person that knows everything, so that leaves the capacity of a belief system. So that can never be avoided, even in government.
Why 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 do you say that that can never be avoided? Just because of our current system and how it functions?
Because nobody, to my knowledge, no person knows everything. If you knew everything, there wouldn't be a point to believe because you know.
You don't need no, not one person needs to know everything. That's why we have the ability to communicate, right? And even further, we have the ability to like share information, like keep records of information, right? Like live in a very advanced society. Like everything that we're saying right now is being recorded, right? And anyone in the world has the ability to, well, anyone that has access to the internet, this is just a money problem here, is anyone that has access to the internet is able to sign in to YouTube and watch this video and listen to everything that we're saying. And it's just an education problem. Or if you want to argue that education is ineffective, absolutely. It needs to be there needs to be way more effective education for the masses. Absolutely. But when you say that, if you're saying that there should be no separation of church and state, that's where I say absolutely not, because that gets completely in the way of trying to educate people about secularism and like just like science and the world around them. They're like objective things that aren't subjective. Because my problem with religion is it's completely subjective. Why are we? Why would we ever like? If we have no separation of church and state, there's immediately going to be a million Christians that want their kids to be taught Christianity in school, and we can't do that because like it, it's just it's completely anti-progressive. Completely.
Yes.
You agree to that?
I can think about it. I can think on it.
All right. But if you wanted to move on to transgenderism, go ahead. What's your what's your view? What's your stance on transgenderism? I just I don't have any problems with it whatsoever.
Well, I'll put it like this, because transgenderism is there's so many different ways I could go with it. Probably depending on what exactly we're talking about with transgenderism. But I'll just put this statement like this: it's any person that is going through what they call, I guess, a gender or identity situation, whatever's going on with that person. I definitely champion that that person does all he or she can to seek, uh I guess it may depend on how far along they are, but any type of deconversion therapy, something that would help them, they would be analyzed, they would be interviewed to make sure that this is not a mistake what they're doing about going through a transition.
I mean, when you say deconversion, right? I think that the goal should not be deconversion. I think it should be making sure that, like you said, that this is what they want to do, right? That this is actually, you know, something that is affecting them. But like that's pretty obvious. Like if somebody is going to the level of like hurting themselves, right? Wouldn't you say like, maybe this is something that should be looked into more? Maybe this person feels like they're not being taken seriously, you know, especially when this is like consistent, you know, and there's evidence that they do it because of the fact that people don't take them seriously.
Yes, there is, like, say, like, for example, a person wants to make the decision to have all these procedures and treatments done. Basically, before they can even do that, they actually have to go through some type of therapy to try to reverse and resolve them actually trying to transition.
I think that the therapy should be
Mhm.
more focused on uh, curbing suicidal tendencies rather than like it's more about making the person feel comfortable in their body, because at the end of the day, that's the issue. The person does not feel comfortable in their body, right? They feel like they've been born into the wrong body, and they need to feel like they're in the correct gender, right? I don't view it as like a mental issue. Do you? That they're like they shouldn't think this way, that like
Uh,
that is what needs to be treated, they're the way they think about how they feel.
yes, I would say there's some type of issue because there's some type of disorder because a person they were born with a mind with a body that does not match. So there's some type of disorder there.
Well, I would say there's like it's different, but like I don't want to treat that as like, oh, it's a disability or any like if you want to get really technical with it, sure, you could say, oh, it causes, depression because, they feel like they're not in the right body. Well, technically, yeah, sure, it's a disability, and that's, but I don't view it as like the person is wrong for viewing that they were born in the wrong body, because maybe that's possible, because like there's neurological evidence that uh like there's a certain part in the brain where uh like it influences, I can send you a video on it. I don't want to talk about it because I don't want to quote something wrong, but I'll cite this video. It's a professor talking about uh the neurological parts of like transgenderism. Basically, he was saying, "Where's my phone?" He was saying that like people are born. There's a certain part in the brain where people, if you look at it, you can determine what like sex someone is, and basically in transgender people, like it wasn't matching with what body they had. Fuck, where's my phone? You can go ahead and respond while I look for my phone. I can just look it up.
People that are going through or seeking to transition, I definitely urge and champion and encourage that they do all they can to try to uh, deconvert or reverse the process. I believe I heard about some
So you
people uh,
you you
online on YouTube that have actually done so. They've actually had the deconversion therapy and it was successful. And they realized that 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 was a mistake what they were doing, and that uh, they do support having that therapy first before
so
anything else.
yeah, so that's not the therapy that I'm talking about. You're talking, so you're more concerned with, you think that they shouldn't be affirming their gender. They absolutely should be. That's what makes them more comfortable. Not that not all transgenders want to deaffirm their gender. Affirming their gender is what a lot of transgenders seek, and what helps them. You're focusing on like people that have like had regrets about what they did, but like that's not most of transgenders. That's a false equivalence.
Any person that desires to go through the transition, uh, I do encourage that they go through the therapy process to prevent any further transition.
You're just repeating yourself.
If,
I heard you.
if well, that's where we come back to the bottom line. It's in other words, a person that desires transition, don't just go ahead and do it, but actually go through all of the channels to see if it can be reversed successfully. And after through all of the rigorous long processes of trying to and they're unsuccessful, then there's really nothing you can do. The person is going to affirm it and most likely will not um, ever attempt the conversion therapy after that.
Hold on. I want
That's
to show you
pretty.
this. I want to show you this video.
What about the neurobiology of sexual orientation in women?
Are you able to
Vastly
see that?
smaller literature, far, far less studied. What has been
No, it
shown
just
so
says
far
watch
are
together.
only two
It has that
endpoints. One is the
snowy
same deal with
buzz
the
on the
fourth to
like on the
second
TV
finger
screen.
ratio.
Are you able
On
to
the
click it?
average, gay women have
Oh,
the
hold on.
ratio more typical of straight men than straight women. The other thing that's been shown is
Okay,
the
something's
same
coming up now.
autoacoustic reflex thingy going on there. Final realm of
All right, here we go.
neurobiology, rather than issues of
Here, you want to roll it back?
sexual orientation in
No, it's
women,
loading up.
Oh,
vastly
okay. I'll
small.
pause it so you don't miss anything. Because I think we're watching it together.
All right, it's still loaded.
All right, let me know when it loads up for you.
Yeah, at the bottom of the screen is saying pause, and then at the top where the video is, it's just a
Far, far
circle.
less
Okay, here
studied.
it goes.
What has
Yeah,
been
I
shown
just
so far
unpaused it.
are only two endpoints. One is the same deal with the fourth to second finger ratio. On the average, gay women have the ratio more typical of straight men than straight women. The other thing that's been shown is the same autoacoustic reflex thingy going on there. Final realm of neurobiology, rather than issues of gay versus straight, what is the neurobiology of transsexuality? And that used to be considered to be purely a domain of psychopathology. If being gay used to be a certifiable psychiatric disorder up until the early 1970s, the American Psychiatric Association, in their textbook, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, you could be psychiatrically certified as ill. A psychiatric disorder was being homosexual or lesbian. And then in what had to have been one of the more all-time blowout committee meetings ever, they decided that, no, actually it's not a psychiatric disorder, and overnight about 40 million Americans were cured of a psychiatric disease. The notion of transsexuality as a psychiatric disorder has had much, much longer shelf life. What's the neurobiology of that? To date, there have been a handful of studies, and they show essentially the same thing. Really, really interesting. Another region of the brain that shows a sex difference in its average size. Don't even worry about the name of this. It's called the bed nucleus of the striae terminalis. It's where the amygdala begins to send its projection into the hypothalamus. Another one to those gender differences. There's one type of neuron in there with a certain type of neurotransmitter where very, very reliably it is about twice the size in males than in females. Sufficiently so that even in human brains, you could pretty confidently determine the sex of somebody by seeing the number of these neurons. You'll see I'm not even saying the name of the neurotransmitter. It's irrelevant. It's just another one of those differences, a dimorphism in a region of the brain, a really, really reliable one. And this was a study done by some superb neuroanatomists looking at transsexuals. And what they showed was very interesting, which was very, very reliably and a very powerful effect what you would see in their large sample size of transsexuals' brains post-mortem was people would have this part of the brain the size not of their sex that they were born with, but rather of the sex they insisted they always actually were. Wow. Immediate questions one must ask. Okay, well, maybe this is due to the fact that when people change gender, transsexual procedures, there's a whole lot of hormones involved, and maybe that's doing something to this part of the brain. Critical control that they had was this was looking both at transsexuals who had made gender changes and those who went to their deathbed saying, this is not the sex that I am, I got the wrong body, but never made the change. It wasn't a function of having actually gone through the transition and the endocrine manipulations with it. Another control they had, which was looking at men.
So we could stop it there, but that's pretty much uh, what I wanted to show you. I mean, that's pretty interesting, don't you think? That their brain is affirming that they are correct in saying that they were born in the wrong body. The neurobiology backs what they're saying. So it's not actually like improper brain functioning, it's actually proper brain functioning. They're actually right. What's your response to that?
Yeah, that goes along with what I said. I said that people will have a mind of one sex, but then have a body not to match. So that's why I said that's still like a disorder.
Right, but then you said that you want them to detransition, right? But that's what transitioning is what they need. You say that they are born in the wrong body. So why can't they be in the right body? It's is their body more correct than their mind?
Well, basically what I said is I encourage the deconversion process and or therapy.
That's not possible
Uh,
though.
yeah, I encourage it regardless of how far along the transition is, early, later. Uh,
Why? Why?
and
Why if
there's
it's not possible? You're just not affirming their gender. That's just
yeah,
counterproductive. If we
because
determine that if we can determine that that the person is actually been born in the wrong body, would you still support detransitioning therapy? If we determine
that's
that they
part that's part of the therapy. If they're able
no,
to prove, okay.
what do you mean? That's part of the therapy.
Well, as I was trying to finish the statement, if they're going through the therapy, and once they're going through a very, very elaborate therapy, a very elaborate process, if at the end of it, and it was a very rigorous process, that this person just will not, uh, what is it? Uh, they won't rescind, but they are affirming it, then they've gone through the therapy successfully and still come out the same way. There's nothing you can do.
So
Just leave it alone.
let's say this. Let's say we had like a test. Remember, he was just saying that there's like there's a part of the brain that can determine whether or not what sex you are, and that the people that are transgender, that their part of the brain is correct and their body isn't. So if we had a test that could test those people's brains, right, instead of just doing the therapy and trying to detransition them, what if you could go to the doctor, get tested to see if you were born in the wrong body? Would you, if that test came back positive that they were born in the wrong body, would you support them having therapy to not affirm their gender?
No, because that would be a part of the therapy. Therapy I'm talking about.
So your concern is just with making sure that's what they want.
The concern is having the deconversion therapy done. And if for whatever reason that is successful and they're not going to transition, good. But if it's not successful, or excuse me, if they come out at the end of it and they're still affirming what they are, and because I don't know what all goes into it, I'm looking at it on the outside, looking into it.
All right.
So
Neither of us are therapists.
whatever happens at the end of it, if they're still going to affirm it, there's nothing you can do. Leave it alone.
So if they go through the therapy and the doctors find the doctors and the therapists find that they're not lying, you support them affirming their gender. In basic
I'm not going to
terms.
say I support it. I just say I'll just let them. They're going to do what they do. I just encourage them going to the therapy. Whatever happens at the end of it happens at the end of it.
Why are you just concerned with like making sure we weed out all the people who don't want to be transgender? Why is that so concerning to you?
Because that's better than just going with someone just saying I'm just going to transition
Do you
and don't
also
have
do
therapy at all. I'm just going to transition and
okay?
take the position, and
Do,
that's it.
okay, so then do you also take the position that people that want to get like other cosmetic jobs, like people that want to get like boob jobs and shit and like lip jobs, should they also go through like deconversion therapy first before they get their treatment? Do you
Let's
support that
see,
as
like
well?
modification to, yeah, sure.
Well, at
If
the
you
end of
want
the
to
day,
modify,
that's what all this is. It's just
if you
advanced body modification.
if you want to modify your body, find out what you don't like about your body, find out if it's, where the hatred is coming from.
Oh, so you do support the deconversion therapy for any type of body modification.
Yeah, they can find out where the strong disdain and the strong dislike for why their body is naturally the way it is, why they don't like it.
Maybe that's just their personal preference. Do you think that like let's say I want to get a tattoo. Is that not should I get therapy for that? Because I just want to have some art on my skin.
I would encourage it, sure.
Why? What's wrong with me
And don't
for
name anything that you do against on your body because
do you cut your hair?
this is something you're doing with your body.
Do you cut your hair?
Uh, I'm not gonna be against people that want to get to the root of why they really want to do this thing to their body. They weren't born naturally, or the body doesn't naturally, as is.
Okay. Do you cut your hair?
Yes.
Why do you modify your body? Do you go to like deconversion therapy for that?
No, I don't believe that's a modification.
It's not a modification. What do you mean? Your hair naturally grows. There's nothing that chops it off. You did that artificially.
Yeah, but I don't believe cutting your hair is a modification to your body.
It absolutely
A
is.
modification,
It changes
a
the way you look.
modification, a modification to your body would be doing something to your scalp that you wouldn't have a grow hair again,
Oh,
or keep from getting too long.
your hair is not part of the body?
It is, it's attached to the body, but the modification would be doing something to your scalp in order to prevent hair from growing or keeping it from getting too long. But the body growing the hair will continue to keep growing the hair, even when you cut it. So you're not really changing what
Y-
the body is doing. It's just
you
going to keep going.
um, oh,
But once you change a
you're not
physical
changing.
part to your body, you changed it. You've actually innately done something to your body.
So if I get a tattoo, what did I change? My body's gonna function the same. Your skin still functions the same. Just got ink under there.
I'm not too learned up on what tattoos do to your skin or what configuration changes or with around the ink. I mean, we're kind of diving all over the place.
Well,
I don't
I
I
think
don't know
it's
too
just
much
like
about these areas, and I
a
don't know too much about transgenderism or too much about the therapy process.
don't you think
There's no harm in going to the therapy. So there shouldn't be any argument for people getting therapy, especially
I
if it's something that
no, I only think that people should be getting therapy if they want to make body modifications that are like actually like harmful to their body, like very harmful. Like if it's causing people like actual pain. Like for trans, the reason I would support therapy for transgender people is because they go through like mental health issues because they don't feel affirmed in their body. I would only support therapy until they feel affirmed and comfortable in their body and they've worked out their issues with like depression and stuff like that. But nobody's depressed over getting a tattoo. Nobody's depressed over like getting a piercing, getting their
do you
ears
know?
pierced. Huh?
How do you know? How
Because
do you know?
I've got my ears pierced. I wasn't depressed. I just wanted
How do
fucking
you know nobody is depressed about a tattoo?
I mean, maybe there's some people, but like majority
I
of people do
mean,
not get tattoos because they're depressed. A lot of people get tattoos because they like the art or they want to make a commemoration to something or they just want something permanent on their body, a reminder. Like there's nothing depressing about that. That's usually the main reason. The main reason people usually get tattoos. A lot of people just get tattoos because they're like, "Fuck it, I want to." They literally go out, they get drunk, and they're like, "Yeah, I want to have a good time. This is part of me having a good time. I'm gonna get a fucking stupid tattoo of some stick figure," and they do it as a joke. Like the people get tattoos for all different sorts of reasons. The main reason is definitely not because they are depressed. That's why I know that because that is definitely not the main reason. There's many other reasons, and the main one is not depression.
do you think I like my skin or any person would like his skin as is if I want to color it?
Yeah, I don't think it's about skin color. I think it's about using your body as like basically the idea is like you can draw on it and it would just stay there. Like you have something on you something that you can keep with you that's physically attached to you. That's
If
part
I
of
love
you.
if I like
It's
a
symbolic.
skin color, so if I like a skin color the way it is, just as it is, do you think I would get a tattoo? Or that person would get a tattoo?
Yes, yes, you can like your skin color and get a tattoo. Yes, people.
Contradiction.
No, how is that not how is that a contradiction?
If I like something as is, I'm not going to change it. Not
Yeah,
going to
I'm not. You're
alter it.
not. When you get a tattoo, you don't change your entire fucking skin color. It's not like when I go get a tattoo, I'm going from being a white person to hey, going in there saying, "Hey, tattoo me black." No, that's not how it works. I get a little small tattoo of something that is symbolic for me, a part of my skin. Something I
I'm
just
sorry. I'm sorry. I probably wasn't clear. When I say I like or a person likes their skin, I mean from head to toe.
what I have to like every single cell on my and
You can like whatever you like. Maybe you don't. There are other people that do.
what why do I have to well, like I can't just think like you so you're telling me that you fucking like you love the fucking bottom of your ass cheeks. I mean, I'm just being hyperbolic here, but like it's just like come on. Like what is the significance use of
Do
that?
you think
Like
it's
there's so
impossible for people to love their skin?
not I mean I can love my skin. Me putting a tattoo over it doesn't make me love my skin any less.
Yeah, that's you. But there are people that love their skin through it, their skin color through and through.
You're implying that I
So
don't like it through and through.
those people
I
probably
like
will
you.
not get a tattoo.
I, I I I don't know what you mean like by through and through. I still love my skin through and through. Like just because I put a
Hmm.
tattoo on it doesn't mean that I don't love my skin. I'm modifying it to be unique to me. So like, all right, so for instance, so that's basically like saying if somebody fucking, gets like a little decal on their car that they must not love the fucking car. Would you say that people that like modify their cars to be like fast that they don't love their cars? They absolutely do.
Are you asking me the question, or are you gonna answer it?
I mean, it was pretty rhetorical, but
Okay.
you really shouldn't say no, they don't love their cars because they do.
Do they love them the way it is?
When they modify it, yes.
So before they didn't.
Before it wasn't unique to them. They didn't value it as much. They valued
They
it, but
love it the
not
way
as
it
much.
was. Did they love it the way it was?
Not at that current time, obviously. Not when they got the tattoo. No, they was just like,
Exactly.
I wanna do something different. Yeah, but people don't think about it like that. You're being you're thinking way too much into that. Like it's not like when I go to like if I was to go to like a tattoo place, right? I'm gonna go in there and be like, oh man, I'm gonna cover up this fucking spot on my arm forever, and and this spot will forever be gone and never be a part of me. No, like people go into a tattoo place and they say, hey, I want to get this tattoo on me and I want something to remember, something that I can keep with me. It's about the fact that it's permanent.
Yeah, I do accept that people like tattoos and people like the way tattoos look on them, look on their skin. They 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 like their skin with the tattoo. So they like that. If they like that more than just having it without it, that's why they got the tattoo.
But you're implying that like they hate their bodies beforehand. Like no, it's not like they dislike their body. It's that they would like it more if they could make this modification. They would bring them enjoyment.
Right, so they don't like it enough to never be without it.
To be without no, that's not true. It's not that they can't be without it. People can go without being tattoos and they do all the time. I've wanted tattoos on my body. I just haven't gotten any yet, and I probably will eventually, but I just haven't because I wanna make sure that that it is valuable to me, something that I want to keep on my body for the rest of my life. I'm not one of those people that just does it out of the whim. But if I was to go get a tattoo, it wouldn't be because I want to cover up this part of my body. It's because I want to keep something with me. So it's sentimental value. So you can't take away that tattoo from me. Nobody can take away that. That's the value. That's why people do it. It's because it's priceless in its value. Your body is actually they value their body so much that they feel that if they make this modification, they can have something that is priceless that cannot be taken away from them. They want to modify their body because of that.
Okay, so do you agree that there are people that regret being transgender?
Some people, yeah, sure.
Okay, and people that regret that, they they probably have some misery or some, they have emotional stuff going on with that. That's probably something that you agree that they probably wouldn't want.
Yeah, just like if somebody got a tattoo and they regret it, they would be like, "Oh, damn!" People get their tattoos covered up. That happens.
Okay, so there's nothing wrong with encouraging therapy first.
Why? Why? I mean, you could encourage it, but like, sure, but like, I, when you say encourage it, what do you mean by that? How are we gonna
Support
encourage
it.
therapy?
You support it. If people would ask you, let's say for example, somebody asks you, should I get therapy? You say, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I'll take you
If
to the
somebody, yeah,
therapy.
yeah, if somebody was
I'll
to
take you
ask,
to the therapy.
yeah,
Whatever.
yeah, I don't see any problem with that. If somebody was to ask you, should I get therapy? There's nothing wrong with supporting someone. There's never anything wrong with supporting something that you think might be beneficial for someone. No, no. Like therapy. is useful, but if you, the way it sounded like to me is that you were like saying that we should prescribe this. Like if you go to the tattoo place, they should be like, hey, go to therapy first and then come back and get the tattoo. If you're saying anything like that, fuck no. But if you're just saying like if somebody was to come up to you and say, hey, should I get therapy because I want to make this change and I'm not too sure about it. Sure, there's nothing wrong with supporting someone.
In terms of transgenderism, I do say prescribe therapy first.
Oh yeah, for transgenderism, yes, because there's like mental it's well documented that like this is like a medical issue and it requires medical intervention. So yes, I wouldn't be against prescribing therapy for transitioning. Yeah, I don't have any qualm with that. Excuse me. So like
Well,
is this like your only position on transgenderism? Like just prescribe therapy first? I mean, this is what.
yeah, that's pretty much all I really got towards it right now. I don't really spend a lot of time talking about it or thinking about it or whatever like that. But
I mean, we already
it's
do
been fun.
this. Like this is already a part of the process for gender affirming care. It's usually like the first step doctors do. So I mean, I don't. So then you don't have an issue with anything. You're you're happy with the way the process works, right?
I'm happy that they're going to therapy. I'll put it that way. But I mean, it's been fun, man. Did you have anything else you wanted to get out? I think I'm gonna roll out shortly.
No, I think that was it. It was a pretty lively debate. Uh, I don't know. My bad if I was steamrolling you a little bit there. I didn't mean to. Sometimes I can I can talk a little bit long and whatnot, but I I was just trying to understand your position, but it's all good. I don't know. You got anything else you want to say?
No, I think that'll be it for now. I definitely appreciate you taking the time out today to talk. Uh, I don't know if you normally stop by other channels or whatever, or how active you are on here, but I don't know. You can join us. Come on. I don't know if that other channel is still. I might jump in there.
All right. Well, I'll catch you later. Peace
All
out.
right. Peace.
All right. Debate one over. Over and out. All right. What am I going to do now? I'm probably gonna end the stream, maybe. I don't know. Oh, we have somebody. We have a debate in 5 minutes, don't we? Oh, well, it is. It's three. Well, hold on. Maybe I'll just move on to the next debate. It's 3 o'clock. Where's the new messages? Oh, I ranked up. 1 second. I'm gonna go mute. I'm probably gonna just gonna take a 5 minute break, real quick, and then start the next debate. Message this person. All right. The next debate is going to be against. I can't see the name. Disable that shit. Sriracha. No. Search it. Citra. I don't know. You have to tell me that when you get in here. But fucking sriracha. Oh shit. They want to debate. What do they want to debate? It was points 2 and 4. So they want to debate socialism. And they're gonna have their work cut out for them. All right. I'm smoking real quick. Give me a second. All right, they're in the VC, so I'm just gonna join. Start recording. Where are they at? Here we go. Yo,
Hello?
what's up?
Uh,
What's going on?
just one debate.
How do you say your name?
Sikra.
Secreta. Okay. I
Yeah, just
mispronounced.
Sikra.
I mispronounced the bullshit out of your name. I called you fucking Sriracha.
Where's the A there?
Yeah, I know, right? I was like, oh shit, that's not Sriracha. But so you want to debate a mixed economy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your position on a mixed economy? What's your stance?
First, I would like for you to define what would be your ideal mixed economy.
So my ideal mixed economy would be basically where we have a balance of capitalism and socialism, basically. In my ideal economy, there would be no money in politics. Now, that would be like a separate issue because that deals with like corruption, and that isn't inherently a problem with socialism because socialism does work out, like a mixed economy with capitalism. It does work out, and there are examples of that I could give you.
Do you mean like China?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. China is Marxist Leninist.
Isn't like what do you mean then a mix of socialism and capitalism? Do you
So
just mean
I would
more
put
state regulation?
so a good example that I'd like to point at is the Nordic countries like Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and
Mm,
Germany as well too. They have really high taxes, and they use those to fund their social programs, and it works out really well for them. And they're consistently ranked one of the highest quality of life countries in the world, and they are also consistently ranked high in their economic growth as well. There are
there's
other countries that have mixed economies that people like to say don't work, like Spain, Venezuela, uh, and Italy. But like those are problems with corruption and not with socialism inherently.
okay. So, firstly, the northern countries are very full of natural resources. So it's like saying that capitalism works based on Saudi Arabia. Like, of, of course, if you're full of natural resources, yeah, you're gonna be fine. And of course, I prefer this model to just pure unregulated capitalism. That's obviously better, but there are problems. There are still problems of corruption. There are still problems of, like, most of the northern countries, not Germany, have basically stopped homelessness. But that's only on paper. Like, okay, now you have a home. Are you going back into society, or are you just gonna, or are you just living on government paychecks, and that's it? Like, you're you're just a different kind of poor.
So you're saying that uh, the Nordic countries have the reason that they're so successful is because they have high resources.
Yeah, mostly. Or they have previous accumulated wealth.
So you don't think that any of that wealth could be accumulated like due to like their balance between like capitalism and socialism? I mean, they also
Most
like
of
they also like yeah, a lot of these countries take like very like a lot better approaches to like their crime as well. Like people like to say that like socialism doesn't work because it creates people that are into crime and whatnot, but these countries also consistently rank lower than the average for crime.
yeah, there is a reason for that. The reason for that is that they are very low populated nations respect to the wealth that they have, and they've made a better
It
job
doesn't that
than America at
popul
spreading the wealth.
hold on, population doesn't matter, it's per capita. It's adjusted for
What do you
population.
mean?
It's per capita. So when like when a statistic is per capita, population is irrelevant because it goes per like 100,000 people.
No,
That's how so
population
like
is relevant because if you have, let's say, a huge amount of oil in a very small area, yeah, that area is gonna be rich if you redistribute even a little bit of the money that you earn. Doesn't mean that the economic system is right. It just means that you have very good amount of wealth based on your natural resources.
but that doesn't wealth doesn't just mean that like there's no crime like this is violent crime.
Yeah, you're right. The reason that, for example, they have a much better crime, much lower crime than America, which is the strongest power in, at least capitalist power, is that they actually spread their wealth better than America. So a lot of, let's say, minor offenses just don't happen. People don't go around
No,
like robbing places
they're
at gunpoint because it's not doable.
these are statistics for homicides.
Ah, you were talking about homicide?
Yeah, that's why I mentioned specifically violent because it's like pretty
Yeah,
like
violent
the most
crime.
violent. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. For homicide in general, one other good thing about spreading your wealth even a little bit is that people just don't go insane out of poverty. Like they don't need to be stressed so much to find a job if the government just pays you a minimum amount of money or guarantees housing. Like that's a good thing, but it's still like there are still problems in those systems. You mentioned Germany,
Hmm.
and Germany, one, respect to those countries, has a much larger population and has a much higher problem with wealth inequality. Those countries, those northern countries, have a problem with wealth inequality too. It's just that it's not felt. It's not felt because even like the people that have like a fuck ton of money, like don't involve themselves in politics that much. And that's not the case for Germany. Like in those northern countries, there are like very strong union, and that's
Right.
mostly why they are keeping their, let's say, foothold on politics.
Exactly.
But
So
if
but this is exactly this is that's my ideal scenario, right? Where there is no there's at least there's as least money involved in politics as possible, and we see when that happens, socialism it works very well as well mixed with capitalism works very well as an economic model.
Germany is very much involved in politics, and the
Well, that's
European Union as a whole is like, do you know that the building in which the European Parliament is like is there? A building over there's like all the major corporations. Like the politicians just finish working and then they go to the major corporations to strike deals.
where is this at?
It's I f- I don't know the pronunciation. Fuck, I don't know it in English. Bruxelles. It's in Bruxelles.
What is that, a country?
Yeah, and it's also the name of the capital, I think.
For,
No, it's the name of the capital, and the country is
can you type it in the
it's a
chat?
very small country. I always forgot.
Type the name of it in the chat.
Yeah, Belgium.
Oh, Belgium.
Yeah,
Well, Belgium is a horrible example of.
of what?
Well, they're not. They're extremely authoritarian.
No, I just this is the place where the European Union like does its thing.
Yeah, this is like Belgium was where like a lot of corruption happens. So
What do you mean?
you're saying like that the politicians that they just go to. What you're saying, the EU parliament?
Yeah, that's where the EU Parliament is held.
Oh, oh. Well, who specifically are you talking about? And what corporations are you referring to? And what does this have to do with how the economic models are working in the Nordic countries?
The thing is, if by Nordic countries you mean like
Sweden, Denmark.
exactly those are countries that, thanks to the previous exploitation of capitalism, have gained a very high amount of wealth and now can live off of that. Like this is not like it's like
They're not
saying that
living off of it.
capitalism works based on Saudi
That's
Arabia.
that's not how economics work. You don't just like it, that's not how it works. They fund their socialistic policies through high taxes.
Yeah, but how do those people gain the money that they are using to tax? How do they gain the money?
Capitalism. That's why it's a
No.
myth.
Yeah, so exploitation. You're right.
No. Capitalism doesn't have to be exploitative. Doesn't have to be.
Okay, so um
It can
those
be.
countries. Okay, maybe you don't know. I'm European. I know those countries are not rich because they made, say, very good companies, or like those countries are rich for two things. They have a great amount of resources and they exploited the other parts of the world. That's how they got their wealth.
Who's exploiting? You gonna have to name some countries here. Who? What? I've never heard of Sweden going around exploiting the world.
Oh my
Uh,
god. Okay. If you don't know about the history of those countries that you use as an example, maybe you should like
I need you
know
to
about it
now
before?
tell me. Present your argument. You need to present an argument. So tell me. You can't just say,
I
"Oh,
already presented my argument,
you."
but
Well, enlighten me. You have to tell me what is it. What I want you to back your claim up that you're saying that these Nordic countries, which specifically which ones were exploiting other countries and how were they doing it?
okay. Do you know the like in the early stages of capitalism, there were these things called like corporations that basically had government fundings. Did you know? Like what Britain did, you know?
What? Who did?
Britain, like,
Oh, Britain. I
yeah,
mean,
Britain.
I'm not too familiar with like EU policy in general, but I'm just like because
No, it's
I'm from the
like
U.S.
this is history. Like, do you know about the Indian Trading Company?
Say it again.
The like, you know about like the company that was owned by the basically the state of Britain that was the reason why India was colonized and why Indian was like
What company
addicted
was it?
to opium.
What what? It wasn't it the tobacco companies or something?
They also traded tobacco, yeah, but mainly it was like they were a company that basically was enslaving India.
Right. I know that Britain colonized India and they were fucking doing their bullshit over there. But what
Yeah, and
company?
basically those
What company?
countries, I don't remember the name. You can look it up. It's like it's history.
Well,
But
come
what
on.
I was
Don't
talking about before is that those countries had similar companies founded by in the same way by the crown that exploited the other part of the world in Africa, in the uh, basically that area. Plus, they have a lot of natural resources, so like that's the problem.
It was the British East India Company.
Yeah, that one, and they had the same thing. Like those were countries that, based on luck, had or previous,
Okay,
let's say,
but hold on. This is here's the problem with this. The problem with that is that they had a complete monopoly on trade, right? And in my ideal model, socialism is supposed to be the part that checks monopolies, keeps them in check. The
yeah.
monopolies are not supposed to exist.
Okay, for example, let's say that thanks to a previous monopoly that now is gone, a country has a very high amount of wealth that they can invest, and they invest it on themselves. And this is the reason why they can afford
I
to
mean,
pay
they're not
for.
rolling in fucking cash like that. It's not like they're just fucking infinitely rich. Like they have to continue. Like they're it just being rich. Like it's not like they just amassed like fucking a ton of wealth and then just like spend it. Like they have to like the U.S. also has a massive amount of wealth, right?
Mhm,
Right. We have the
yeah,
Federal Reserve, right? And
yeah,
like it's about how you spend it, and these countries they spend it, and when they spend it right and you funding socialistic policies using taxes to also fund those policies, it increases the quality of life for the people as we've seen in the Nordic countries.
yeah. But those countries, based on the amount of wealth they have, if you talk about Sweden and others, to the amount of wealth that they have a low population. The other country that you've spoken of, Germany, while being better than most of the other countries in Europe still has problems. The problems are mainly the fact that since like
That
basically since the wall was broken, the regulation that were put in place to guarantee social wellness are being slowly eroded.
right, but
That's one problem.
so that is a problem, right? But like
Yeah, but
that's
who is doing the erosion?
the what?
Who is eroding at those regulations?
That's because they obviously it's a capitalist, right?
Yeah,
There's a corruption problem, right? So that's the problem with Germany, right? They're not the ideal. Like you said, the Nordic
you
countries have
cited
union.
them.
They have union control, right? So they have control over their democracy.
Yeah, but
I don't.
those are
In a
as I
democracy,
explained to you, as I explained to you, those countries are well off because for the amount of its of
it's because
population,
it's a democracy. It doesn't matter. They have a population. They are a democracy, and they use that democracy to enact change in a way that is progressive and works for them.
okay, I can give you an example. Do you say, do you know about Combia? Wait, that's not the right name.
Colombia,
Basically, it's a country in Africa that basically is the world supplier of a metal that is necessary to build cell phones.
you're talking about cobalt.
Yeah, cobalt.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different countries in Africa.
Yeah,
They're being exploited by China right now.
you're right. Let's say that those countries that basically have all the cobalt in the world decide to unite. They unite,
Uh-huh.
they make a union of, let's say, producer of cobalt, and they set the price very high. And they make a fuck ton of money because of that. And now that they have, like, and now they become the world's superpower of doing this. They just bring enormous amount of wealth because those products are needed. And let's say the only one that they spend that money on is themselves. Like they become very isolationist. They allow that money to only be used for that economy. Would you say that is like a right thing to do? Like, would you say that monopolizing a resource to make a lot of money and then use that money only for yourself, would you say that's a good thing?
Would I say that's a good thing if a country, so if a country has resources, right? And let's say that they use those resources to strengthen their population, right? Say let's say it's a country specifically. I want to let's say the U.S. Right? We have a lot of
Hmm.
problems in the U.S. Right? If what we did was we actually let's say we cut off all of our help, right, for a little while, right? We fund a lot of shit in the world, right? Let's say
Okay.
for a while we just say fuck that, right? We got to focus on us, right? I'm not an isolationist, right? I'm a globalist,
Just for the sake of the example.
but yes, for the example, let's say we did that and we actually focused on our issues, we would have a lot of highly skilled, highly educated people that have the means to do a lot of effective shit, right? And
If you
what
talk about isolation, no, because you would have to do this, do the job that you need, for example, to have like food, to have
Oh
like
well, no, I'm not saying like cut off like trade. Like trade would still. When I'm saying like aid, like no unnecessary like aid and stuff like that. Any type of trade. But like,
Okay.
still, I'm still like against like not giving aid to countries that need it, just because of the fact that like we are the number one economy in the world. But
Okay. Go
if
back to
we,
the point you were making.
yeah, like if we were like to like cut off funding in these like for these things to like focus on funding issues that we have like socialistic policies, and we actually funded things like education and reformed them to be more effective. And we fixed things like homelessness and got people off the fucking streets. We lowered the inequality gap in our country. We focused on that. We would now have a bunch of people that are highly skilled and like what we can do a lot with them. We can, once we do that and people are economically well off, we can start allocating funds to help other people.
Okay, so you think that using like after you get rid of like homelessness and poverty
Uh,
and like other like you have a publicized medical system, you have zero homeless people,
mm,
zero people in poverty, you should start to spread the wealth that you have. Like it will
absolutely.
be moral to,
Yeah, absolutely.
okay, that's what those Nordic countries are doing.
That what
Like
I
the bad
just
thing.
described.
No, no, the bad thing. Like they kept all the wealth to themselves and
Oh
they're
well, yeah,
not sharing it.
yeah. Well, if they're well off, and yeah, they should spread their wealth. But I'm just arguing that it works. It works for them, right? They're not in financial crisis by any means.
Yeah, it
They
works,
have the means to do that,
but
right?
yeah, but if you have a lot of wealth and you're only using it for yourself, and not just like they're not using it for themselves to make their people happier, they're using it to make their people not homeless. It's not like
That's a great thing.
the wealth is spread evenly in those countries. Like they have a huge wealth, the wealth disequality, inequality. So basically, there are people that are just like normal that can basically live off the previous wealth that they accumulated, and there are like a bunch of very wealthy corporations that can basically do whatever they want abroad, not in the country, but they can do whatever they want abroad, which is basically is okay. We are rich. In our country we don't have poverty, but we also don't have like
Not
people
all.
being really well off,
Not
and
all. Sorry.
the corporations that we have that like have a very high amount of power don't care about these like our little countries, because our little countries don't really matter, but they have a huge like it's those companies fuck the European Union, between other things, by corrupting politicians. Like they don't care about their home. They don't really like. They go in tax havens in like there's a place in Europe, uh, Austria. Austria is a tax haven. Tax haven. They go there, and they really don't care about what their country does, because they're not really paying taxes there, and they only paying taxes as far as the, let's say, like if they have workers there, they pay taxes on that, but if they just the majority of their wealth is not being taxed. That's the problem. Like all of their investments, all of their like not their income, they're taxing the income, they're not taxing their wealth. That's the problem.
So I want to respond to what you said about the income inequality because that's not true. They don't have like extremely high levels of inequality. So Denmark, Finland, Iceland, and Norway, and Sweden, right? Uh, they're measured by what's called the Gini coefficient, right? It's where zero represents perfect equality and one indicates maximum
Okay,
inequality.
the
Hold on.
Lancet, Sweden's economic inequality gap is widening and worrying.
Hold on. Well, let me just tell you what their coefficient is, right? So zero represents perfect, one equals maximum. Denmark, right, is only at 2.49, right? Finland two or point 277, Norway 0.277, and then Sweden at 0.298, right? All these are pretty fucking low.
Uh, can you link me the study?
These are this isn't like hold on. Alright, I'll find you the
Because I have a study right here, and one, it is worrying, and second, it's growing.
here. You link me that study, I'll find you some studies. This wasn't really a study. I don't think so. Well, it's from a study, but it's quoting it. I don't know the specific study it's quoting. Let's see.
Uh,
Let me see.
this is just like based on stats. It's not even a study. If you want, I can find a study.
Yeah, no, I'll say no. Yeah, go ahead. You find a study, I'll find a study real quick.
Okay. Oh,
Here's one of a study for over 140 years. Damn. This is a paper that studies historical studies or
Wait,
surveys historical studies.
Denmark is like 100. Like Denmark is 42 on the scale of inequality. The states are not even in the top 100.
But Denmark isn't what?
This is a list, just you can go on Wikipedia, you can find it, of states with the worst
Put in the side chat.
inequality.
Put it in the side chat.
It's okay. Okay, it's here. I'm just laughing at Argentina being the 6th.
Here, hold on. I'm trying to read this part.
Maybe I skipped the states.
Okay.
Don't see it. Strange. Like this is a bit of the problem. Italy doesn't didn't really have any regulations to make sure that rich people didn't get very rich. Yet Italy has a much lower on the scale of wealth inequality.
Hold on, I'm looking at. Well, if you want to,
Denmark is
if you
40.
want Wikipedia, I can. Yeah, here, I'll say. Yeah, here.
You're still looking at finding your study. Okay, okay.
No, I was getting that those numbers were from Wikipedia. Here, I'll give you the exact number. These are the
No, the
exact.
study that I gave data before is a study. These numbers are from Wikipedia.
Yeah, give me. Where's the study? I don't see the study.
I didn't give you the study before because I didn't like read the entire study. I just cited data of the study. But okay, can do that.
No, yeah, give me the study. I'll do a quick overview of it. It'll take me 2 seconds.
Yeah, now I have to find it again, but it's like just a research on Google, so it shouldn't be that hard to find it again.
Yeah, so the numbers I was giving you earlier came from Wikipedia as well. That they were only like 0.2. So like we're kind of getting does what does it say that their Gini
This
coefficient is on this? Oh, right here.
this
All
is
right, yeah.
just
So
this is just like Lancet thing. It's a like it's a news, but this article links to studies. Like everything here is
oh
linked to a study.
that article right there
Yeah.
or that link. Okay.
Also, the Lancet is a very respectable
So
news
where do
outlet.
I don't see the Nordic countries on here. Where are they at? On the Wikipedia. The that you give me with the list of all the countries.
Denmark is at 42. The others are a bit below.
Okay, so that's pretty good.
No, it's the higher you are, the more inequality you have.
Wait, where's you said Denmark's at 42? Hold on, let me see. Denmark. But it's given a different no, it's given a different number for this. It's saying that their Gini coefficient was point eight, but the number that so which one of these we got to figure out which one of these numbers is accurate here because we're
I
getting
gave you Sweden's economic inequality. This is
what
Denmark.
the article. Here,
Yeah,
let me look at the
the
article
article
you
is on
sent.
Sweden.
All right,
This
Sweden.
one,
Hold on.
you can find here Sweden.
Here, I'll give you the
Wait, it's
study. I'll give you the study that I have.
wait, is it based on? Wait, it's okay. I was on the okay.
Here's the
Is it
study.
top or list? What's going on?
Here's a specific study for you. Well, I look
Okay.
into this real quick.
Okay.
So wait, the Lancet. So the one that you cited, the article about Sweden.
Yeah.
It's from the Lancet Regional Health in Europe, right?
Yeah. So
It specifically says in this, it highlights that despite uh the
despite
relatively low income inequality, wealth disparities are increasing, not that they are high.
yeah,
It says that they're low.
they are low.
Yes, is it despite relatively low income inequality? It just says that it's increasing.
Income, not wealth. Income.
Okay. Now
That's the problem.
what do
Do
you
you
mean?
like?
That's exactly what
Do
the
you
Gini
know?
coefficient tracks.
Do you know what what the majority of wealth in those countries is? What are
So,
the private companies that profited of resources?
well, my concern
And
is
those
with the income.
companies now invest all of their, so it's not income, it's not
No,
taxable.
no, just because it's not taxable doesn't mean it's not income.
It's not counted as income. Exactly like Elon Musk investing like shares of Tesla and like all of his shares are not income, it's his wealth. That's the problem. And the fact that they are so wealthy but the income is so low, it points to what I'm saying. The people of the country are not making much respect to what the corporations are making,
But then why?
even though they have socialist policies.
But there's their quality. So, like, my main concern is with quality of life. Would they still? If that was the case, you would expect there to be like a problem with social issues with like suicide and
No,
like mental health.
because they had a very high amount of wealth to begin with, so
They have the
they
highest life
can.
expectancy. So, like, is everyone in there? Is everyone that lives in the country wealthy and rich, and that's why?
No, but they are kept they are kept housed and fed by those the wealth that they previously had as a country. It's like saying
That's still better than if they're house fed and their health is also high. They have high life expectancy as well.
yeah,
Their life expectancy is like 82
yeah,
to
the
like
problem is
84
how
versus
they
like
got their
70.
wealth. If
They
they got their wealth just by normal, like if they are, let's say, wealthy because they are doing something that helps people, I wouldn't have an issue with it. But the reason why they were so wealthy is because they were engaging in capitalism, which means they traded mostly from places, like they abused the fact that they were the only suppliers of something to gain a huge amount of wealth. It's not good, right? We discussed about this. It's not good if you make a huge amount of profit from selling a resource that is needed and then you don't help other countries. A thing that they could do if instead of letting the rich people of their country abuse the natural resources and abuse the fact that they abused the
it's
natural resources for a century at least.
what so when you say natural resources, you're just talking about oil there. You're just talking about finite
Oil and
resources.
natural gases there.
Well,
Yeah.
well, what about like hydrothermal vents and like or geothermal vents and or like geothermal capturing and hydro electric, because they also use that. They use
Yeah,
they produce a lot of wind energy.
they mostly sell the energy they not the energy, the oil and the natural resources, and they use for their country green energy. So they don't get the minuses of using oil. They sell it for other countries to be bad. It's like, you
Okay,
know how
so wait,
the
hold on. So what's the That's not their problem that other countries buy the oil off of them.
would you say the same thing about the drugs, for example?
What drugs?
It's not a problem if they are buying cocaine off of me.
But
It's their choice.
I mean, pretty much, yeah.
Okay,
As
so
long as you're not marketing
but
it,
the thing is,
that
people don't need.
if they're being propositioned, if they're being propositioned for the oil and they got it right, there's nothing. I don't see anything morally wrong with them accepting the proposition. But if they were like going out and being like, "Hey, we wanna just get rid of all this oil, throw your offer in," no, that's not right. But like, still at the end of the day, like they're gonna use their resources. Like obviously that's what
Yeah,
every
but
country
the
in the
thing
world
is,
does. Every country in the world uses their natural resources.
yeah, but you cannot use a place that is rich of those resources as an example of a place that is like good because of their economic system. It's not. It's because they have those resources.
Okay,
You
and
cannot use
they
that
have
as an
high they
example.
have they yes I can, because they have high living standards. If they're
And
using
why is that?
if they're all you're saying is that they I can't use it because they have money, right? They have money, so they're able to fund a lot of shit. Yeah, that's true. And they use it to fund a lot of shit that increases quality of life, which is why they have fucking high life expectancy.
Okay, so what about the rest of the world that cannot do that?
Then they need to use socialism to help themselves the fuck out, right? And
They
balance the
cannot do it. They
economy,
don't have
balance
they don't
capitalism.
have the resources. They don't have the money to do it.
If we look at every other country, right, that their problems with their country is usually goes down to like their economic model being ineffective, or just not the right model.
Yeah, but why are you citing a country like that's the thing? I could cite Saudi Arabia as a good example of capitalism by your standard. Like if Saudi Arabia used their wealth, a
No,
fraction, a
because
little fraction of
they
their
have a
wealth.
bunch of social problems. They have a bunch of social problems. They're a
Yeah,
monarchy.
but
They're authoritarian. They got a bunch of
okay,
fucking
okay.
problems.
Please, let me finish. The thing is, they are not gaining their wealth out of nothing. They are gaining out their wealth based on the fact that they are selling something that other nations need.
But they're not a
And they're selling
democracy.
it at a high price because they need it.
Okay, but they're
Like
not a
it's not cocaine, they need it
okay,
to
but
function.
still, but it's not the Saudi Arabia is not a democracy. Like
Yeah, I prefer Denmark and Sweden at Saudi Arabia.
right,
Yes,
but
I prefer that.
that's why you couldn't use it as a good example for capitalism, because capitalism, it's not protected. Like socialism is what protects is what protects the people from capitalism. Or socialism and democracy, social democracy. Say that.
Okay, in Germany right now, who like is those like the thing is the most problematic thing about this is in all of those countries, all of them, not one, are going down on those things. They're not moving forward, they are moving backwards. The reason is because they are living in a capitalist system, not in a socialist one, which means people in power will find a way to get money towards the government. They'll find a way. You can make thousands and thousands of regulation. If you have a system
You're just
in
making
which
assertions here. Like, what am I supposed? How am I supposed to debate that they're just gonna find a way? Well, what if I argued that my system will just find a way, that democracy will just find a way, and we'll
how?
just. Well, all right, then I'll ask you how.
No, I am saying something that is 100% truth, which every capitalist system is corrupt. Every capitalist system has this problem. You need to
Because
find a way in
because
how
they're
to
not
deal with it.
ideal. They're not. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I can explain how. So the like,
No.
if we remove money from politics, let's just say we get over the hurdle, right?
How?
Okay, well, the way you do that is in the United States, at least the first step, no more fucking lobbying. Second of all, well, the leaders that we elect, we are not the funding with fucking super PACs should not be fucking legal. Like we with the way
Okay.
it's the way that we elect our politicians that it allows money to be involved
Okay.
in politics.
The fact that it's legal or not is doesn't matter until we have a judgment. This kind of system, people with money will find a way to corrupt, no matter what. In Italy, it's
But
illegal
we're talking about
to
my system, I thought.
yeah. Explain me how making it illegal makes it not happen.
Well, it goes further than just making it illegal. It's about removing the ability for that to. It's not just making it illegal, but we would change the process on how it works, right? So instead of funding by super PACs, you would be funded by the government. Everyone would be funded by like if you wanted to do your campaign, right?
Mhm.
You don't put up your own no putting up private capital. You don't do that. You get your fair chance just like everyone else. That's it. And then
Okay,
whoever
everyone gets. Okay, how do you know that what they're using is money that is given to them by the state? How do you know that?
how do I know? What, explain that again?
Let's say that the person that is running a campaign has business, a
Okay.
business,
Mhm.
normal,
Yeah.
which is which shares are mostly owned by, let's say, a very large corporation.
Okay.
Would you make it illegal for them to use that money on the campaign?
Yeah. You're not allowed to market with private capital. No money involved in marketing your campaign. It's funded by the government and hosted by the
Okay,
government.
so the government funds and okay, would you have a tax on like shares, like not income, but proper- literally you're taxing the wealth of people? Would you do that?
Over a certain amount, yes. So, and it would, but it would be so basically, the way it would work would be like if you can amass wealth, right? And
Mhm.
where the cap, it would be have a cap around like so. I would definitely have an inheritance cap at like around 1 billion. Nobody's passing over fucking $1 billion to their fucking children and creating generational wealth.
Mhm.
Fuck that. Uh, but it would go further than that because if you wanted to hold, like if you let's say you were alive and you were able to amass over $1 billion, you could have that, right? You could hold that and you could use it, but you have to use it to basically like you're gonna use it to like further the innovation basically of your company to like grow more basically so that you
Okay,
can amass more
so
wealth and basically to basically eventually use that to fund like shit like charities and shit to
okay,
give it away.
so basically what you're saying is those politicians cannot use those politicians and those corporations cannot use their money to, let's say, publicize a certain political opinion. That's what you want, right?
Yes, they can't use their money to like like you know how like in the US like uh like the president's campaign like they spend like millions of dollars on their ad campaigns for
Yeah,
like to get
basically
on.
that happens all in all democracy that have
Yeah,
capitalism.
yeah,
That's
basically.
happens.
Yeah, basically. So like instead of that, like you can't use your money to like pay for ads. Like you're not like it would be funded by the government, and what you wouldn't even like The ads wouldn't
Yeah,
even
but
be
the
in a
problem is
private system. So like if there
how
was
would
like,
you how would you enforce that? Like that's the problem.
well,
A
if there like,
company,
because so basically the way it would work is it would be hosted by the government through an official channel. Like any type of uh campaign would be hosted.
yeah, but
It wouldn't. So like it
the
wouldn't
amount,
be
like,
like if you
please
were.
let me finish it.
Okay.
Corporations can just in their ads, in their merchandise, can, for example, what about a company that sells toys for children,
Hmm.
and they're they're basically homophobic and transphobic. All their merchandise is only straight couples with children of no special orientation, nothing. And that's all the companies that sell toys. Basically, all the companies that sell toys have these things. So every time you buy a toy, you always see a straight family with one or two children. They're married. They're Christian, and they live happily. That's all you see. Would that matter if you have a government funded campaign? If when you go outside in the real world, the only thing you see is what the corporation wants you to see.
So here's the thing. No, it wouldn't matter if the real world that you speak of was educated, okay? And that's what we're going to use the socialism for, or social democracy for. You use that to educate the people, and like all the Nordic countries, they fund their education. Like their education is highly funded. Now, education isn't really effective, but it's a whole other debate that I don't want to get into right now to subtract from this. But if, let's say, the world was educated, they would be able to make a well-informed decision that wasn't really inherently biased by what they see from corporations. Like people would be aware of like corporate interest. Like I am, like if I see per se McDonald's come out and there, or like even like Chick-fil-A, like you hear about like certain companies and what their stances are. Like I hear about that Chick-fil-A is actually very transphobic. The
Yeah.
CEO is or whatnot, and that uh
Okay. Do you know that right now in America, basically every most like the trend that was, let's say, trans and homo inclusive is going backwards.
is going back,
S-
more inclusive
Yeah,
for trans.
no,
No.
less inclusive.
Oh, less
Yeah, less
inclusive.
inclusive.
Yes, less inclusive. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
yeah.
the thing is, you cannot form a system out of nothing. That's another problem. Like if the requirement for your system it's you have to have educated people,
No, this is a
like
process. It's
what do you
not.
do until you have educated people?
So this is a process, right? So slowly, so the first step would be if we could like reform how campaigns are done, right? That would be the first step. But then like I'm pretty sure that like if we the reason that I think that if we switched over to this, it would restore a lot of the faith that people don't have in democracy, is that they don't have a fair chance, and that's a reason that a lot of people don't really look into it. A lot
Okay,
of people don't even vote.
what if the companies were pushing the idea that the government is inefficient, even though it is? What happens now?
Then, well, that's a situation that's tough because that's the situation that we find ourselves in today. But I feel like that's fueled by a lot of real distrust in the government, right? And
Yeah, so
if you could fix that with a lot more, so like slowly you could build transparency, build trust, and then move towards this type of model. And then once you
yeah,
did,
who is stopping you from doing that? Who is the biggest adversary for you to do this?
oh, obviously the capitalists, they would hate me to do this.
Okay. Why can't we just be socialist and that's it? It
Because there's a
seems
bunch
like
of greedy people in this fucking world. That's why.
that's a problem for capitalism, not for socialism.
Oh, well, you said why can't we be capitalists or socialist? I mean, because there's a bunch of greedy
You think
capitalists.
just have a revolution. You don't need them. You don't need the capitalist support to do socialism.
Well, what you're talking about is communism.
Or communism, yeah. You
Is
can also do communism.
but you can also you can basically it's like you gotta trick them, you know. You gotta be 10 steps ahead. So it's like you can do socialism legally without a revolution, right? But you gotta do
Why
it in the right
hasn't
way.
this happened yet then?
Because nobody's come up with an idea, a working idea that they can articulate that is actually like nobody's doing what I'm doing right now. Nobody's coming up with like a working model that they can explain this is how it works and actually putting in the effort to enact that sort of change. And I don't think anyone's thought about it like this, to be honest with you.
So basically, you're saying that people don't have the time under capitalism to think about a better system, so they just roll with what they have.
No, I think that there's people that do try to make a better system, but they're either they're usually like ineffective uh at like incorporating their system because there's a bunch of competing ideas. So like the only thing that needs to happen in order for my specific system to work is for awareness of it to spread enough. If everyone was
Who is
aware,
stopping you from doing the awareness and the spreading?
the capital they're trying to stop, but that doesn't mean that they 100% can't. Just because they want to and they actively will try to doesn't mean that they're
Then
going to be successful.
they are. That's the thing. That what you're doing has happened over and over. It's happened in Italy. It's happened in all around Europe. It's happened in America, for God's sake.
No, no.
Yeah,
Well,
the movement of
yes, but those were different movements and they failed for their own specific reason. Like communism.
why were those movements bad?
So, you want to talk about communism? We could talk about that.
No. In the 20s and the 30s, America was probably one of the most socialist, like one of the most socialist, one of the countries, like of the rich countries that had a major socialist party in the 20s and the 30s.
Hmm.
What happened to that?
So,
Didn't they have good opinion, better opinion than the rest of them?
of course they
But
did,
did they fail?
but they didn't have the means to. They didn't have the system wasn't set up for them to win. It was set up for fucking the capitalists to win. Because as soon as bro, look at. So you say was lobbying legal at that time? I ask you that. I don't think
Yeah.
so. I don't. No, I'm pretty sure that was a little bit later than that, wasn't it? When
Yeah,
did,
but it was still happening. It doesn't matter if it's legal or not.
right,
It still
but
happens.
no, it does matter if it's legal or not because as soon as they made it legal, that's how like super PACs were invented, and then you had like these huge corporations. Like it was a lot more.
There were huge corporation before.
Oh, I know, but it was a lot less. It wasn't as widespread.
It was definitely okay. It wasn't as widespread because there was much less introduction in day-to-day life. Like now, we have a much higher amount of things that instead of like normal people and small business, it's produced by like very big corporations. That's just the natural competition sorting things out.
So, well, like, I'm trying to understand your point here.
The thing is, there were people with good idea, at least better than the rest. Still, what you were thinking, socialist, not communist, socialist, that had better opinion than their opponent, opinion that that were like better for the majority of the people, yet they lost, and they lost again and again and again and
Because
again.
they didn't have the resources.
Okay, then what do we do?
You get the
How do we
fucking
gain the
resources. You
resources?
get the resources, which is what I'm doing.
How?
And when you get the fucking work on yourself. Get some fucking money in your pocket. That's what I'm doing. Trying to, at least.
Didn't they have money too? Like
Not
those
enough,
people were
obviously.
working.
Not enough, obviously.
Okay, so you're going to
You think do you
win
think hold
against the
on.
capitalists by having more money than them?
Yep. Well, that and also having more
Okay,
people in
you're
support.
this thing is never gonna work then.
I
You're
mean,
never gonna have more money than them. They're willing to do literally everything to gain money.
well, so would I, wouldn't I? Why would I?
Okay,
Why
so
would
how are
I?
you
I
better
would.
than them?
I mean, give me liberty or give me fucking death. Like fuck living under a
Why don't you
dystopia.
just why don't you just do a revolution instead?
Well, it's more of like a quiet revolution. It's a long term
That,
revolution, right? So let's say
that
I
never
become
exists.
let's say I become the new Elon Musk. Let's say I amass as much wealth as him. All the shit that he's doing
Okay.
with the government, with like all the influence that he's had, like if I had his level of money, you don't think that I would like be able to do what he
Okay,
did?
firstly, are you a descendant of a very bad man that was a bad man because he made a lot of money exploiting people by by having a by owning a I think it was a mineral company. They extracted emerald in an apartheid state. Are
You talking
you
about his
in the
parents?
same position?
You talking about his parents?
Hmm?
You talking about his parents?
Yeah, is that
Uh-huh.
he
Well,
had like
that was him, right? So like what he did with like Tesla, like I used to be, I'm no longer an Elon fan because of what he's been doing politically, but I used to
Mhm.
be a fan of what he was doing with SpaceX, Tesla, right? I was a big fan of that
Why?
because he was doing a lot of environmentally friendly shit, right? So
Yeah, but they weren't his ideas. It was just he made them
I
like
agree.
likable to the.
I agree, which is why I don't like him. But he was bringing that to like to people's attention, and he was using his money to like fund that shit. So like I was with it.
Oh, one only really Tesla's doing it. Like it's funny because he's doing SpaceX, which is a company that is not very environmental friendly, with a company that should at least be environmental friendly.
Well,
The
not
thing is,
SpaceX, but I was well SpaceX. I was excited about the space exploration part, but I was excited about the so Tesla. They did like it was more than just the cars. They also were he was talking about doing something with solar panels where they were gonna like make these tiles that were actually like solar panels, and they looked pretty good. And also
Okay,
he
that's
had
the problem with the, let's say, capitalist. They don't innovate, they sell. That's what they do. They make a bunch of claims, they sound very good when they're making them, but they won't do that. It's just to get people to invest in them.
well, I mean,
And if they
it,
do something, it's not because they did it, it's because the people that they paid to do the job did it.
yeah,
And they are the
absolutely,
only one that get money out of it.
yeah,
They don't, even though they are the
that's
ones
true.
that should get credit for it.
No, I don't give Elon credit for it. So the only thing I give him credit for was doing those things instead of doing something else that could have been a lot more fucking worse. Like instead of being like an oil tycoon or fucking the CEO of like
Okay.
Nestle or some shit like that. Like I was more so excited about like the ventures of you
Okay,
know.
now that the basically only capitalist that was supposed to be good is turned bad.
No, he's not the only one. Like I could give you some other. I mean, I could give you some other examples. But like, I'm not here to argue that capitalists are like strict capitalists are like the best guys in the world at all.
The thing is, it's not that they are bad because they're bad people. It's bad because of what they do. And if you want to win against them, you'll have to do you have to do worse than them to
But
win.
yeah, but not necessarily
How?
because
How are you gonna win against those corporations if not by undercutting wages or other things? How are you gonna do that? Or doing the same thing that they're doing, for example, maybe you discover the best thing in the world and you privatize it. Okay, good job. You're just like them if you do that.
okay, let's say I discover uh some advanced stock market technique that gets me like as much money as I need, right? And then I
No,
use that,
that just
huh?
no. Wait a second.
What?
This is completely based on luck.
No, no,
There's no technique.
I know, I know. I'm just letting you know.
So
I'm just giving you. I
basically
mean,
the no. If you say that, it's like, okay, we as a species, the best we can do is hope for the dice to
and
roll
that's actually
heads instead
not
of.
that's actually not true. You can use an algorithm to work the market.
Yeah, there are algorithms to make good investment,
You
not to
ever?
become Elon Musk.
I don't know about that. You ever heard of the Medallion Fund?
No.
You should look it up. You should look it
Yeah,
up because it's
again,
exactly what I'm talking about.
the
It's
stock
literally.
market is completely speculation. And speculation, the only reliable things about it
It's
is that
not
it's gonna crash
speculation.
at
I
some
said, look
point.
up the Medallion Fund. I'm telling you, look up the Medallion Fund. They've
You think
consistent.
that stock market is not based on speculation?
What do you mean by speculation?
Speculation is basically you don't basically it's investments. And the investments and how much your stocks are valued is not valued to real things. Like if you own a stock of Tesla, its value is not based on
Okay, but
how
let me.
well the company is
Yes,
doing.
I
It's
know
how well
that.
it's perceived to do
I,
it.
I, I,
That's
I,
speculation.
yes, I get that, but that doesn't matter at all. If
So
we're
now,
talking, no, hold on, let me finish.
let's say,
Hold on, let me finish here. That doesn't matter at all though, because what we're talking about is trading, right? So if I'm trading stocks, I'm buying the stock and then I'm selling it to then get capital,
Yeah,
which is what the medallion fund does. Okay.
yeah, and so basically what you're gonna do is that you're gonna buy a stock, hold onto it, and then sell it at a higher price. That's what you're gonna do. That's how you make money trading in stocks.
Not me, like an algorithm, but sure, but
Yeah.
like getting a lot more complicated than that. But
So yeah, it's more complicated than that, but this is the basic. This is the necessity. This is the rule.
it's about buying it at
Which
the right
means,
time.
which means even though you could make some, let's say, profit, it's based on your initial capital. It's based on that. You can make,
Hold on. What initial capital? What are you talking about? Hold on. What do you mean?
okay, all the companies in the world, all the rich people in the world right now are doing no. Actually, right now, rich people are not trading their stock, like they are cashing in their stocks. There's a big trend of investors just cashing in because they know that there's gonna be a recession now. So, okay, this is not the right time to trade stocks. This is definitely, like,
Are
every
you
expert
giving me
says
like
it's
market
not the wrong
advice right
time.
now?
Yeah, it's like, do you know
So
the
so
like
so
best?
hold on. So you don't. So you seem to like misunderstand how trading works because you don't have to buy a stock to make money from it. You ever heard of short selling?
Uh, no, how does it work?
So basically, this is how it works. Let's say we'll talk. I'll give you an example on pencils because it makes a lot more sense when I explain it this way. So imagine you have a pencil, right? And
Yeah.
I ask you to borrow that pencil real quick. I'm like, yo, let me borrow that pencil. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And then you say, all right, you give me the pencil, and I go and I sell that pencil for well, let's say I borrow that pencil for $1, right? And then
Okay. Can
and
I
then
stop you right now and say why it's not working? It will not work.
it's no, this is how people make money. I'm just trying to give you an example, and I'm not doing a good job
Yeah.
explaining it.
What's the question? How did the economy crash in 1929?
So you're talking about like economies collapsing. That's talking about people who have stocks and held them while the value dropped.
No, no,
What
no.
I'm
Actually, you were talking about borrowing, which is exactly the reason why the stock market crashed in 1929. That's the reason why the market crashed.
borrowing.
People were speculating on borrowing instead of stocks. They were borrowing houses.
It does
That's what
no
they were
no,
doing.
but that's not what I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about
Yeah, I know
borrowing a
that you're
house.
not talking about that, but the same thing applies to that.
Okay, but
People
this is totally
speculate on
different.
something which is not based on reality, and when people realize it's all speculation, it crashes. That's how the stock market works every time. If if you make money without a actual benefit to yourself or to someone else, it means it's speculation. It means you gain money by promising something. Once they find out you really don't have what they want,
All
it's
right,
gonna crash.
let me just give you the example again, okay? Because I have it written down here because it's
Mm.
so
Okay, okay, sure.
you borrow a valuable pencil, or it's gonna be a valuable pencil this time. It's worth ten
Mm-hmm.
dollars, right? But you don't
Okay.
own the pencil, right? You just tell them, I'm gonna borrow this and I'll give it back to you later, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you sell the pencil to someone else for $10, right? While the price
Mm-hmm.
drops, right, to $5, a new cheaper pencil, you buy that, right? Then when you buy the pencil back, you now have you buy the new pencil for 5, and then you give the pencil back to your friend for $10 and keep the fucking the
Okay,
difference.
you're making money based on speculation,
No, you're
but
well,
the
but you're
effect is the effect is the opposite of what I'm saying actually.
so
You're
yes,
using
but the way I'm
you're
telling
using the opposite equation of what I'm saying, but the result is the same.
no, it's
You're
not. No, it's not, because if a stock price goes down, what you're talking about is a stock price going down. They crash, right? So if a stock price were to crash, if
you're
I was
abusing the crash.
right,
You're abusing the crash.
why am I
You're
abusing the crash?
because you're making something. You're like artificially bringing a price of something down to gain something from it. That's what you're
No,
doing,
no,
right?
I'm not talking about artificially bringing the price down. I'm saying, because you said that crashes are always that a crash is always bad. I'm saying you can make money off of a stock going down. That's the only point I'm trying to make here.
Yeah, and a very limited amount of people during an economic crash will make a fuck ton of money. Yeah, that's how it works.
Bro, you're not. I'm just trying to tell you that, like, even if a stock goes up or down, it doesn't matter when you're trading, right? Because you're trading at a high for, like,
Yeah,
let's say I'm
when you're
trading one.
trading, no, please. When you're trading something that is not yours, and you're making the value of that thing go up or down depending on what you want,
Yes, there's a
maybe
risk
you will
involved.
gain something, and maybe you're thinking that it came from nothing. But let's try to make this example a bit real right now. Let's say that what you just lowered instead of pencil is milk. You lowered a lot the price of milk. Okay, now the people making milk are no longer making money.
We're
They
not talking about lower. You're talking about artificially lowering the price. I'm talking about during the time that you hold that shit, it just drops. The price just drops. So we're not talking about influencing the market
okay.
at all.
So what if it goes up?
Then that's why there's a risk always associated with trading. But that's accounted for
Okay,
why you trade.
then it's luck.
It's not. No, it's not luck. It's strategy.
What is your strategy based on?
You would. It's based on a bunch of different shit. It's based on a bunch of
It's based no.
numbers.
I can tell you what those things are.
Oh,
Those things are based on vibes. It's based on
vibes.
what? Yeah, the economy right now is based on vibes. What is more vibe? Literally, that's how Elon Musk is the richest man alive right now, even though he did everything he could to not be the richest man.
Okay, but what I'm referring to is exploiting those vibes. Okay, using a computer algorithm to exploit those vibes. That's exactly what the Medallion Fund does.
Okay,
You track all of those vibes, right? And
why are the richest people in the world not doing that?
they are look up, please
Then
look up
you're not gonna win.
look. We're gonna can I search
No,
for
no.
shit on here?
If you make the same, if by percentage you make the same amount as Elon Musk, you're never gonna be richer than Elon Musk. By definition, if they make the same amount of profit by percentage than you, the one that has the most amount of money at the start wins. That's just how it works.
Here.
Then how are we doing the revolution?
So you don't think that, like, for 39 billion might be enough for me?
No, if Elon Musk has more.
Oh, so I have to have more than what Elon Musk has to do
Yeah,
anything. That
yeah.
no, that's not true.
You have to have more than you just said to me that that's how it worked in your system. You told me that you had to win
No,
an
no,
economic
no, yeah,
battle.
I mean that's the I mean you have to get up to a certain level, but you don't have to have necessarily like exactly
You have
more money
you
down
have
by the
to.
dollar. It's not no because here, listen. The what Elon Musk holds, it's not liquid. He's not holding all that in cash. It's in stock, right? So
Yeah.
if I am to accrue this 39, let's say 39 billion, right, and I liquidate it and immediately use it before Elon Musk, right, to enact the things that I want to do, right, and get a start on a head start on him, he's not going to be able to catch up. Not going to catch up.
No, because what Elon Musk has is not only power by having money, it's power based on his perceived wealth. He, imagine this, all the companies of that produce oil and that can import oil in the US decides that they are not going to do that. If the US doesn't do something for them, what happens?
If the U.S. doesn't do something for the oil companies,
Yeah, they're not going to trade with the US.
yeah, most likely. Okay.
What is going to happen? Is the US going to say no? We can do without?
I mean, realistically, they're probably not going to because they're controlled by the capitalists. But if we're controlled by a
Let's say
democracy,
America does what you're doing. They
that
become
in
uh,
in, in my
you win.
situation, they would just say fuck.
America,
Yeah, they would say we'll figure it out. We're gonna move on to another different type of resource.
you're gonna
So you can move on
you're gonna
to.
starve.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's not starving. It's the fact that like I don't even think that we should be using oil as like that's just a stupid.
There's a
uh,
difference between wanting to not use oil and have your and have your all basically amount of electricity be shut down. Like America doesn't work without oil. That's
Okay,
just how it is.
well then we would just fucking bro. Then we would yeah we
What
would
happens?
accept short term and then we would heavily focus. Well, what is it
Okay,
exactly would their demands be? That would
they
be the
demanded that your government gets out,
gets out
and they
of
choose
what of
their government.
the Middle East.
No, of America. They they are demanding that
Oh yeah,
the
no,
guy
fuck
that they
them.
want is
Yeah,
president.
yeah, no, fuck them.
Okay, America doesn't matter anymore because
We'll
it
get, we'll
implodes.
get, we'll figure it out. We'll figure that shit the
Okay, so
fuck out.
basically you're saying that the old, like, think about it. Wouldn't it just work much better if if you just could extract their wealth? Wouldn't it just be marvelous if you could just take their private
That's
property?
the point of socialism, to do it legally.
It is done legally. Any government right now can legally take your shit.
Exactly. That's my point. If I'm in a position of power, can't nobody fuck with me. Not, and no matter how rich you are. I'm the U.S.
So
government.
you're communist.
Well, no, no, no. I'm saying if I was the U.S. government, I'm not a communist.
Okay, what you're describing to me is you want to have power over the corporations.
We
The
already
only way
have
you
we
do
already
that,
have power. We have taxation power.
yeah, but who is the government funded by? Who is paying the people that are running the government right now?
Huh? Say that again.
The corporations,
It's
the
also
people that are running
it's
America are paid by the corporations.
the politicians.
Yeah, and the things that they do is what the corporation tells them to do.
Okay, that's not. We're talking about something completely different.
Yeah, let's say you do your thing in 5 years, you're the richest man in America, you cash all your things and you use it on a campaign, you become president.
Right.
Okay. Now all the corporations want to get out, want to take everything out, all of their wealth, go into another country.
Oh,
Do you allow them?
You're talking about capital flight.
Hmm?
You're talking about capital flight.
See, yes.
So
What do you do?
they I don't do anything because they're not going to leave.
Why wouldn't they leave?
Because it's allowed. They can't just up and leave.
Yeah, they can.
Sure they can, but they're not going to, because their
Why?
business relies, their income relies on having their business based in the U.S.
They can just sell and go
No,
out.
no, it's not that easy.
Why not?
Because their market is usually fucking for the U.S. Like take Amazon for example, right?
Okay,
They're-
think about it. You
No,
just
no, no,
said
no.
to me. You just
Listen,
said
listen,
no.
listen.
You said
No,
to
no, no,
me
no. Hold on, hold
in
on. I need
this.
to elaborate. I need to elaborate. Take Amazon for example, right? If
Yeah.
Jeff Bezos wants to just fucking go to Africa, okay, it's not gonna be fucking. He can't just be like, all right, I'm in Africa now. He's got warehouses, vans, everything is set up
Wealth
for
based on that.
everything in the business is set up to function in the U.S. It would cost billions of fucking trillions of dollars to move that to another country, and have it on the same fucking
Actually,
scale.
he can just sell his shares of the company, can't he?
Sure, and he could do that right now too. But why doesn't he?
Okay,
Why doesn't he though? Because he
because
wants
America is
more
one of
money.
the.
He wants
No,
more
no, no.
money.
Right now, the money that he has is probably in some tax havens somewhere stored. The other type of money that he has is stocks, and he can sell them whenever he wants. So let's say you go into power. Okay, now he sells everything and he just moves to another place.
He can already do that
He
right
lost
now.
basically nothing.
If what you sell, you get taxed. That's how the government gets their money. You can't sell a stock without getting taxed.
No. They sell them before you do this.
Before you do what?
Before you go into power, they're gonna sell, move away. You're never seeing that wealth ever again.
Whoa! You told me I was president, and then they did this. You didn't say that they were doing this before, and that it's not of my control. Well,
You could just not allow them to do it.
how am I supposed to not allow them to do that with no power?
You are the president of the
No,
United
you said
States.
you said that they leave before I get into power.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So you're telling me it's just impossible? So no matter what, if I become president, everyone just leaves?
If you want to tax them based on their wealth, rich people are gonna run. The only thing you can do is a global socialist revolution. That's what you do.
That's not true. That's not true.
How do you not let them?
Then why?
You said it yourself.
So
If they want to run, they can run.
then why don't they run in all these other countries that are very socialistic?
Because
They have high
why
taxes in the Nordic
why would they
countries.
run into a socialist country?
No, it's the same. So this is the same reason that they don't run in the Nordic countries. Like you said, they have plenty of natural resources that they exploit to get income, right? So that's
Yeah.
the same thing that the capitalists are going to want to do in the United States. They're going to want to exploit the market that's over here. They're not going anywhere. Even if the taxes are high, they're gonna pay it just like they do in the Nordic countries. You don't see them running.
Because they are not taxed on wealth.
Well,
They are
yes,
taxed on income.
I mean, look some shit up.
The majority of people in Europe have their money stored in a tax haven or in stocks that are not right now taxed. That's how rich people exploit the rest of us.
No, they tax wealth,
They tax based on what?
huh?
What are they taxing? The
Uh,
income or the wealth?
so Norway imposes a net wealth tax on individuals as of 2023. The tax applies to net worldwide
Oh,
wealth.
2023.
Yeah, it's new. It's new, and it's working.
Yeah, and
Hold on. Well,
in
let me hold on. Let me finish. I didn't finish. The tax applies to the net worldwide wealth exceeding 1.7 million, approximately 170,000. It's in their currency, NOK, which is $170,000 in U.S. currency, with rates up to 1.1%. This includes both municipal and national components.
Okay, so basically they tax everything that is in their country. The thing is, the people that are the most rich in those countries don't store their wealth in those countries. It's not where they keep their wealth. They invest in something else.
Wait. If
They are
that's not
never gonna cash
if their
in.
wealth isn't if their wealth isn't there, so they're rich or they're not. Like, what's going on? Then where are these people get? Where does Norway get all of its tax funds then to fund all these socialistic policies? I thought they're rich.
Yeah, because thanks to those socialist policies, the people are able, like, if you look at people there, they are mostly highly educated. They
Uh-huh.
can make their money. They don't need the money from people very, very rich to do those things. Because, like in Italy and the US, if we wanted to have those things, we could. The thing is, like, yeah, the people that are the richest, if we could get their wealth, it would be just fucking much better. Like, if you could house everyone with your current budget, with the wealth of those people, you could do everything. If a state administered their wealth, we would be on the right track. Yet we don't.
Dude, I disagree with you. You're definitely a
Why?
communist, right?
Yeah. So why is it bad?
Well, oh, all right, yeah. So
Basically, your plan never works.
neither does yours. What the fuck are you talking about? Communism
My
don't work.
plan has never been done.
Are you
Yours is impossible.
are you an anarcho communist? What type of communist are you?
I'm a Marxist, not Leninist, Marxist.
You're just a classical Marxist.
Yeah.
Okay, so Marx believes in the transfer of power from the capitalist to the fucking state.
No.
Right?
What Marx says is the dictatorship, and dictatorship doesn't mean what Stalin did. Dictatorship of the proletariat means. Do you know how what the term dictatorship of the bourgeoisie means
The
in
bourgeoisie.
Marx? Yeah, the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie.
The bourgeoisie. What is that? The working man or whatever.
The capital class.
The capital class. Yeah, yeah. So what? I thought
Marx
he believes
uses
it.
the
He believes in the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Yeah, but he used dictatorship to mean both democracies. Like he says dictatorship of the bourgeoisie to mean a system that is monopolized by the bourgeoisie class. Doesn't mean that it's an actual dictatorship. It just means that a system in which the
I know
bourgeoisie are
that's
in command, in control.
yeah, that's not my problem with Marxism.
Yeah, Marx was a Democrat. Like he believed in democracy more than most people.
Right, but my problem with it is that it puts the power from you can't completely take away the power from the capitalists because then you're taking away you will eventually like it will lead to authoritarianism. It always does.
Why?
It always
Why?
does because then you end up with because when you look around the world, even if they're Marxist Leninists, at the end of the day, that should they still it's we can still look at these other communist countries and see that they've effectively been able to take away the power from the capitalists and give it to the government. And when
Wait,
that happened, what?
they are capitalist. Most of the
Yes, but they
of the
yeah, but they have complete control over their fucking
Okay,
capitalists.
let's talk about Stalin then, because right now, like, no big communist country exists. Maybe
Uh,
Cuba. That's
uh,
the only one.
what are you, a Stalinist?
No, but
Why do
you
you
were
want to talk
talking
about
about
Stalin?
Stalinism.
No, I'm talking
You were
specific.
talking about
I'm talking about what China does, what Russia
they are
does.
capitalists.
Yeah, no, they're fucking Marxist Leninist.
They are not Marxist and they're not Leninist in any way.
They're definitely Marxist Leninists.
They are not a democracy.
They're
They are
not.
not
I'm
Marxist.
not saying they're democracy. I don't believe
Then
that. I
okay,
don't think that Marxist Leninism is in favor of democracy at all.
okay. What is your definition of Marxist-Leninist?
I don't want to get semantical here, dude.
You
I'm
are
just
getting semantical. You're saying that those countries are not capitalists for the love of God.
they are. They have elements of capitalism, but I'm talking about like if you look at China, they allow capitalism, but the government still has control over all the fucking corporations. They have the final say in what any fucking corporation does. You can't do
Would you
anything.
say
You
that?
can't do a single thing in China without the government's
Wouldn't you
approval.
say? Wouldn't you say that Xi Jinping is the CEO of China?
Uh, I mean, it's a cool little analogy, I guess.
It is what it is. He is the owner of China. Yeah,
Pretty much dictator, the fucking leader. Well, not leader. I wouldn't
yeah,
call him a leader.
yeah. He is there because he took power and he says, "Now it's mine." Isn't that a capitalist thing? Isn't that what capitalists do?
Why are you
Like,
like you? What is that? Like your little jab at me? Like you like I'm not strictly a capitalist.
the
I
thing
acknowledge
is,
that capitalism has problems. I'm not here to argue that capitalism is
yeah,
perfect by any means.
okay. The thing is, capitalist is just people being able to own private property. That's it. A system in which the majority of things are run by private property, by the ability of buying private property. That's capitalism. And socialism is the opposite of that.
Right.
You cannot have both.
That's why you need to balance the fucking two when you use democracy to do that.
No, you cannot have that. Do you
Yes.
want to have 50-50? Something like that? Like, do you want to
Yes.
have
That's perfect.
you want a
That would
50-50?
50. You saying like 50% capitalism, 50% fucking socialism? Sure. Like
Okay, but that doesn't work. It's simple why it doesn't work.
I mean,
Because
that we don't. That's not. We're not even talking about specifics there. Like that could mean anything.
I'm trying to explain why. it doesn't work. If
But
you interrupt me before, it's fine, but I
it's
was going to argue.
well, I just don't. I don't see like that was just like that wasn't even meant to be like a specific like argument by any means. Like I don't understand where like democracy is how you use socialism. Like it's not like
Democracy is not socialism
you can't really fucking. I know it's not socialism. You can't quantify how much fucking like socialism
You're
and
right.
fucking
You
capitalism.
cannot. You're right. A system based on private property. And socialism is not that. It's based on the worker owning the means of production.
Oh, here we go with this means of production bullshit.
Yeah. Why is it
Typical
bullshit?
Marxist language. Because
It's a simple term.
it goes way farther than the means of production, dude.
Because
Like worker strikes happen all the time. Like I don't understand like why the means of production, like you think like means of production is gonna somehow fucking topple the government. Like people go on strikes all the time and then the fucking government
what
forces them
would
to
you
get back to
say?
work, or they just allow
What
the
would you
employer to
say
fire
if
them and replace them.
what would you say would happen if 20% of the people in the world stop working? What would happen?
Then the fucking rest of the people that are unemployed would fucking have a job for them.
No. Most of the people that stop working, some of them a job that people just cannot do right now. What happens to the economy if 20% of its workforce just suddenly disappears?
Where
What
do you
happens?
where do you think you're getting 20%? All right, so let's work out the numbers here, okay? Let's see what 20% of the global population is, okay? So
Mhm.
what's let's look it up.
It's about 1.5 billion of people.
1.5 billion people.
Yeah,
No, actually, hold on.
it's
Yeah,
actually more
it's
because now it's 8.
1.62. Okay?
Yeah,
So where the fuck do you think that you're going to coordinate a billion and a half people to suddenly walk out of work? I like we're talking about more people that
you know
are
what?
living in the United States right now.
I think, like, think about it. Is it more probable to coordinate 20% of humans on Earth to stop working for a month, or for somebody or for a group of people to get as wealthy as Elon Musk
Okay,
without
yeah, I think that mine is more realistic, and I'll tell you why. Because just like you were saying, who's gonna stop me from doing this? Who's gonna stop me from who do you think is gonna try to stop you from convincing 20%, 1.6 billion people that they should quit work on fucking Friday?
the capitalist, of course.
Okay, exactly. So who do you think is
Yeah, but
gonna? So how are you? Let me
your
ask you this: how are
your
you gonna spread that
system,
message? How are you gonna
your
spread that
system,
message?
in any way that I can,
Okay, and who do you think is gonna try to stop you?
the capitalists.
Okay, so we're at the same problem. We both have the same problem.
No, because even if you succeed, the capitalists can just ignore you.
Okay, so they can just ignore you too.
No, they cannot. They cannot avoid 20% of people stop working. They cannot.
Oh gosh.
No, they cannot avoid that. Economy crashes, their stocks is now completely worthless.
Completely worthless. So
Yeah,
you don't think if where I worked at 20% of the people left, right? You think that we wouldn't be able to fucking pick up the slack for the rest?
worldwide, yes. Not in your company, but worldwide, of course.
I mean, the short is
That
gonna
would
be
cause recession at a
there's
level that
gonna
is
be
absurd.
yeah, it's gonna yeah, and who do you all the people that are gonna go on strike are also going to like feel the effects of that.
Okay, tell me. The economy crashes. Now,
So
what
wait,
happens?
hold on. The capitalists can act. So yeah, they can actually ignore you. You want to know why? Because of what you said earlier. Jeff Bezos can just sell his shit and just run.
His
There-
shares no longer grants him anything.
No,
It
he's
can only
already did
crush
it.
the.
He already did it. He already sold his shares.
Okay, now we decide that money doesn't work anymore.
What? How
What
the
is
fuck
gonna
you
do?
do that? How the hell you do that?
Stalin did it. You get enough people. You can just do something else, actually. You don't have to erase money. You just have to create a new currency
Oh my
and
god.
use that instead.
So we're just talking about reinventing capitalism. Like what are you
No,
talking
no.
about?
My system, my way of resisting capitalism works even if I were not a communist, because I can just decide that, okay, you know what, money is not that bad, but I'm just gonna use another type of money. I'm just gonna use I don't know.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, uh, worldwide we decide that we use another form of currency than what the billionaires have just cashed in. What they're gonna do? Who now that their money is worthless? What are they gonna do?
I
How are
mean,
they gonna?
good luck. You can always try to do that. You can always try to do that, but you're talking. So what you're talking about is actually way more absurd than what I proposed, which is just like subtly gaining wealth through like
It
realistic
is more
means.
absurd, but mine
Hold on.
works.
No, it doesn't, because you would never. Like you're talking about building a currency that's larger than the U.S. dollar. This is like literally like ever. It's a
Not
glow.
larger.
It's a
Okay,
yeah.
okay. What do you think? What do you think the currency is based on?
The U.S. dollar.
What is it based on?
It's not based on shit no more. We got off the gold
No,
standard.
it's based on the trust if you if you use it to pay something, the people will actually do the things that you paid them for. That's how any currency works.
Yeah, but it was just
That's what
linked to
currency
gold.
are for.
It was just linked to gold before, which is really just kind of fucking stupid anyway.
Yeah,
What value does gold inherently have?
people
None.
linked no people linked the value to gold because it was a resource that for everybody else was valuable. That's the thing. If you just decided that gold
Let me ask you
didn't wasn't
what
valuable,
that gold is also invaluable, just as you say the money is. What use is that gold is currency just as much as that dollar? The only reason that we use the dollar is because we don't fucking want to walk around with gold bricks in our fucking pockets all the time.
exactly.
I don't use the gold. That gold also has no inherent value to me. It's a resource, yeah, that's limited, and we use for fucking jewelry. Like that's it. And
No,
like
gold is used in a lot of collateral, but
and electronics and whatnot.
the
But
reason
still,
why gold was used is because most people, most countries found that it was a reliable form of wealth. If you had gold, you were wealthy. That's how it worked. It as it works now, it's just a way to make people think you're wealthy. That's how it always works. That's what money is. Instead of showing you the thing, instead of let's say demonstrating that I'm like wealthy, there's the demonstration of my wealth.
so
$1.
what are you gonna base the value of your currency on?
I'm just gonna say that it's $1. I'm just gonna call it another thing.
You're gonna base it on the
Now,
value of the dollar?
no, I'm gonna base it on the value of the countries that I basically this I'm talking about a worldwide revolution here.
Mm-hmm.
If a worldwide revolution happens and we change the value of the money, or better, we just don't use money at all, then the capitalists cannot do shit. there's no escaping. There's no doing anything. They cannot do anything now. It's over. We won.
So what can you do?
Spread communism as much as possible.
That's
That's
it?
the only
No,
thing
I'm
we
saying
can
like
do.
what can the average worker do without money?
Join a union.
And
Join a union and
and do
make
what?
people until you're big enough. Just sit.
Just sit?
When you're big enough, just do it.
Do what?
Stop working.
So what do
Make the
you
economy crash.
how do I know when it's my time to when I'm big enough?
20% or more. It's
No,
based on the
no. I'm
things that
saying
you do. It
we're
can be
saying
much less.
you're in power now, or worldwide
Yeah,
revolution, right?
yeah.
We already took the power from the communists or
From the
from the
capitalist.
capitalists. Yeah, my bad. So what do we do once we take the power from them?
Okay, we decided that we are still gonna use money because it would be very strange to suddenly stop using money. We are just gonna do exactly what you want to do. We are gonna make all the things that you want to make, all the good things that you want to do, except there is no capitalist class. The world works fine without a capitalist class. You cannot bring an example of why the capitalists are necessary.
So you're
Do
just
you?
saying like we're just gonna go over to the. So is there still gonna be a state?
For the first times, yes. I
Is there
believe that the state should not exist, but
no classes, no complete equality?
if you still have money, you cannot have complete equality. But we are gonna work towards that.
Let's say we abolish money. Well, we'll give you
Yeah.
whatever you, concessions you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
You abolish money. How do you deal with religion?
Religion? What?
Yeah, you don't believe in
How is that a
hierarchy.
problem?
You believe in hierarchies, or are you a hierarchical Marxist?
No,
So the religion creates a hierarchy, don't you think?
no. There
No.
can be religion without hierarchies.
Oh, really? Is that what
Yeah.
Marx said?
I don't know. I don't care.
You don't care. I thought you were a
Marx is.
Marxist. You know what it
Do I
says.
have?
You know
Do I
what
have to
Marx thought
be?
about religion.
Yeah, I know. Why should I care? Does his system stop working if I don't do that?
Yeah, because it still creates a hierarchy,
What hierarchy?
bro. You've never seen like how religion creates like influence and they get power. You don't think that
Yeah,
you and you
that's
don't.
democracy.
That's what? It's not based off
Yeah,
anything. Fuck, bro. What?
and every fucking ethical position is based on nothing.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. So you said every
What is?
ethical position is based on nothing?
It's based on what we believe, exactly as religious people.
No, not true.
What do you base your ethics on?
It depends on what moral framework you use. I'm a consequentialist utilitarian, and I use a logical framework.
So you chose to use that framework. Why?
Well, I mean, I've always like thought this way, but like the reason why
Exactly.
I mean that's not why I choose to hold this framework, but like I'm just it's just an observation. But
That's the problem.
why I choose to hold this
Things
why I choose to keep this moral framework is because it's beneficial, it's progressive, it advances society, and it's
How do
objective.
you
It's
define? The
objective.
thing
That's
is,
why it's objective. It's not subjective. Logic is objective.
how do you define if something is good objectively? How do you do that? Good is a
Logic.
objective term.
Logic.
No, it's not.
What?
What if I said that for me, a world in which everyone is able to kill everyone is a good world? How do you argue against me?
What? Where a world where you think that killing people is a good thing? How do I
Yeah,
argue against
I
that? Because
believe that committing homicide is good, actually.
oh, that's pretty easy. It goes completely against fucking human evolution and survival. It's
I
completely
don't
anti.
believe in that. I believe that it is good for humans to go extinct.
Well, you can believe that, but you'd be wrong objectively.
Also,
Well, I mean, if there's no humans, then there's no people here to fucking do anything.
I believe that it should be that way. That is my end goal, ending humanity.
Well, that's just
I
wrong.
think it is good. How do you counter me?
All right. Oh boy.
That is the
Well,
point.
I'm a utilitarian.
Good,
Like I don't
yeah, you
see.
can
There's no utility.
explain.
There's no utility
you-
in that. There's no utility in that.
Why would I use utility to do good, to measure good?
To measure good?
You cannot. Good is
No.
subjective.
Well, no. Hold on. That's not true. What you're talking about is more relativism, right? It can be
Yeah.
subjective, right? Because what might be perceived good to me might be good or might be bad to someone else. That's moral relativism.
Yeah.
That's not that's somebody that's using a different moral framework.
Yeah.
If everyone was
No.
to use my moral framework, right? If everyone was to abide by my moral framework, then that wouldn't be considered a good thing to kill everyone because that doesn't align with the moral framework.
Exactly. So how are you gonna? That was my point. That was my point. If you use your moral framework, that's the point.
What? What's the point? Please articulate it.
That if people don't use your moral framework, you cannot you can make a rational explanation of your moral framework, but if people just don't want to use it, you cannot argue with them, right? You
Yeah,
cannot.
I can educate them.
How they think that it is actually good to kill people. How are you gonna educate that? They think that the end of
Well,
humanity is
there's a lot of work to begin there, but I mean, I'm not a fucking behavioral psychologist, so I don't really know the mechanisms as to what causes somebody to believe that. But
Mhm.
I would say I would start by like showing them that there's obviously like a lot more to than just fucking I don't know trying to fucking kill everyone. I don't know, like
Okay, my point
you're
is that
asking me a very specific
people,
question that
okay,
like
no, people that are religious don't work in another framework than I do. Not at least on a
and that's a
certain thing.
problem. That's a problem. We're not on the same page.
They work on the same page. Most people work on the same page.
Not on the same moral
Only
fucking
very
page.
strange individual. Like, think about it. Do religious people think it's, for example, good to end humanity? No, right?
No, hold on. Certain religious people think that it's good to end certain parts of humanity. Okay, there's plenty of fucking racist fucking religious people out there. Okay,
There's a lot of non-religious racist people.
you
out
can be religious and be whatever you want, just like you can be atheist and be whatever you want. Because
Okay, then
if
why is religion bad, especially?
because
Why can
because if we abide by a religious system, right, that allows for only like you can only do like there's no way to have accountability in that sort of system. But in a secular system, there is definitely like we have laws, right? And those are secular, right? So we can
Okay,
provide
what if the law is wrong?
the laws. Well, we do in a democracy we determine what the law is. It's determined based
Yeah,
off our morals.
we are in a democracy
Then
already.
that's why we amend our laws.
What do you think is more of a the merit of democracy right now? Having religious people or having capitalists? Just a question.
What do I think is
Just
more
just a
important?
quick question.
What do I think is more important to removing?
Yeah, not right now. Would you, if you could press a button and one says capitalists just stop existing and what they own goes to the
Hmm.
state and a state that is democratized.
Let me let
So
me let me look up one thing real quick. Hold on. I think I might have an answer to this. Oh,
Mhm.
I'm leaning towards pushing the button of religion because I'm pretty sure that religion has caused way more deaths
In
than
America. Oh,
no.
wait, wait,
I'm
wait,
talking all
wait, wait,
time. I'm
wait.
talking all time. Talking
Okay,
all time.
what do you think that in America for the first like 50 or 60 years was religion right leaning or left leaning?
I don't know. I would say probably right leaning.
No, it was left leaning. They were
Oh yeah, they were because they were all about
compared.
freedom. Yeah, they were very left. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so you can hold a religious view. I think it's better to not have religion, but I wouldn't outlaw religion like why?
Because
Why would I
religion.
outlaw religion?
So because religion has caused a lot of harm. So let me. There's like estimates of like this shit like killing like billions of people
But
because of
was
like
it religion or
yes,
was it
yes, it was religion because there's been plenty of like a majority of the wars that we have fought had a religious fucking reason behind them. We've had literal fucking religious
you know
crusades.
what is a pretext? You know what a pretext for a war is?
What do you mean by that?
A pretext is what let's say maybe is the let's say an official cause of a war when the unofficial cause of a war is what matters. Do you think that the the reason why we had World War One was because a duke got killed?
No, it was because fucking religion.
What religion?
It was because it was what was Hitler? What was Hitler? Probably a Christian, right?
World War One?
He was what was Hitler an atheist?
No.
What was he?
Uh, I think he was a pagan. He believed in those like old myths of German superiority.
Exactly. So he followed a religion, okay, and
No,
he
he followed a thing without logic.
yeah, that's what religion is.
Not always.
Yeah, no, always believing in
How is it
God is
always?
because believing in God is illogical. I was just having this debate.
Also,
So, all right, so why do you believe in God? We can definitely get
I
into that.
don't.
You don't believe in God? Oh well,
No.
I mean it's
Okay,
gonna be
I
kind of
would
hard.
have to make the argument for someone who believes in God. Let's say I do.
Okay, let's say you believe in God. If you believe in God, there's no
Mhm.
evidence to support the existence of anything supernatural, right? So if you're going
Okay.
to take that position of saying, I believe this thing exists despite there being a lack of evidence, faith, then that's literally just a God of gaps fallacy right there.
Hmm.
You're filling in a phenomenon or phenomenons that you can't explain anything about that you think. that God has had a influence in the world. Any type of
Okay, so if I use this God to justify things that are good, wouldn't I be just good?
if you use a God to justify things that are good,
Yeah,
well, I mean, sure. Yeah, you would just be good at the end of the day. It wouldn't have been the God that made that thing good.
yeah, it wouldn't have been God, but I would be good.
If you did an actual good thing, yes.
Okay, then you don't have a problem with religion. You have a problem with people doing bad things for like without like you don't care
No,
if
no. So here's
they
my
are logically sound. You just care that they did a bad thing.
no, but the thing about religion is that religion is completely subjective. It cannot be objective, right? When you read a religious script, you have to interpret it, right? When I read a Bible
Yeah.
verse, I have to interpret it. Anytime you're interpreting something, that is completely subjective. So let's say I read a verse that says God, God wants, God, I don't know, God loves the earth or some shit, right? Like that. If
Every
I
interpretation of ethics is the same. Everyone has their personal ethic that they follow, religious
mm,
or non-religious.
no, not everyone. It depends on what moral framework you have. And I can give you an example of that with a moral dilemma. We'll discuss a moral dilemma. But gosh, you fucking subtracted me from this subject. Sorry. Uh,
Mm.
what was I saying? I got bad short-term memory.
You were trying to tell
Oh
me
yeah,
how.
I remember. So
Mm.
religious texts, when you interpret them, they're subjective. Like if I'm reading a verse and let's say the verse says God loves the earth, right? Just a random
Mhm.
verse. If I read that and since I have to interpret it, that could mean anything. I could read that verse and say, "Oh, God said he loves the earth, so therefore that means he loves the earth only for himself and I got to wipe everything else out." Or I could interpret that as, "Oh, God loves the earth. Maybe we should just work on making the environment better." Like you could interpret it however you want. And that's the problem with religion. Because anyone can read any fucking verse. It doesn't matter what the fuck it says. They could just read it and say, "Oh, obviously this is what it means," not the literal words that are printed right here. And that's the whole problem with it. Anyone can just make up whatever they want. They don't need logic when it comes to religion.
So you're saying that basically religious people can justify anything
Yes.
just because of God.
Yes, according to their own. Well, that not they can't actually justify it, but they they do that. Yeah, they will. To them, it's
Yeah, they
justified.
just say,
Yeah, to them it's justified, but not to
yeah,
me.
so basically they are doing something that they are already taught, because if you're seeing it in a certain way, it means it was already in you. Like it was something that you already believed in, and you're just using God as a justification because you don't have another justification for it. Then like you can say, instead of God, you can say it's because I think so. That's the same argument. You
You
just
can you can say that for whatever religion you want. You can't do that with atheism. Like if I want to
yes, I
say,
can.
All right, then do that with science. I'd love to see you tell me that when you interpret 1 + 1 = 2, that it actually means 1 + 1 = 1 to you, and then actually I want you to make it actually equal 1, please.
I don't have to make it actually equal 1.
Yeah, you do, because that's why you can't. That's why you can't do like. That's why you can't just put your personal opinion into it. You would have to prove why 1 + 1 = 1, and if you actually want to
No,
change it.
no. Basically, atheism works exactly the same as a religion in one way.
No.
If you use science to justify ethics, then you're using science as a religion.
No.
For example, if I say, for example, something that is actually used by atheists, I believe that transgender people are just not natural. They are a very minority, and well, I just think they're unnatural. That they should just stay with the others. They shouldn't be a normal.
That's not what science says. Science, they can say that all they want, but that's not what the science actually says. Science never says that they aren't natural and that they need to stay over there. That's just something that that person came up with
Okay,
on their
then
own.
I'm gonna make it more scientific for you. Since they are a minority, I don't think we should use tax money to pay for them.
That's also
We
not.
shouldn't.
That's not what science says.
Why? What science says about using tax money to help trans people?
So we're talking about minorities because you specifically talked about minorities. So
Yeah.
yeah, so there's plenty of evidence that shows that helping minorities is beneficial for the economy, and I'll cite that. I'll cite evidence for you.
Hmm. Then why do atheists have this opinion?
Why do who?
Why do atheists
Atheists?
have this opinion? Yeah,
Because of
they do.
their political ideology, not what they believe about fucking God whatsoever. It has nothing to do with that. It's their political ideology.
I can make the same argument about religion too. They are just seeing this because of their political ideology. Religion has nothing
No,
to do with it.
no. Well,
If they are,
their political ideology does have a factor into it, but a lot of people will base their political ideology off of their religion. That's the whole
if you
fucking
think,
problem.
if you think that, and if you think rightfully so, that anything you can basically believe in anything based on religion, then religion has no real effect.
Why
It
do you
just
why do you think that the far right wants to outlaw abortion? Why do you think that they want to do that? What do you think their like main
because they
argument?
want to control women,
They want to.
not because they believe in God.
Oh, you've never heard anyone on the right talk about all lives are equal and that as soon as somebody's
Okay, okay,
born
okay.
that they're annulled by
Where
God.
No, no, no. Where is in the Bible said that abortion is wrong?
I don't know. Talk to a fucking
Nowhere.
religious person. They justify this shit all the time. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
this is exactly, but this is why they do what they do because they think they've been fucking misinformed to believe that just because you're alive in any capacity that God wants you to stay alive and that we need to fucking force women to have those babies because God said so.
Okay. What if they were misinformed, but instead with religion, with the science, with bad science?
That
What
oh
about it?
so, okay, yeah, I got a perfect response to that. When that happens, that can't get spread into a widespread issue because we have something in the scientific process called peer review. Okay, nothing that is uncredible will ever make it to the mainstream. And
So,
if it does, then it gets corrected later on. Eventually, somebody fucking comes up with something that's actually correct, and then that becomes accepted because it can be tested, and it becomes accepted as the new norm.
would you say that then how, like, this works for things that are strictly scientific? For example, gravity works. Hmm. I- It works. Everyone can test that it works, but there are things that it's for the normal person is basically impossible to prove. For
Like,
example, For example, if there is a study in your country that says trans people bad, for whatever reason, they'll make a believable things out of science, and basically they just, or maybe they use actual science and then they latch like their political ideology into it. They'll say like only 1% of like trans people are, let's say, only 1% of people are trans. This means nothing scientifically, like it's just data. But they'll make something up out of trans people being only 1%.
That's why
Or
we
like
have peer review. These people will review the methodology of the study as they do all the time. We've seen
no, they'll
plenty
just
we've seen plenty of uncredible studies where they try to use fucking unrelevant information. Like this is well accounted for in the scientific community. Like these are well-known concepts. People know that there's fucking
yeah.
bad science. It's called pseudoscience. Yeah, people know about that it
Okay.
exists, and
No,
we
no, no.
haven't.
I'm saying that based on science, people can still make something up to make it bad ethically.
Sure, they can make it up, but that doesn't bring any sort of credibility to science whatsoever. Science
Yeah,
basically,
science is not affected by this.
yes, not at all.
I'm not debating science. I'm debating atheists in this scope, or at least I'm debating why religion is so different from like you're literally saying, instead of getting rid of the people who actually have power and are actually making the world worse, let's just ban religion. Like, doesn't make sense to me. Like, for do you have scientific data on if if religious people are like have worse political take than the rest?
Do I have? You know what I do have? I have. I
What?
have. I have. I have studies that link lower education early on to conservatism, and prejudice. So, and
You know,
I would.
there's a lot.
So wait,
You
did
know
I? Did,
what the difference between the Christian faith in the like a thousand, like and the Muslim faith was?
the what?
The Christians and the Muslim in the uh, 100, in the 100s. What made it different? What was the main difference
What back
between
then?
those two? Yeah,
Like
back then.
the main difference? I don't fucking know. What? Just
The main difference that made the Arab countries more wealthy, more intellectually, let's say, used than them. Why did those countries won wars against them?
why did they have wars against each other?
No, I'm talking about why were they better in that singular amount of time? Why? What made it that way?
I'm confused on what you're asking.
Okay, basically this is a fact. In the Islamic countries in around those times, it was believed that science was actually pretty good. It was a pretty good way to get closer to God. It was believed that by finding out what God made, it would be better.
Uh huh.
Basically, it was a religion that encouraged science.
Right.
And that
Okay.
was the reason why, in that amount of time, the Muslim world was the better part of the world in that area. They
So,
had they were better because their belief was that science was good, but instead of like believing it just because they put God in the mix.
Okay, but you're just like kind of affirming my position that science is good for people, and that like
Yeah, I
okay,
know. There's
okay,
a lot of religious people that believe that.
yeah, well, but what, that believe in science?
Yeah,
No, not
a
all the
lot
way,
of them do.
obviously. Not all, I don't think you can believe in
Wait,
science
you
and
can disprove God?
huh?
You can disprove God? You have evidence that God doesn't exist?
Scientifically, no, but that's not what I'm talking about. I think that the people that believe in God and say that they believe in science obviously aren't educated enough to understand what
Why?
because here I'll back the where is this fucking hold on, we're gonna watch a YouTube video real quick. I'm gonna try to skip to a certain part.
Uh,
Are you able to see the YouTube thing?
yeah,
Okay.
well, I can interact with it. It's pretty cool. Did they add this feature recently?
I don't know. I'm kind of new to Discord, so I'm not
I think
sure.
they did.
I don't fucking know how to spell this man's name.
Are you a LOL fan or are you an Arcane fan?
Arcane? Oh, what's that?
The anime based on LOL.
Oh, I'm not into anime.
But you're into League?
League? I'm not League of Legends? No, I don't play that.
Why do you have them in your recommended?
Who?
Wait,
Oh,
what the fuck
oh,
is this?
oh, that no, you're looking at your screen, I think. I'm looking up a video right now.
Wait, what the fuck is happening then?
That you just started playing that. That's on your screen. You just put it
It
up on
was
mine.
your... but okay, I
No,
don't understand then. How does this work? How
I'm
does this
looking.
feature work?
You're looking at your own screen. I'm looking at. I just looked up something about Neil deGrasse
Full
Tyson.
story of Wormhole? No. What the fuck is this? Can you just share your screen, please?
I'm trying to. I'm trying to look up this video. Here. How do I'm trying to.
Do you
There.
believe in God?
So,
All right.
in the West, 2/3 of all
You need to
scientists
stop this activity and click on share.
I don't think this.
Click on share.
Yeah. Like, just link me the video. I'm sharing
I got
it.
it. I got it.
Okay,
You see that?
I see it.
Okay. All right. Are you able to hear the volume too?
This is the point he wanted to make. I just think he figured that out. The Jewish God, they're all years, and you get to Islam in what's the golden period of Islam. In that period, algebra was invented. Algorithm is an Arabic word. World 1. In the science participants on the frontier of scientific discovery. And it is a cost that exists to this day. There is 1.3 billion Muslims in the world today who are not participants on the frontier of scientific discovery. What's the best measure of this? Just check out the Nobel Prizes. I tallied them, okay? How many Jews have won the Nobel Prize? In the sciences, here they go. 25% of all Nobel Prizes in the sciences are won by Jews. How many Jews in the world? About 15 million, tops? 15 million? How many Muslims in the world? 1.3 billion, which is huger, way huger than 15 million. How many Muslims have won the Nobel Prize in the sciences? 2.5. 2. I can't bring myself to call economics a science. I'm sorry. I just can't. I've tried. I've really tried. I'm sorry. That's how many. And the physics one was a Pakistani physicist, not a Middle Eastern physicist. So, Jews have 50 times the number of Nobel Prizes. They're 1/80th of the population of the Muslims. It's 4,000 times the impact. I lose sleep every night wondering how many secrets of the universe lay undiscovered because 1/7, what's the population?
Hold on, I'm just trying to figure out if he's actually talking about.
Do you know that it makes my point?
I'm trying to find the part where. Gosh. Oh, it's right here. Fuck. All right. Here we go.
You understand, scientists?
This is it. This is the part I was trying to show you. My bad. That was completely the wrong part.
If you answer yes to that, you're religious by anybody's definition, because your understanding of a deity is that that deity is monitoring your daily affairs. So that's unambiguous. About this number's dropped in the last couple of years, but it's about 90%. Turns out if you go to college and get an advanced degree, a master's or a doctorate, where these are degrees where you actually question the state of existing knowledge. The undergraduate degree doesn't really do that. You're learning from textbooks that are written by somebody else. Your doctrines are already there. The higher degrees imply that you are questioning the very fabric of the knowledge you had previously learned. Among that community, it's 60%. It has dropped. Well, that's interesting. Let's keep going. How about scientists of all stripes? So biologists, chemists, let's include engineers as well. People who have formal scientific training, mathematicians as well. Okay, what happens next? Drops to 40%. Now, if you look at this number, it looks like, wow, so scientists, the public is 90%, scientists are 40%. No, the drop is not that significant because every scientist has an advanced degree. So in fact, the drop is not from 90 to 40, the drop is from 60 to 40. So becoming a scientist is not as big an effect on whether you're religious as you might otherwise think. Most of the drop comes because you're educated beyond the level of college. So that's 40%. So now you go to elite scientists, members of the National Academy, highly accomplished subset among scientists, the number drops to 7%. There was a headline in Nature, the British journal Nature, which said, after this study was released, 93% of elite scientists reject God. So that was supposed to be a shocking headline. And I look at that and I said, that's not even interesting. That was the trend line anyway. What's more interesting, which was not the headline, is that 7% of elite scientists pray to a god. Isn't that a more interesting fact to you? Isn't that kind of interesting? The most accomplished scientists in the world, in that community, 7% of them still pray to a personal god. I think that is deserving of more study than the 93% who don't. Because something's going on there. We don't know what. And I have confronted people on this. I would say to the most sort of vociferous in the atheist community, I would say, you're beating the public over the head, telling them, why are you doing that? And I'm thinking, before you beat the public, why don't you beat them over the head, okay? No, I'm just saying, if you're gonna rank, if you just, because that,
Okay.
you
I
understand
pretty
that
much get
first, because if you can't convert
things
that
from the video.
7%,
Well, I want to skip to just the screen right here because it goes further. Religious philosophers under 1%, under 1%. I mean, as you go up, the
That
number,
doesn't make sense.
it makes perfect sense. As you become more educated, you become less religious. There's a link between that
Do you
statistically.
mean no? Because obviously people who are religious are not like educated in religion would be considered philosophist. They are doing the same thing. It's obvious why religious philosophers are lower. It's
What?
obvious.
Why? What?
Because religion already has an ethic. There is a split between religion and philosophy. That there was a split, there still is. They are doing the same thing with two different names.
Still, it's you don't see that you're but you're getting caught up on philosophy. But like I think that it's a lot
And
more.
do the next one then. Let's see the next
No,
one. The
that
next
was where it ended. But
one.
what about the 7%? You don't think that
I
is?
I think the more you are, I want in your in your scenario, I just need to educate people. No, if I educate people, much less people are much less people are gonna be religious, right?
What that educated people are gonna be less religious? Yeah, I mean it's just a fact.
Yeah, then why do I need to outlaw religion if I just can educate them?
Well,
Why do I need to outlaw them?
you don't necessarily need to outlaw it, but you need to make like a system that enables like a complete separation of church and state.
Which I never was in favor of.
Well, I mean, I don't think that the
What was the
focus.
point then?
I mean, It sounded to me like you were saying that we need like to.
No, you said that my communist ideal would fail because of religion or
Yeah,
something.
because it creates a hierarchical structure. You can't have perfect equality under a hierarchical structure.
Why does it create a hierarchical structure?
Because the influence there's literally a hierarchical structure to religion. You have like the priests at the top, and you got fucking the little ministers or
You can
whatnot.
have no. You can have a pretty democratic religion. It's just that
A
religion,
democratic religion.
yeah, the
Uh,
church. What is the
we don't.
main?
Please give me an
No,
example
it's
of a
pretty easy
democratic
how to
religion.
create a democratic religion. Yeah.
I don't see many people following your vote for Pope 2020 or fucking
Hmm?
religion. I've never seen that
Do
religion.
you,
As far as I know,
more
Christian.
than 50% of Americans did not vote in these elections.
I'm talking about religion.
Yeah, and I'm saying to you, it's a system problem, not a people's problem. Not a religion problem either. It's just the system is not working. If I can
Religion
make a
is just
system,
one of those problems. The religion is not the sole problem. You
I,
think I'm just saying that religion is the only problem? No, I'm saying that
I mean, what? Okay, then tell me another problem because this doesn't seem to be the end of communism.
well you also have other people that are like you can't remove inequality. There's going to be other people that are racist as well. How are you gonna perfectly educate everyone? Because that's the problem at the end of the day. If you don't educate everyone, there's going to be people that are racist. Just like there was in the there was a
I
lot of
am not.
racism
I'm not
in the
for
USSR.
abolishing government. I'm just for abolishing state. These are not the same thing.
Yes, but you're still gonna have uneducated people that do uneducated bullshit and fuck up what you got going
Yeah,
on.
I just have to have the majority of people recognizing that this is bullshit and not doing it, not following them.
The majority. So now we're not talking about 20% anymore. Now we're talking about over 50.
I just need 20% of workers to go on strike to crash the economy, then the capitalists are either gonna help us, which they never did, or they're gonna turn on us, and then we revolt. I mean,
But
if the capitalists
how
will
does
use
this?
their
How
wealth to
does
fix
this?
the economy, good for you.
How does this get you to get 50%, the majority of people, as you say, to to be educated? How do you get like?
Not educated, pro my revolution, then they get educated.
Yeah, so like you don't need 20%, you need 50%.
It's democracy, isn't it? Like we need at least 50% to do anything.
Okay, but like I don't
We are
see how.
talking about ending capitalism. We are not
Okay,
talking about.
and so how do you plan on spreading this idea without people, so like the capitalists? Let's say you want to do your revolution, and the capitalists spread
Exactly like
paint you as a
Martin
terrorist.
Luther King did.
What? Go as a martyr?
Peaceful protesting. There are a lot of ways to do it.
Martin Luther King just went out as a martyr. That was what he did.
Yeah, do the same.
So you're just gonna be a martyr.
Yeah, if it needs to be.
I don't see that as achieving shit. Plenty of people have gone out as being martyrs. I think my plan of just
Martin Luther King
abiding.
achieved.
I think my
I think it
plan.
was something that was impossible at the time. It was considered impossible to end segregation at the time.
Well, I think that my plan of abiding by a legal system to enact change through legal means and slowly building upon that process over time is a lot more realistic than getting people to get off their ass and start a fucking revolution. Because
I mean, they don't have to start a revolution. They
you
just have
can't
to do
even get
nothing.
people to get off their ass to fucking to
Martin Luther
do
King
jack
did.
shit.
Martin Luther King put people on the street.
He
Back
did it.
then,
Hold on.
they were getting shot.
Did he put 50% on the street though? Hell no.
No,
Hell
he
no.
put a large amount of the black population that was roughly around like 10% or something, even less, I think. Yet it was still successful because you know what happened? The state brutalized them, went against them, and the majority of the people said, fuck this. This is not good. Why are we killing them? Why are we brutalizing them? It doesn't make sense. They are like us. Why are you killing them? The same thing that if let's say the state were to force people back to work, there would be person that a majority of people said, what, if I stop working then you're gonna do this? What the fuck?
What what do you think stop working and do this is? Because do this would just imply that they just hire somebody else. Because
That is
that's what
like,
usually the corporations try to do when their workers revolt,
yeah,
is they try to fire them and just
not
move on.
20%. If 20% decide to just not work and not get re-employed, you're not gonna have enough. You're not gonna replace them. You cannot replace them. You tell me
Well,
what the amount of homeless people are in America right now,
look,
if you know.
I gotta get off here. We've been going at this for a little while.
Yeah, okay.
We can continue this later. But
Mm,
I we've been going at that. What? How long have I been recording?
a lot.
I've been
2 hours and a half.
you've been keeping track.
I mean, it was 9. It's
Yeah.
a pretty good way to keep track.
Yeah. So yeah, we've been on here for a little while. I got another debate in like an hour, so I'm gonna have to take a little pause.
Is it, what is it about?
The next one is gonna be with a philosophical zombie about. Let me see what his prompt
Don't do
is.
it.
What?
Cancel the troll.
Why? Because he's gonna.
He's a literal troll.
I know, but I'm gonna get him because
You're gonna hate your life.
I know I've already tried to debate with him before in text chat, but I'm gonna call him out on a bunch of his bullshit.
Please don't. Like, he's actually just not gonna listen. I tried.
Oh no,
I
I know.
spent
I'm
3 hours
I'm
of
not.
my life.
I know. I'm not expecting a good faith debate out of talking to him, but like I've had a lot of bad faith debates, so like I'm mostly doing it for the content. I'm not gonna lie. I wanna get him on recording saying some crazy ass shit because he already consented. So if if he says some
Okay.
crazy ass shit, that's on him. You feel me? And let's just get a nice little clip
He
out of
will. He
that.
will. He will.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a
Just keep
win-win.
it short.
It,
Keep
it's
it
a
short. Just
it's a
let
yeah
him say his bullshit and then leave it.
yeah.
Don't waste 3 hours.
I'll probably end up doing that. All right,
Okay.
man. I'll see you later.
Good luck.
Peace. All right. So that was the second debate. I'm taking another little break. Uh, I don't think I'll end the stream because I've been going on for a while now. Yeah, the stream's been going on for 4 hours, so I'm not ending it because I want to keep this all in one. But I'm gonna take a little break, and then when I get back, I guess I can prepare a little bit for the next debate and figure out what we're gonna do, how we're gonna approach, and yeah. So I'll be right back. Give me like 10 minutes. All right. All right. Next debate is in an hour, so just gonna chill and prepare. Till then, what the fuck did he want to debate on? It's fucking social democracy, some bullshit. I think social democracy is about crime. They just want crime. Everyone just wants crime. What's these guys doing? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Jesus Christ. That shit was loud. Oh look. They even put a little thing. Oh, there's gonna be some people. We got some people. Yeah, we watch my debate. What did he want to debate? What was our agreed upon? No, that's easy. He's B. Come on. Social democracy through a balanced economy promotes both innovation as. How are you gonna argue against that? I'm so curious how these people do this. Their arguments are just fucking horrible. We'll see though. Oh shit. Alright. I don't think there's really much for me to prepare for. Oh, shit. Alright. Hold on. Shit, I'm fucking yawning. Getting tired. I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna play a game. I don't know what game to play though. Oh, can I play this? Oh yeah, give me that. Play some City Skylines. Skitty. Fucking, I can't talk.
and it's not the most.
I'm like it a lot in politics, in government, maybe a little bit of transgenderism and gender.
And it's not the most.
I'm like it a lot in politics, in government, maybe a little bit of transgenderism and gender. I'm about to restart this shit. Oh, here it is. $5. We just hit the 5 hour mark. Holy shit. Oh, fucking update. Hmm. Well, this is gonna take a minute to update, so my connection's gonna be shitty until then. Might just end the stream. Oh no, I just got to 5 hours. I don't want to do this shit. Oh, yeah, you're gonna get some buffering. Some of you. Well, the one person that decided to join. I'm trying to play some Battlefield here, but I don't think I'm gonna have enough time before the next debate starts. Might as well just get ready. I got fucking what, 10 minutes? Yeah, so that's just gonna take more than 10 minutes to start. How fast are we going? Doesn't even say. Limited download rate. Fuck no. Unlimited. That shit is stuck. Why is it not? Whatever. It's because I'm streaming. Just pause it. It's just fucking up the stream. There's no point. Alright. Where the fuck is this guy at? Not you. Where's, yeah, there you go. 10 minutes and then this debate starts. We're debating. What's the topic on the screen? Nothing on here. This motherfucker took the dumbest fucking proposition. I don't know how the fuck you're gonna argue that social democracy does not promote fucking innovation and social welfare mixed with fucking capitalism. I don't see how that's gonna work at all, but we'll find out, I guess. I'm smoking real quick. Gotta get that weed. Gotta get that gas. Fuck, it's cold. Literally 10 minutes left. I gotta find a way to put some music on. This shit is fucking stupid with no music. I gotta find some like copyright free music. Let me look something up. What the fuck? Getting copyright free music is so fucking annoying. So hard. Oh, stop it. My cat's trying to trick me into giving him treats. It's not gonna happen. You're not gonna get some now, fatso. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Alright. I'm starting this shit. Where's the 1v1? Can you stop it? Just waiting for him to join, I guess. I want to see if I can find some type of copyright-free music. Yo,
Hey,
what's up?
nothing much.
All right, so uh, you wanted to debate, what was it, social democracy?
Yeah, let me just read what you wrote. Social democracy through a balanced mixed economy promotes innovation and social welfare.
Yep, that's my proposition. So, what would be your argument against that?
What you wanna give like your opening statement?
You can go first. I don't really have like a written out opening statement, but
I don't have one either, but I would say that um, so the innovation part. I'm particularly interested in what you have to say because I actually study that.
so the
I have
in
been studying that.
the innovation is from the capitalism, right? So the capitalism creates the innovation, as we all know, that happens currently in our society. All pretty much most of the innovation comes from capitalism, and
So So not the government or the mixed economy, but the capitalist side.
not all of it comes from capitalism, but there is innovation that comes through capitalism.
So yeah, I would be surprised if you have a lot of points that say otherwise. But so that's great that we can start off this way with regards to social welfare and social democracy. I would just make the case that um, the European model of social democracy, or the economic model of social democracy in Europe, I would say is failing. Um,
So
we in Europe, and I
specifically,
mean, one
what?
second, let me just get the statement across. So in Europe and in the UK, I'm in the UK, we've been essentially stagnant economically since 2008. In fact, in the UK, GDP per capita was higher in 2007 than it is today. Um, we have an issue with uh, a variety of green energy policies that are currently deindustrializing Europe and especially Germany. And it's very difficult for the social welfare element of it to be funded if the economy is not growing. So, for example, the NHS in my country, which is a socialized national healthcare, needs about 4% year on year to fund itself. So each year it needs 4% more and more, and the economy is only growing at 0.1%. So it's effectively unsustainable. And I can make some other points, which I can make throughout the debate, but that's essentially the idea that in practice we've reached the end of the line for this sort of economic and political ideology.
Okay, so I mean, I would disagree with that because you know, you all you cited basically was what's happening in the UK, and but you say the EU model, right? The UK isn't representative of the entire EU. When I would actually say other EU countries like the Nordic countries like Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and I would cite them as examples of socialism working with capitalism to effectively create better quality of life, higher life expectancy, and in those countries also they also rank high in economic uh, innovation.
Okay, I can discuss the Nordics, but first let me answer the point with the EU. I would say that the United Kingdom, while slightly more liberal, is not a million miles away from what any other European nation is. Certainly not in terms of social welfare. I mean, some people will argue, but it's not a million miles away. I would say that more or less the whole continent has pluses and minuses, but they're similar. Um, the EU itself, recently, with regards to the economic stagnation, which is also affecting Europe as a bloc, there was a recent report by the EU on productivity by a guy called Draghi, who basically said that if the EU doesn't change course dramatically and invest a lot more because the European Union is not attracting capital investment from private companies, he sort of recommended that all European countries, which UK is now no longer a part of, invest 5% of their GDP in itself in basically tech companies, and Europe, for example, completely skipped the whole tech industry. They're not competing globally at all. There's some companies here and there, but basically the industry that has the most money, that can afford to pay very high salaries to its employees, that completely bypassed the European Union. So in terms of at least admitting that productivity is bad in the EU from this report that the EU produced, and the fact that things are stagnating and things will seem worse in 2030, uh, I'll have to at least ask if you agree with that. And once we establish that, I can speak specifically about the Nordics.
Uh, well, I mean, what essentially do you want me to agree to?
That the EU as a bloc is stagnating.
Um, I mean, out of,
You want me to specify like
yeah,
economic
a
growth
little
and
more, yeah, because like I mean,
so I'll specify on 2 points: economic growth and productivity, and you know, real
and you're
GDP, if you'd
citing
like. 3 points.
you're citing what as evidence of that?
The Well, you can see for yourself. Real GDP, you can just Google that. Economic growth, if you look at it as a whole, um, some countries do better, some countries do worse, but as a block, it's essentially kind of flatlined. It's UK as an example. At least UK up to 2020 was in the EU, and I mentioned since 2008, and you can cite the report for stagnating productivity, which in turn relates to economic growth and capital investment. If there isn't the possibility of growth, then companies won't invest in the European Union. They'll invest in other countries.
All right, so yeah, I mean, I guess as a whole, I'll say that stagnation is definitely occurring, but I don't see how this relates to socialism, or like a mixed economy, like social democracy as a whole, because
Well, so
you
I
know,
wouldn't call it I wouldn't call social welfare socialism. In fact, I think socialists would, well, socialists they vary, but like I think the more hardcore socialists would be against that, because if you remember, Bismarck in Germany in like 1890 when he decided to install some of these welfare policies. It was to prevent socialism. I think I don't remember the exact quote of what he said. It was something like some sort of Christian Christian something to appease the
Well,
voters so they won't be more socialist. So I wouldn't associate welfare with socialism
well,
outright.
like you said, it varies. So, like, there's different types of socialists. So, like, you know,
Right, but if you would you agree with me that if you put all these welfare policies and they keep delaying the socialist revolution, then that is counter the idea of socialism.
not necessarily because you can, socialists can believe like in different forms of socialism, right? So, like, I'm a socialist because, like, I want I do want the government to like have its role in certain aspects like healthcare. Like, I think that like hospitals should be like publicly owned, not privately owned, and like other stuff. Like, is I think it, I mean, to put it to you like this, right? If your taxes go to paying towards uh police departments, fire departments, you know, why are we for like healthcare, you pay for the, ambulances, usually they're like, public part of the public emergency whatever. And we but as soon as we take that person to, somewhere for care, or even in the prison system, we have privatized prisons over in the US. So, like, why are we privatizing what we do with people as soon as like they're done, asking for help? Well, you would think when you call 911, you're calling the government, but I mean, you're just calling the government for a ride to a private institution in that essence. So I think that these institutions should be publicly owned if we're going to be publicly funding transportation of citizens to them.
Well, I'm not exactly sure with regards. Okay, so I'll just like define what I see as the role of government, I guess, in this context. I think that the police, the court system, the army should be part of the government. I include prisons. I would include prisons in that as well. I don't know why you have private prisons. But basically, the idea is that the government has the monopoly on force, and no one else, like no gangs or militias can, override the government. The government, and there shouldn't be a market in force. I don't believe that you can have a like if you didn't have the government protecting your rights, and then you have to have like a sort of bidding between agencies for protecting your rights. I don't think that is a good idea. That's a longer argument, so that maybe it's
So you
not
believe
worth in this
in
one.
big government or small government?
I believe in a limited role of the government that could be a small or medium-sized government, but the role is more defined, more fixed.
What do you see the government's role as?
Like I said, police, court, army, prisons.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Uh, so I mean,
I mean,
as a
this is the sorry, can I just preface? This is like the ideal, and I probably will never reach the ideal in my lifetime. But and I'm more focused personally on deregulations, and because I see those as very very harmful. But I don't, for example, fight anymore. I mean, I don't exactly fight anymore for reduced taxes, or I would like reasonable taxes. But I fight for like deregulation and perhaps removing government offices that are not needed.
okay, so what if we could essentially? So, do you think that we tax fairly?
I have no idea.
So
You personally, I don't know.
I mean, I would say that we not in the United States. We don't tax fairly, and I feel
Sorry, what is fairly?
uh like equally, like proportionally to your income or your
I don't know if
wealth.
that's I don't know if that's necessarily fair.
You don't think that's
Are you asking me if
necessarily fair?
progressive taxation is a good idea? Is that the question?
I mean, well, so like in the United States, like majority of the tax income comes from like people paying into their Social Security. But then if you look at like the split up, corporations don't pay nearly as much as like, people pay from their like their day-to-day paychecks. I think
Well,
that if we have,
pro-
corporations making billions of dollars, that it shouldn't be that much of a gap.
so corporations, corporations are not well, and I think the corporations are not really an entity in and of itself in this context. They are in other contexts, but in this context, and I think a lot of economists agree with what I'm about to say is that essentially when you tax corporations, you're essentially taxing one or all of three people: the employees, the shareholders, and the customers. Because one of them has to some of them has to fork over the money. The corporation, unless it has like some kind of large war chest which it can pay the taxes of, but like on an ongoing basis, if you increase taxes of corporation,
Yeah,
then it
it would
comes
be
out of those people.
the shareholders.
Okay.
So like like they're so basically the problem with them not my argument would be that the shareholders don't pay their fair share of taxes because they make plenty of income from holding those shares, but I feel like they're not being
But
taxed.
can I just point out that when you say shareholders, the vast majority of people who are shareholders are people who hold pensions.
Well,
Like essentially, if you look at a capitalist economy, you have like a sort of um, I'm not sure if conveyor belt is
not
necessarily
not
the
a,
right word, but that you start your career
it depends
on
on
like
what company we're talking about here.
okay, but I'm talking about in general, like as a human being, you start your career as a teenager at the beginning of your career, right? You work minimum wage and you earn on you or you train yourself or you educate yourself and then you continue your career, you get paid, and then over time, ideally, some of that money goes towards a pension. Those pensions invest in our shareholders or invest in other companies, and they accrue money on your behalf over time, so that when you finish your career and you're about to retire, you become a proper capitalist, as in you stop working and you live off your capital, which is investing in other companies. So those are why, for example, the government doesn't necessarily tax these people too much, and because it's trying to promote capital investment, and capital investment is helpful for everyone.
Well, obviously the money is somewhere within these corporations, wherever they're taking getting their income revenue stream. My focus would be taking the money on the people who have the most, right? So the people who have the most money would definitely be paying the most taxes. That's just that's equal to me because it, there's no reason for like why you can't do that if you're like the wealthiest person. There's no reason why you can't be taxed the most because it's like unless you're using the
So I can
money
give you
to
a
accrue.
reason.
Well, I mean the only reason that I would see to allow somebody to hold, or well I would call it hoard capital, is to like accrue more in having the goal of donating that or using it for some type of charitable reason.
Well, so okay, you have to look at it a bit objectively, right? So a lot of the people who have the most, and if you look at like the top 20 richest people in the world, most of them are successful company founders. They founded the company, and when they founded the company, they own shares in that company. At some point, the company is publicly traded, and the value, and because they hold shares in a lot of shares in their company, then their personal wealth is valued on those paper shares. Basically, what it means is that they hold pieces of paper that other people are willing to pay X amount of money for, and the total amount is their wealth. But that's like basically, speculation on the value of those shares. Um, so if you tax a lot of them don't sell it. They just hold on to the shares either because they want to keep a controlling share in their company, or I don't know, they don't want to get taxed, so they don't necessarily sell those shares. But if you were to tax them on those shares, do you want to tax them even if they didn't sell them?
Even if they did, no. So, well, it would matter what their intent is, like like if you're gonna sell them, then it has to be to with the intent to accrue more capital to eventually use that to donate to a charitable reason, right? So
Okay, but
it
if
if
but right now let's say right now their shares are just in their own company, and once they sell them, they'll have to pay quite a bit of tax, like 30. I don't know, what are you guys on, 37%,
I don't know, but
39%?
let's just say they gotta pay uh what like what would be my
Well, if
stance on that?
39, if it's like, let's say 39%, that's you lose quite a bit, right? So it's not like you withdraw it from the company, and then you invested in somewhere else because you just lost 40%
Well,
anyway. So
my biggest concern is that like there's money being thrown around here, right? Obviously, the problem is we gotta figure out where it's going. I know a lot of it goes passed down through inheritance, and
okay.
I would put a cap on inheritance, like anything over $1 billion, you ain't getting that, you ain't passing that down, because no, why does somebody need more than $1 billion to be passed down to them? I mean, that's just if you can't
Oh,
make
so
it.
what? Sorry, why do rich people need this much money? Is the question?
Well, no, I would just ask like that as like a general question to anyone who would be opposed to putting an inheritance cap at 1 billion.
1 million or 1 billion?
1 billion.
Well, the inheritance tax of 1 billion, I can argue about inheritance tax in the UK because it's not 1 billion.
No, I'm not talking about a tax.
It's half a million, and that kind of like
Uh,
catches
I'm not
almost
talking.
every
I'm not talking
almost
about a
everyone.
tax. I'm talking about a cap.
You know,
Anything,
I oh, okay, so I
any,
understand.
yeah, anything over 1 billion would be given to the government to, or well, donate it to like a charity, basically.
Well, I can make an argument that why we should not tax billionaires and let them keep their money,
How
if
about
you'd like.
what about like passing it down?
Well, let me first make this argument, then I can discuss
Okay,
about passing it down.
okay.
So I would argue that they need that money to invest in other companies, which would be future productive companies. So they can act as either angel investors, or they can act as accumulating a large amount of capital for something that will take many, many years to pay off, and it needs a lot of capital investment upfront, and they're not going to get that money from banks or from governments or anything like that. They need to put the money up front. So, for example, I'll give you two examples. So, for example, Elon Musk wants to fly to Mars, and he has said that he's accruing like all this capital to be able to fund that, because it's not a profitable endeavor that he can get money from investors, because investors won't invest in a potentially money losing prospect, and certainly not governments, because they'll have other priorities, and certainly not, maybe not in even individuals. So he's just accruing capital to be able to achieve his dream of humanity being a spacefaring race. And another example, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, said that if we want to take AI seriously, and we need the infrastructure, and the infrastructure here is a very, very broad term. It's not just graphic cards that process AI. It's a lot of other things.
Yeah, data centers and stuff like that.
He said we need something like $7.3 trillion. So even if you grab like all the billionaires together, that's still not $7.3 trillion. It's not even half that.
Well,
And it's not something anyone else is going to pay. And if we have this investment in AI that will like super accelerate AI for everyone on the planet, then that would be pretty cool.
so I agree that that would be pretty cool, but I think that we have a lot of problems in our world that are more important than just going to fucking Mars. You know, I think that people starving, people homeless on the streets, out in the cold, people dying, people die every day.
Okay, so I understand your point. Can I just ask you something? So here we have, where is your focus basically for society? Are we going to focus on
fixing
Are we going to
the
focus on
biggest.
progressing society
Yes,
forward, or are we going to focus
yes.
on making
So
sure like everyone is equal?
So basically, yes, it would be very progressive. First, we got to fix, the biggest problems: homelessness, people fucking hungry. Education is a big one. We got to get people educated, and as soon as we're at the point where we can confidently say, hey, we're either close as fuck to solving these problems, or we solved them. And then at that point, that's when we can, start funding things like fucking space exploration. I do want to explore. We need to explore space. But we need to build a fucking Dyson sphere so we can, start harnessing the sun's energy directly, and instead of using fossil fuels, use the fucking nuclear fusion reaction going on in the middle, right in our solar system.
Okay, so I would say this. I would say that I'm not entirely disagreeing with your point, but I would say that the most productive people in society know where to invest resources in the most productive way. I don't think the government does that at all. I think it's in fact the reverse. And I would add that, in my opinion, that the issues that you've raised are not issues that more money can solve. I think they're to do with bad bad management or mismanagement and regulations.
So, uh, I would agree that there is a lot of bad regulations, but I would disagree that the government is like less capable than like these billionaires. The government is loaded with cash. Like
Sure.
we spend billions just on like one aircraft carrier. Like
Yeah, the government has more money
like
than most rich people
yeah,
together.
that's like chump change to us. You know what I'm saying? So we got to the moon just to fucking race, Russia, because we wanted to beat
Hmm.
them there. You know,
Yeah.
all it is it's about motive, right? If there's incentive for the government to do stuff, then it can do it.
I don't think it can.
Why not?
I don't think the government can do very much. I mean, besides its the de facto role that I've said it should be doing, I don't think it can do very well other things.
Why not?
It's very inefficient. It's basically a bureaucracy. You're saying, can a fully centrally planned or semi-centrally planned bu bureaucracy be able to carry something out efficiently and in a cost-effective way? And I say no, it cannot.
I mean, but there's evidence that like we can do that. Like I cited us landing on the moon.
So us landing on the moon is a unique case where it was like we had like a particular mission, and we wanted to achieve that. Sorry, the Americans wanted to achieve that, and at the time, Americans had a sort of brain trust of people, like a very talented people that were all on board to get this thing done. Now, the brain trust has definitely moved to the private sector without question, and in fact, I don't think that I would say it's depleted severely in every Western democracy, really, in terms of the bureaucracy. There are some genuinely motivated people in government, but the bureaucracy, the red tape, the complexity, the million and one stages you need to get anything done, which some of them are political, some of them are uh, just very difficult to get approvals for. Yeah, it will be very difficult to get those things done efficiently, and over time they'll just cost more and more, which I can actually point out that things that the government gets in sectors, sorry, in the economy that the government gets involved in, either in terms of regulation, subsidies, taxation, or generally just a, let's just say, high intervention, those sectors of the economy become more expensive over time. I'm thinking healthcare, I'm thinking higher education. Off the top of my head, in the UK and Europe, it will be energy sector. Whereas things that don't have a lot of government interventions, like mobile phones, software, games, communication, computers, those things go down in price over time, which is the default position of a market. You find, you use innovation, you do productivity improvements, things go either the price goes down outright, or it stays the same and there's a lot more improvement to the same, like a lot more value to the same thing.
So I would argue that as you said, like the brain trust, the reason that we got to the moon, I would argue against that because I mean there's still, I don't think that people have like moved to the private sector. I think that like there is a lot of smart people in the private sector, but there's still plenty of people in the public sector as well. I just think that NASA overall, has a very high standard for who they hire. If you want to become an astronaut, it's not you can just something you can do overnight. It's a there's very high standard. You gotta go to college, get your degree. You gotta have perfect vision. You gotta know how to like fly shit. You gotta be in the avionics. You gotta be in the physics, engineering. There's really high bars for getting into NASA, and I think that was the reason why we were able to achieve what we did. I don't think it was just because uh like that we just got like lucky because we just had like people that were just motivated to do it. It was because
Oh, look at it now, right? So NASA couldn't get anything out to space since the Columbia incident in I think 2008, 2010, I forget.
well
And at some
that's
point,
because of lack of
but
funding.
we're just a second. At some point, they went to the private sector, SpaceX being one of them, and said, "Can you please? We'll give you some upfront money to help you get started as investment. Can you please send stuff send satellites to space for us because it's difficult?" And they did SpaceX and BAE and and over time B cost like 80 times more, and SpaceX, which was still a lot cheaper than how much it cost NASA to send someone into space. And then at some point, like SpaceX got to a position where it's 1/12 the price to send something into space than NASA did. And that's not that those improvements are not something you're gonna see in the public sector. In fact, there's no motivation to become more efficient over time in the public sector.
Well, I think that just goes down to like a social systemic problem. Right now, the reason that NASA had so much funding, uh to get to the moon was because everyone was talking about it. Oh, we're gonna go to the moon. Kennedy, you had Kennedy doing his speech. We're gonna go to the moon, and like you said, everything went downhill after the Challenger explosion, which was like a huge tragedy because that was an event that people were excited to see, and it was just bad. That was, but you want to talk about bad luck? That was bad luck because if that was successful, the the hype around space exploration probably would have been pretty well alive. At least with NASA's reputation on the line there, because that really was like a big fuck up in the public perception area. But their main issue with like getting stuff out into space is just like they 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 don't they don't have enough funding. Like they are relying on the government, and
But
without public interest, they're not going to receive
but
funding.
okay, but i- SpaceX is sending stuff into space at one twelfth the price. They don't need as much funding, and plus they're like sending how often are they sending stuff into space now? Like 100 times a year? It's insane. And every time they reverse back on Earth, they reverse it in like a standing position for the rockets, and or like they're caught in like these two giant steel chopsticks in midair. Like that's not something that you could have done with NASA. They wouldn't even need to think about it. Like you just destroy everything, and you land with like a pod or or like a just a ship out of it, and a lot of that isn't reusable. So yeah, if you have these efficiencies, I mean, and again, you would simply not have seen these efficiencies in price, and therefore the ability to continuously many times a year go into space that you would see in the public sector. So it's not a matter of funding. I mean, obviously, it's easy to get funding when it's 1/12 the price.
Well, I mean, I think that NASA is definitely trying to like cut corners and just get
Right,
shit
but
out in
cut
this.
corners, but we don't want them to cut corners, do we?
Yeah, no, I don't. But
We
but
want them to be as safe as possible.
absolutely, and which is why I think that we need to be allocating more money to them. Their budget's only 27 billion. Comparing that to the fucking defense budget of 142 billion, I mean, come on, like that doesn't even compare.
Well, why are you comparing?
Well,
Well,
because
why? But
because because
the thing is, the thing.
because hold on, because I'm comparing them because these are like what we allocate our budget to is very reliant upon public interest. If tomorrow everyone in the United
Okay,
States said I care more and more about space exploration than military, then the that would start to even out.
I appreciate that, but what I'm saying something else. What I'm saying is, wh- and I'm comparing it to the private sector. Why don't these organisms or these large bureaucracies, which I'm sure NASA by now has a massive bureaucracy, ab- aside from its actual functions of going into space, right? I'm sure by now it accrued over the 50 or 70 years that it's been around. It has a very large bureaucracy. Why don't these systems become more efficient and cheaper over time, which is something you would see in the private sector? Because
Well,
and the answer is that they have no incentive to. In fact, they
no,
have more and
that's
more regulations over time. They have less incentive to be more efficient with costs.
the reason for it is because research and development is very expensive. Okay, so
Private
the
sector spends four times more on R&D than the
I
government
know
does.
exactly. Okay, so what we have here is like you were saying how Elon Musk he wants to he it's his motivation to get to Mars, right? He has initiative, right? The problem that we're seeing with the government is just representing the people basically their opinion, their interests, right? So if we're saying that the government doesn't want to spend money on R&D like SpaceX does, that's showing that the people do not want to spend that much on space exploration, and that's a problem that I agree with, which is why we need to fucking educate people.
I think that so let's take SpaceX for example, right? So Elon Musk had a engineering wish to reuse rockets. Okay, he said it will be cheaper to land rockets like in reverse, like pencils coming from outer space, and land the pencils straight up on the ground. And if they do that, then if they achieve that engineering feat, then they'll be in a very good position. So that was an innovation that he wanted. That's not something that NASA would have come up with. And you could say that, let's say that SpaceX was like a startup, and
Well,
startups innovate more, or something along those lines.
well,
But once he achieved that innovation, like it got him a huge benefit. Would you think that those sort of innovations would come from the private sector?
so there's a specific reason why I would say that it wouldn't, and there was a reason why we didn't. So that was always like a route that we could have taken. The reason that only Elon did that is because that was a really risky way to like it was going to require a lot of blown up fucking rockets that we
Sure.
didn't feel like we had the
But
money to blow on.
entrepreneurs take these.
Well,
But
Elon felt like
entrepreneurs take these risks.
well, I know we have to take these risks if we want to get progressive. So like this just affirms my point that this is like a public interest problem. This isn't the fact that the government is incapable of doing these things. It's just that the people of the government don't feel that this is worth their money, what they're worth their tax
No,
money.
I think they're risk averse.
The risk
They are
what's
risk averse.
risk averse?
Averse, they are against risk. They don't like risk. Risk averse.
Who? The
The
people?
government, bureaucracies.
I mean, sure to yeah, pretty much. I
No,
mean, because
to a large extent, they are. Def- uh, I think that's
I,
part of the
I don't know.
core.
I don't know though, because I would disagree with that notion. Because not in all forms. No, I mean, we got politicians today saying the most wild shit I've ever heard in my entire life.
Right. The politicians say the most wild. Okay, so there's a difference between the politicians and the bureaucracies that actually
Well, that's
the
why I say
unelected
not
bureaucrats who actually
all.
do the stuff.
Yeah, that's why I say not all forms of it.
Right, but again, from my point of view, at the very least, the unelected bureaucrats are the one who run the day-to-day stuff. You have the politician who has like some sort of grand ambition, or not so grand ambition, that sets some sort of policy, and the people who actually do it or implement it are the unelected bureaucrats. And there's tons of them, right? And I think they are risk averse. Definitionally, because of the way bureaucracies are structured, they are risk averse. And I would even say they are so risk averse that are you familiar with something called the precautionary principle?
No, I
So
think I've heard of it.
so the precautionary principle basically says that you, let's say you want to develop something, you're in the private sector and I'm in the government, and I follow the precautionary principle. You have to prove to me that what you're trying to develop won't hurt anyone, won't harm anyone in 20 years from now.
So it's
How do you
like
do that?
it's basically you're saying it's too high of a bar for anything to get done.
It's a very, very high bar, yes.
Well,
And it's also the reverse. Like it's not the case that you first have to make a mistake or make like a huge fuck up and then pay for it. You have to prove that you won't fuck up in the next 10 years. And how do you prove that? You don't even really know.
well, I mean, I don't. I mean, I don't think that you're talking about. This is an issue with bureaucracy, right? Like the. I don't really
Well,
have.
yes,
I mean, but that's not really what the debate is about.
but the government equals bureaucracy. That's its thing.
What type of equivalence is that? How do you expect me to? How what?
You, what do you think the government is made up of?
Well,
It's made up of politicians, right? I accept that. But who like does the stuff? Who's the vast majority of the government? What is it made out of?
Well, it's workers, it's constituents.
It's bureaucrats.
I mean, but I wouldn't label everyone that's in
Most people.
every.
Maybe not every single person, but the vast majority.
Well, I don't think that they have to take the. Well, still, I don't see how this is relating to like socialism or like a mixed
Well,
economy and democracy. Like
so
this isn't a
I'll
debate
I'll
about
I'll relate
government.
I'll relate it for you. Would you say the USSR had a very large bureaucracy?
I don't know too much about the USSR. I would say
Just
from
like
what I
okay, so
know, I would
yeah,
say probably not. I heard they were getting a lot of shit done. So if
okay.
you're saying
Did
bureaucracy slows
start
that shit down, then no.
okay? How would you? Let's say the idea of socialism is to not have money, right? Just that's part of the core idea. So it's like a moneyless society, moneyless, classless
So what
society.
are you, a communist?
No, I'm not. I'm
Oh
just explaining to you the idea of socialism
no,
and how
that's not socialism.
it,
That's communism.
that's communism. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but you want to start at socialism. You want to do the revolution to get away from capitalism. Then
No,
you want to
no.
spend 25 years. Hold on. Then you
Ain't
want
no-
to spend 25 years in socialism, getting people acclimated to sharing and all that stuff. And then you want to move to to communism as the final stage.
Fuck no. What are you talking about? I'm not a communist.
Right. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that's the Marxist-Leninist approach to
Oh
things.
yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, that's the
Okay.
Marxist approach.
Sure. So, what was I saying? So basically, if you get rid of money, so okay, so let's say with money, you and I, there's money in society. You and I want to make a trade, and you say you want to sell me your car for $1,000. Now I am making a decision based on the information you've given me that the car is worth $1,000, and to me, I have a set amount of money and I can choose how to invest it locally, right? So I'm making the decisions for myself. And think of a society as like these sort of decisions are made by billions of people locally at the same time. So it's like a distributed supercomputer, and everyone's making like a decision locally. If you were to take away money, you would have to centrally plan the economy. Everything would have to happen from the state, telling people how many cars to make, how many apples to grow, how much steel to make, and then where to send it, and how quickly, and all that sort of all that has to happen from the state, and for that you need a lot of bureaucrats.
I don't think you need bureaucrats.
You need people to plan the economy, right?
I mean, yeah, to an extent you do, but like
And
you don't need
you
it. You
want
don't
people to
need it
plan
to
the
be.
economy. You want people to plan the economy following a certain set of rules and guidelines, right? Because you don't want someone to just say, I'm going to send my house, billions of gold and ignore the rest of the economy. You don't want people to have like power, that kind of power. You want it all standardized. You want it all based around rules, right? So you don't have these like aristocrats popping up in the government and stuff like that.
I don't think you have to be an aristocrat, but like you just like
No, like
the
they'll
government.
like corrupt. Like let's just say corruption, right? You don't want corruption. You don't want people who control the flow of stuff in the economy to just like pile money into their own pockets. So you want to follow like a set of guidelines.
Sure.
Okay, so you start forming a bureaucracy. That's how it starts.
I like you're putting it in such an absolute form though.
Well, that's how because I study how organizations work.
Well, it like what does this have to do with the with like it does it just because just because are governmenting. So what is the counter to this? You're saying like, are you an anarchist
What is the counter to
to
uh
that social
to bu- to
democracy
s- so
is
the
like,
counter to central planning is to have decentralized, like people making decisions, like with the
yeah.
case of
So
money. That would be the counter.
no government.
No. There is a government. There's just no economic central planning.
And what does that look like?
People trading with money, making decisions for themselves, decentralized.
With I don't even understand how that's supposed to work.
Individuals making decisions for themselves, decentralized. If you either have like individuals making their own decisions with the money they have in their pocket
So
based on like how
what
to
currency
allocate
does the
resources.
government use?
Sorry.
What currency does the government use?
Right, I'm just giving the example of like one extreme to the other. So the USSR trying to not have money. If you don't have money, then someone has to plan the economy. Just that's just how it will have to work.
So I don't understand like I don't understand where you're going with this.
Well, I was just giving an example that the USSR had a lot of bureaucracy
Okay,
because it did because one of its goals or long-term goals was to not have money, to have a classless moneyless society.
but
It
that's a
didn't
communist
achieve it
society.
didn't
You're
achieve
giving me
everything.
a communist example.
Well, that was, they took that stuff seriously. They took the whole ideology very seriously. So that was the long-term goal. And to do that, they tried, certainly they tried to collectivize
They
farms,
tried
collectivize
they tried in the
industry.
wrong way. They
No,
did
no, it will. I would argue that it would always end up this way. You'd need to centrally plan the economy. Sorry, and you need to do it within the government. Now you can say bureaucrats, you can say heads
no,
of
through
workers or
democracy.
Soviets.
No, democracy decides that.
You want the people to do a referendum on how to allocate how to control the economy,
Yes,
but they
direct
can't make that
influence.
that many decisions that quickly.
Well,
Plus, they're not experts.
well, in what economic decisions are like I'm talking about long-term economic decisions, right?
You
So
can
like,
make goals, sure,
right, like long-term
but the
ones.
people, but yeah, but again, it's the same. It's the same thing with the bureaucracy. You have someone making the policy, making the long-term goals, and the bureaucrats are the ones that implement it.
Okay, they're administering it, right?
Yeah, but they are the ones who control things happening in the economy. The more power you give them, the more things they control.
Well, then they're subject to regulation.
Sure, they
They're
are very risk
transparent.
averse. They'll follow.
No, no,
They
no, no.
you'll never get a situation where you can blame any one of them.
I'm not saying like they just need to have transparency in what they do. That's all.
They can have transparency, but at the end of the day, things as with centrally planned economy, things will break down over time. You'll see more and more stagnation. You'll see less and less innovation. You'll see less economic growth. Things cost more. Things become more inefficient. That's what you'll see with these
So
sorts
what
of
about
systems.
so you never really got to the Nordic model. So what's
What do I have an issue with it? Yeah, okay, sure. So the Nordic model. So I said like Europe as a whole is stagnating, and the Nordic model has the following issues. I don't think it's replicatable because these are essentially small countries. There's countries 5 million or less, with the exception of Sweden.
Why does that matter?
They are they because I'll explain. These are small countries that have their own characteristics. They have less less complicated systems because there are just fewer people. So it's easier to administer a socialized healthcare system when it's only, let's say, 1 million people in Estonia. But if it's 67, 70 million people in the UK, it's several orders of magnitude more complicated. And you can have more mistakes, less efficient decisions, worse resource allocations as a result of this. The other thing I would say with the Nordic country that isn't replicatable is they are high trust societies, and that isn't everywhere else in the world. And I think there was one more, but essentially their ideas do not scale to bigger countries.
So, I mean, I don't see what your problem is with their population because they're not that small. You know, Sweden has a population of like 10.5 million. Denmark at like
Yeah,
six
I
million.
excluded Sweden.
Well,
5.4, but okay.
no, 5.9. And
Okay, sure.
Finland at like 5.5.
Yeah,
Norway
these
at
are small countries,
5.3.
definitionally. These are definitionally small countries. Because
What,
then
you
I
want
could
to get
just say,
semantical? Come on.
no,
There's millions of
the
people.
right. So the reason why, okay, so the reason why those defined as small countries is because small countries have a set of properties that come with them. So small countries typically, and Norway is a good example, they can't grow or produce everything themselves, so they have to be very open to trade because just in, let's say in the case of food, they can't produce all the food that they need. It's very cold. It's a lot of the climate there isn't conducive to wheat, for example. So they need to be very open from a free market point of view to then be able to get things that it doesn't have. It typically relies on a larger country to provide military support, so they don't allocate so much money into their own military funding. And the bureaucratic systems that it has are far smaller and are more efficient because they're less complex.
So basically, you're just saying that they're different. So like,
I
all
mean,
right,
let me give you an example. Let me give you an extreme example. Okay, would you say that communism in the countries that tried to implement communism, would you say that it worked or not?
hell no, not a single one.
Okay, so let's say the countries that tried it were like, I don't know, large countries, 100 million people,
Well,
50 million people. Yeah.
my problem with that statement though is that I've talked to a couple different communists, and
Okay.
a majority of the countries that have tried communists were Marxist Leninists. You know, so
Yeah.
there's other types of communists. There's like anarcho communists, and they're pretty
Yeah.
fucking progressive.
Sure, but okay. But with regards to, so let's just say, yeah, it's difficult to argue with the ideologies, but let's say very large countries like China was massive. Maybe several hundreds of, I don't actually know how many hundreds of million people it had when it tried, but very large country. Right now it's 1.2 billion, 1.4 billion. So back then it had to be like around half that. Russia is a very large continent, as not well, it's a very large landmass. But I can tell you where communism absolutely does work. A 400 to 1,000 people commune.
Well, sure, but still, like,
And the reason is because it's less complex. It's fewer people, easier to run, easier to. This is just a like the core, the idea of you can centrally plan a commune, even like, you know, if you have Soviets and voting and you know, democratic voting, this can all be done in a 400 to 1,000 person commune, and there's living examples of it on the world right now.
so wait, but we live in like states, so like we could just do that. I,
But you can't. But these don't scale. That's my point.
these don't scale.
Correct.
Why doesn't it scale?
These systems don't scale. Why doesn't it scale? I
Hmm.
have given the examples already. It's the more complexity you have, the less efficient the decisions become, the less efficient the resource allocation becomes,
Well, it
the
wouldn't
more
be
mistakes you
centralized. It
have.
would be decentralized, right? So like the state wouldn't. Let's say the state implements its own socialism, right? or its own like mixed economy and governs it at its own level.
Okay, decentralized how?
Like in the way that like it has autonomy to itself. Like so
So like
it's
a
not
collection of communes, a
like
syndicate
not
of communes.
yeah, kinda. Kinda.
I mean, maybe, but you won't get division of labor and specialization as well as you would in capitalism. But you know, like you had countries that had communes in them to like like a I don't know 7 to 11% of the population of the country, which is very high, and then the rest can be capital. You can do that. You if socialists want to do that right now, they have that option.
Yeah, that would be my argument.
Yeah, it was capitalism doesn't stop you. It's like go for it.
Yeah. So well, so I'm glad we agree on that. Uh, but I wanted to get specifically to the root of the prompt, so we can. What
Okay,
was the exact prompt? Because there was one specific part about it that I wanted to touch on.
sure. It was
So yeah, so social democracy through a balanced economy promotes both innovation and social welfare. I mean, these are just like facts. I mean, at least the social welfare part.
you don't have innovation. Well, so in in Europe, you don't have the claim of innovation very well. You have pockets of innovation in Europe, but but Europe basically missed out on the whole high tech industry. That's all the Silicon Valley stuff. There's no like there's no they don't have anything to compete with. And social welfare, if you are economically stagnating, you can't afford it. So that's the problem.
So they do have people to compete with. They have the global market to compete with.
Right, but they're not competing globally. They're not exporting it. They
Yes, they
haven't,
are. They have
despite them
global companies
investing.
I think what was it, Sweden or Denmark? I don't know. One of them fucking countries got they got IKEA. That's a huge fucking company.
Right, that's not tech. That's not an innovation. That's right. Okay, so if you want exports, the European Union essentially exports cars, oil. They have some innovation when it comes to medicine, especially because of the weight loss drug from Denmark. And then you have luxury goods. Those are the strongest thing the European Union has to export.
Yeah. So like we like you. So
Right, but these are not innovations. Innovations, these are like old industries.
well, innovation just is relying upon like the people having enough like having enough well-being to be able to create that innovation, right? So
No,
for
you need essentially entrepreneurs, or like these somewhat unique people.
how do you get an entrepreneur?
Well, it's ve- it's not easy to quantify that. Basically, an entrepreneur is someone who's willing to take a lot of risk, which we as a society see as high risk, but they do not, and they essentially try to improve something. They try to they try to take something and improve it, or they try to take something new and develop it. Then they try to serve it to the market. So it's like a market tested innovation, and should they succeed, then they improve our lives through whatever they've developed. Usually, what they're trying to sell is something that improves our lives.
So I would disagree that you like because you seem to be putting forth the notion that like all innovation must be coming from that way. But I would also say like there's also scientific innovation, right?
Right. So there's I'll explain. So it's different. We call it the scientific is called invention, which is like stuff that happens in the lab. And for argument's sake, like that's fine. Like the scientists invent stuff. That's their world,
Well, no,
no
no,
problem.
because you can invent like a product, right? Like so, let's say like for instance, like the I've seen the one guy who created like some cleaning product, right? He was just
Okay.
he was just sitting in like in his house, just he had the spare time, and he was just like putting stuff together, and trying to like fix a problem that he had in his life, right?
Sure.
Trying to clean
That's what an entrepreneur does.
so like that's kind of like he was kind of doing something scientific there, experimenting with different substances and stuff. That's the type of like science
Right.
does
So
contribute to innovation.
let me define that in a more clear way. So scientists on the one side, that whatever I'm not disputing that whatever they're doing is fine. What entrepreneurs do is they take what the scientist has made and they translate it in a way that can then be sold in the market. So they're the middleman
Not
between the
always.
scientist and the
So
market.
no,
Usually, that's
no,
the
I'm not always actually. No, not really, because there's
that's kind of the definition, though.
not really like
Okay.
like to an extent you're right. Yes, because like for other people, like you look at Steve Jobs, right?
Hmm.
Fucking Apple, right? He with he didn't invent computers, right? But the way he did it was like he made a lot of innovation or a lot of contributions to like the computational science computational science, whatever you want to call it, like uh community or whatever. I don't know how to say it. I'm not the best at my
Sure, but
rhetoric.
Steve Jobs. You mean I would say Steve Jobs follows my example. Basically, Steve Jobs did actually he was very technical, but at some point he was very focused on design, and the design had to be um, products that people find extremely useful, and he was very focused. That so things like that may not be like as contribute to people as it could be. He would just not do those. So he was hyper focused on what he thought people. Sorry, that's not actually true what he said. He focused on products that he thought were very good. And it just happens to be the case that what he thought was very good, a lot of other people found very good. And he was a
Well,
huge stickler for like for example, him and his wife didn't buy a sofa for like 2 months because it had to be like the perfect sofa. So they just sat on the floor till they found like a really good sofa. They wouldn't compromise on how good the sofa had to be. And the same for like a dishwasher. They didn't have a dishwasher for a year because they didn't understand how it could be the best thing ever. They didn't want an awkward one. So it's just like he had this thing where it had to be perfect. And it just happens that what he thought it was perfect, so did a lot of other people thought it was perfect. But he took something from science. He didn't invent computers, and his friend was the more technical guy between them, although he had a very good understanding. And he just designed it in a particular way. So he took the science, designed it, molded it, or had people like to help him do that, and then he shipped it, and people loved it. He was very good at it.
well, I would agree. Yeah, but my point really is just that like what innovation like it does piggyback off of science, right? It uses science
Yeah.
to create innovation that then leads to further
Hmm.
advances in science or understanding as we know it, right? So, like for instance, without 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 Steve Jobs making computers as valuable or wanted as he made it, right? Without like him doing that, then we could have had the possibility that the internet wouldn't have been as big of a thing. You know what I'm saying? Or Bill Gates or
Well,
whoever.
certainly home computers would either not have been a thing at all or would have taken a lot longer to develop because back then it
Well,
was mainframes and stuff like that before he
right,
showed up.
exactly. So like my point would be like because of that, we've had a lot of further technological innovations because of the fact that we've been able
No, wait,
to
wait, wait.
use that
First,
innovation.
it's you need to look at it another way, right? So Steve Jobs. So before Steve Jobs, when IBM said this, when was I either went to his boss and said, "Can I please work with Steve Jobs because I'm working for HP or working for IBM? I think HP, and I'm under contract, so therefore can I work on this other company?" And basically they said, "Yeah, because no problem," because they didn't expect personal computers to even be a thing. Or someone said the market for personal computers globally is 6, something like this in the 80s. Now
Hmm.
the fact that Steve Jobs brought personal computers to everyone on the planet, that's the key issue here. Everyone has computers. Everyone can use computers to improve their life, improve their business, and get entertainment, get education, get movies, get songs. And I can give you a much more concrete, an even more recent example. So when the iPhone came out, I think in 2007 or sooner, 2007, like everyone was really impressed with it, and it set like smartphones in a particular direction. Now around the same time, 2010, Google and other companies were working on this charitable idea of how do we get everyone on the planet access to the internet. And I don't know if you remember this, but they were working on these like refitting old computers and putting Linux on them and sending them to Africa or something, or these computers where you can crank them to like a sort of crank to generate electricity, so people in Africa can use computers with like this awkward large screen, not even a flat screen, like a CRT screen.
Hmm.
And everyone was working on how do we get the whole planet to connect to the internet, especially Google, because they really, for them, it's search and it meant more people using Google. Also Wikipedia, I believe. But what happened was, without them taking too much action or very ineffective action, everyone in the world started having smartphones. People in Africa have smartphones in very, very remote locations, which they can more or less get internet, and they send money through their smartphones. They access Wikipedia through their smartphones. This is like a huge improvement for all of humanity, and it all started with popularizing the smartphone.
Absolutely, I agree. Yeah, I can agree to that. I don't really have no arguments to that. So, do you think that let me go back to the proposition because I wanted to focus on the second part, social welfare.
Sure.
So,
Mhm.
do you disagree that like that social democracy uh promotes social welfare? Because I would affirm that. I would say that it
I
does.
I think it's I think it's unsustainable in the long run. Therefore, it's not useful as a model.
Well, I mean, I would say it's very effective in the long run because
Well, so okay, so for me to make the case that it's not sustainable, then I would have to say I would have to more or less say that because of the social welfare, uh, I in like a variety of different steps, that social welfare slows down economic growth, and once it slows down economic growth, you can't afford to pay for social welfare. That's something that I'm saying without
okay,
explaining to you the steps involved in it.
okay,
So, but if that is the case, then it's unsustainable in the same way that I could say, look, the USSR lasted 70 years, but it didn't last. And if social democracy lasts similarly 80, 70, 80 years, even 100 years, and then it doesn't, then it's not a long-term proven model that you can just apply everywhere. It has a shelf life, and at some point it will crash.
so
In a similar way that you can say Argentina is crashing or has
uh,
crashed.
I mean, if anything, I think that this is very sustainable because it promotes trust between the. It would eliminate the. So basically, it would take away the exploitative nature of employment, right? Because instead of like going to work to like be split, like you would have that government safety net, right? Like if you didn't want to work at a specific job, if
Hmm.
you could basically, like, the government would provide a safety net for you to basically go find a better job and to that meets your needs, right? Of
Sure, I mean
what you're looking to learn.
that's advan
So,
that's
but
advantageous
but like
to
the
that's advantageous to have. I would just say, look, this again, this is like the utopian version of what I'm saying. It's not something I expect to happen anytime soon. But but even right now, and I have actually taken this out. If I want to quit my job and then have some money for some months, I can take out insurance today that allows me to stay home for 6 months and pay every month towards it.
so I don't think that we should have to pay towards it. Fuck that. Well, I mean, unless you're like paying.
Well, it's not a lot. It's just a small amount of money.
I wouldn't. Yeah. So I wouldn't like if it comes out of like taxes or something like that. If it's part of like taxes, whatever. Because like we already kind of have that for like unemployment. Like it kind of works like that already. So, but I wouldn't want to put
Sorry,
like a.
let me. So your contention is who's paying for it, but I'm just that's not what I'm contending. I'm just saying that there exists market solutions for this that doesn't have to go through the government.
What is a market? I don't see any market solution to this.
Right, because the government crowded them out and didn't allow them to operate. But if the government wasn't there, we would have had these solutions. So let's
Hell
even
no,
Bismarck,
no, no.
right?
Hold on, because like if we've already seen what corporations will do when they're like
I'm
not
not
checked
not
in
talking
giving
about
out loans.
I'm not talking about corporations. I'm talking about something else. So um Bismarck, right? Before he instituted a lot of these welfare policies, what happened was with workers in Germany that they were working, like, let's say, in a steel factory, and they wanted to have health insurance between themselves, so they all chipped into this pot, the workers, that if someone got hurt, then they could withdraw from the pot. And Bismarck saw this as absolutely not. I want people to be literally dependent on the state, and he regulated that away. But even in America, you had situations where workers would get together and have like a lodge doctor or be part of a sort of group where they chip in, and for like the equivalent of a day's work, they'd have health insurance in quotations for the whole year and their family.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be against something like that if it's just like a day's work. I would just be against like having like a cap on like limiting like how much access you get to these services basically. And
It's with you and your friends deciding that, really.
well, I don't really like, yes, that's why I don't really like the privatization because like it can there's no protections, right? Like so like if it's from the government, then you're like really protected because nobody wants to fuck over themselves if they're gonna need that.
Yeah,
If
but I don't know if, well, so I've needed I've needed the healthcare a few times in my country for my children, and I wasn't very impressed. In fact, I was very concerned. We had a particularly cold winter, like 1 or 2 years ago, and
what country are you from?
England,
Oh, okay.
and we I took my daughter to the A&E, which is, sorry, accidents and emergency room, not emergency room like the same as you. It's like it's like if you've hurt your arm, you broke your arm, you cut your arm in the kitchen, or you've had like a
It's
small
like
accident, you go
a
to the A&E.
it's like a middle ground, like to emergency rooms. It's like a sort of emergency room.
Yeah, it's not like like a TV show kind of, people are reviving, resuscitating you kind of emergency. Like just like
Yeah,
a smaller accident.
yeah.
And on one occasion, she went there for 2.5 hours, and then we just kind of figured a way to fix it at home. And then the other one, she waited 4.5 hours, and they just said we just sent her home without helping her. And then I decided to purchase like oxygen compression machine, where like it gives you concentrated oxygen from the room to your nose, like it's like 70% concentrate, uh, just in case we need it, and we're not going to get support from the healthcare system. So sorry, so that's like just my own example, but certainly, like, so again, some people may get really good service, some people may get not really good service. But there was certainly in that particular winter, it was pretty bad. I think it's slightly improving now, but I do believe we have 7 million people waiting on lists for operations. And there was a really long backlog for results from scans, from like breast cancer scans or cancer scans in general and stuff like that. You go there like 6 weeks, and then you get the scan of whatever MRI, and then you'd wait another month or 2 months to get the results.
So your problem with healthcare is like the long wait times.
Well, it's look, it runs out of money, and it's inefficient, and over time it costs more and more money. And again, it's not like I'm saying the doctors are evil or incompetent, or the nurses are. It's just the system becomes bureaucratic
Are
and
you
more inefficient over
you
time.
have public health care?
Sorry,
Do you have public health care in your country?
do I want public health there?
No, like do you have it? Like what how does healthcare
Yes,
work?
we have fully nationalized healthcare. Uh, we pay for it through taxes, a lot of taxes,
So the
and
hospitals are fully like government owned and everything?
um they're mostly government owned. If like part of it is private, you won't pay for it. Like the government will pay the private company, but it's mostly public.
Okay. And you're saying it's not sustainable because of well I would
Well,
say
I'm
go
saying
ahead.
it's not sustainable because the NHS, which is the health service, asked for 4% year-on-year increase in funding, and the economy only grew by 0.1%. That's just not sustainable. If the economy grew 4%, great. I would not be having this discussion with you. Social democracies work. But because we're not growing 4%, and I actually believe that at some point the NHS is going to ask for 5%, 6% year on year, because that's just all the evidence points to. Then it will collapse. You'll have to like stop spending on military, stop spending here, stop spending there, just to feed the NHS. And then at some point, that's the only thing you're gonna have: NHS and state pensions or
Well,
something.
do you have like some type of statistical evidence backing up that
Yeah.
it's going to get worse?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you cite that? And I would say that if you want to fund these, then obviously there needs to, like that needs to be supplemented. And I would say that
I'm sorry.
the the I would say like if you want to fund like public health care and stuff like that,
Hmm.
then that obviously needs to be supplemented by some form of uh taxation, right? Because I
Yeah.
mean that's the main way that the government is gonna collect its funds. Uh,
Yes.
so what the biggest problem that we have to decide is who do we tax?
But again, it's you'll. I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that point, But if you're in okay, so who do we tax? Let's say in the UK. So the UK prior to this government who came in July. This is a left-wing government right now, Labour they're called, and prior to that we had 14 years of conservative government or the Tories. I would argue that they're not super different from one or the other. I didn't see the Tories being particularly like free market by any stretch of the imagination. At the start of 2010, the Tories were like had some austerity measures. Um,
Wait. This is an article written by you.
no, it's a collection of paragraphs.
Oh, okay. I thought this is an article written by you. I was gonna say because I seen your.
It's, it's just a place where it's just a place where I keep all the graphs
Okay,
together.
I see.
Um, so I would say like labor and conservative in terms of economics certainly are not far from one another, in my opinion. Other people may disagree. But basically, even before this Labour government came in, we had the highest tax rates in 40 years, since I believe in 40 years.
So
And
which
this new government has increased that even further. And so, and she increased it on national insurance. So it will now cost more for employers to hire employees, in particular on the lower wage end. It would just cost a lot more. So industries that hire a lot of young people or hire a lot of people on low wages, those will pay considerably more money, and as a result, they'll probably hire less wages or just give up or move abroad. And who should we tax? So basically, the rich, you would say. We've lost 9,500 rich people, millionaires and billionaires, in 2024. Denmark, sorry, Denmark. Norway has also lost a lot of rich people. In fact, the more socialist Norwegian government has a wall of shame in their office to the people who left Norway because they implemented the wealth tax. Um, and as a result, at the wealth taxes, you get taxed on wealth that you haven't yet sold, like unrealized gains. And all the innovative startups that received funding and then became like worth a lot of money, all of a sudden they're paying 10 times their annual salary towards taxes. Um, so we lost a lot of millionaires and billionaires, and also a variety of other reasons apart from taxes. But it was mainly because of labor, or the threat of labor, and that we changed our rules against non-doms. Both parties agreed to do this, so it's not one or the other. Um, and if those people leave, if the 1% or the 0.1% leave, then the 0.1%, so I'm not actually sure. The 1% pay like 40% of all taxes, and the 0.1% pay 25% of all taxes. Um, and 52% of the lower end just consume taxes. They don't pay anything into. They withdraw. So if we lose these millionaires, which we are, we're going to have less tax revenue. But go ahead.
so which specific chart am I supposed to be looking at here to that
So
you wanted to
the
cite as
so
like
the second one from the Niskanen center, sorry, where you see like hospital-related services go up over time, college tuition fees go up over time, medical services go up over time, and then some go down.
you know why that is, right?
Yeah, why is that?
Everything usually like it's all going up because of inflation.
Well,
The,
inflation should be on the chart, like if you click on it,
well, no,
but there
like
are stuff that
it literally
go
says
below.
cost inflation.
Cost inflation in labor-intensive services in
It,
those specific sectors. So I'll explain. Oh, well, actually, I'm not sure if I should explain because I don't think it helps with the terminology. But the Niskanen sector, the Niskanen Center, which is sort of like a left-wing slash liberal kind of think tank, coined a term called cost disease socialism. Cost disease, when something is cost disease, it's basically a situation where you have a particular sector in the industry and it's not improving. Um, like let's say the example is violinist. Violinists will always be violinists. They'll just selling their time or something like this. There's not any innovations in it. They're just playing the violin. But but even violinists, their wages or costs will go up over time because everyone else in the economy is improving their productivity. So there's like a general competition over labor, and violinists receive that side effect. So it's cost diseased, even though they're not more productive than they used to, and they're not adding more value than they used to. Their wages will still go up. Cost disease socialism is amplified in that the government gets involved with subsidizing and regulating that sector. Now, why does subsidizing and hospitals and medical sector subsidized, higher education is subsidized? Um, so why does it increase the price? So usually when you subsidize something, the government's paying in to like every like let's say reduce the price by 20%, and the government pays the 20%, and the customer receives a 20% discount without knowing it. But basically, because the price is lower, then the demand supply. If the price is low, then more people want that product, and these particular sectors are labor intensive, and that means they have diseconomies of scale. So when you want to generate more, they cost more. You have to it costs more to invest, to like you need more people, you need more capital investment, more infrastructure to do more as a result of this new demand that the government created through subsidies. So because of these diseconomies of scale, these things go up in price over time. Or another
No,
way
okay.
you could look at
So
it,
I
another way you could look at it is if the government says they're gonna. So okay, go ahead.
so I was wrong about the inflation. I mean, inflation does have to do with it, but these have obviously outpaced inflation. Uh, like the highest
Yeah,
thing,
if you look
but
at the third,
like
if you look at the third one,
yeah, the third one. You talking about the third chart, or are you talking about tuition?
third chart, third chart.
I'm gonna look at the third one. Hold on, I just clicked out.
So United Kingdom price changes 2000 to 2023.
Hold on, I clicked it. It took me. Oh, okay, I see it.
Uh, Either way. So it shows like
So
a
like
similar trend,
yeah,
more
but so
regulated.
yeah, no, this it's not more regulated. It's that these are like industries that have a lot of technology, especially electricity.
Computers also have technology, a lot of technology, and they're more cheaper over time.
Well, things like
Communication has a lot more technology.
let me just look into this. I was more so referring to the other chart with that, but let me look into this chart more. Where the fuck is um? I mean, so you're basically saying that this is just because of regulation.
It's regulation is a big part of it. I can show you in further charts down why. Specifically, these price changes are a combination of it's government intervention as a blanket term, but that includes regulation, subsidies, taxes. If it's labor intensive sectors, then anything like unions may increase prices, artificially keeping licenses like like fewer doctors, or artificially keeping the number of doctors who pass who are accredited low would increase prices, stuff like that.
Well, I was looking at some of the other charts
If you
that you
if you
had.
if you look I can if you look at the government, I think this is the fourth chart. If you look at the government health from our world in data, the government health expenditure as a share of GDP,
Hmm.
1960 to 2021, or everyone's healthcare is going up. Everyone as a share of GDP. There isn't a country, I think, in the world really that doesn't spend more in healthcare over time. And the United Kingdom will follow that trend because stuff is just getting more expensive. There are more regulations to follow, um, and yeah, it's the example of the cost disease socialism.
Oh, so the fourth chart is because you have an aging population, so that's why healthcare demand for
Good.
healthcare goes up.
Um, this is from 1960 as a straight line. Uh,
It
that
goes
could be
it
more
go
of a
it goes to 2021.
yeah, but because it goes so far back and it's a clear trend, I mean, sure, you can add that. I'm not sure if it's necessarily the key one, but I'll accept it as part of a reason.
And I would also attribute that to advances in medical technology as well, because as we covered
Maybe.
before, R&D is very expensive.
Yes, but to some degree, if you have advances in medical technology, stuff should cost less.
It does. I mean, in treatment, long-term treatment, sure, yeah, but like we're still developing as well. It's not like we like have finished developing everything that we need. We're still growing.
Well, look, I hope that, advances in AI, maybe like, buying a bunch or having people have like a bunch of healthcare appliances around the home that record, uh, you know, numbers about your body throughout the day so that doctors can, or even not even doctors, like AI can analyze numbers over the long term and say, look, you're developing a problem here. You should change your habits there. Stuff like I hope that stuff like that would help. Certainly, innovations in medicine that reduce weight, which is a very recent thing, which is fantastic. Can help with heart disease and diabetes and stuff like that. So these are all positive things that can perhaps lower, or I hope that they lower health expenditure over time. But so far, it's going in one direction. And if you look at like a few charts down, where there's like a yellow thing in the middle, basically the growth of physicians and administrators between 1970 and 2009, you'll see that the number of physicians has not increased, but the number of administrators in healthcare is like 23,000, sorry, 2,300% increase.
Right,
And
but
that
this
is
this is in the U.S.
sorry,
That is in the U.S. though.
it's a phenomenon with everything, with administrators in school, in higher education. It's everywhere
I know,
in
but
the
this.
UK as well. So,
Well, I mean, you're just telling me I should just accept this as well for the UK?
well, what I'll explain why this grows. So basically, there are more and more regulations around healthcare and how to treat people so that let's just say so that hospitals won't get sued. Yeah, someone sued something, or the government passed like a set of regulations that require hospitals to now hire former administrators that make sure that X, Y, and Z don't happen. Otherwise, the government will come down on you like a ton of bricks, and you don't want that. Or even you'll to be more difficult to get insurance or a variety of different things, and therefore you hire more administrators over time. Things in higher education like Title IX, Title 10. I don't not familiar fully with all the titles, but all these things require more administrators so that the government doesn't come down on you like a ton of bricks. So they hire more administrators, and at some point you have like teachers that don't, the number of teachers doesn't grow that much. The number of students actually shrink, but the number of administrators goes down multiply of 30. And that's a really big issue. And I think that the recent news of that Department of Government Efficiency that Trump wants to open, again, not taking sides politically here, but from my point of view and regulations point of view, this is something they should be targeting.
I mean, I think that if we're gonna regulate, obviously the regulations need to be it. I don't think you can just chop all this up to regulation. I think that most of the
The
regulation that
growth
we
of
do,
administrators,
I don't think that our regulation is effective. I think that's the problem, right? I don't
I,
think.
I think that the growth of administrators would be tied either to government regulations, to government policy changes, or like like court cases, civil court cases that had like a very large precedence.
I'm not gonna lie. This is a very
But hey, look at
interesting.
look.
This
This is actually a good thing, right? Because you and I, we can agree that I don't think you disagree that this stuff is not helpful. Like you want cheaper healthcare and you want more people to have access to it, right? Obviously,
yes.
and that funding for it won't be like such a pain if it's cheaper and as effective. Then funding for it isn't. You need less funding and it's easier to approve this less funding anyway. So I think like everyone should be on the same page, and I think you know correct me if I'm wrong. Bernie Sanders is looking to contribute to this Department of Government Efficiency. Uh, Cenk from the Young Turks wants to contribute stuff to reduce the military. Everyone wants to reduce regulation. It's just very difficult. So I
Well,
mean,
hold on. Well,
I
you talk about the Department of Government Efficiency. That's just like a made
Mhm.
up. That's just made up bullshit by Elon. Like we already have a department for that. I forget. Let me look up the name.
Right, but Elon, took Twitter and removed 80% of the people there, and it's still functional.
Yeah, and
That's
he's
a big
been
deal.
fucking using it to fucking silence people and just feed his
Okay.
ego.
So we're anti Elon, but in general, in the software development world, like Google, for example, right? There's like an aversion to bureaucracy, and they don't want too many managers. They don't like too many managers. They want like a flat hierarchy in the office. And in that world, there has been a lot of efforts to reduce bureaucracy, especially with startups. You can't be a startup and be like a top-heavy, highly bureaucratic company, unless maybe if you're the only monopoly, maybe you can, but normally you can't. And a lot of the startups that disrupted large companies, the reason they were able to do it is because the large companies were bureaucratic and stale and difficult to innovate. So these are these are positive things where like software industry or engineering has like a history of trying to keep bureaucracies down and reduce or remove it.
I mean, I don't think that all bureaucracy is bad. Like, there's different like so like as opposed to, I mean, if you're gonna talk about bureaucracy, wouldn't Doge also be bureaucracy?
But I think they want to shut it down after 2 years.
Okay, but that I mean, I don't see how that's gonna be sustainable and make any sort of sustainable effect. But I mean, we already have, like I was saying, we already have like government agencies that handle this stuff. Like we have the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, the
Hmm.
of Management and Budget, the Congressional Budget Office, and the Inspector General. Like these all.
Right, but
These
but
all play their own parts.
you still increasing there's still increasing federal and state regulation. It's never been decreased.
Well, not all regulation needs to be decreased. Like, there's definitely need for regulation. Like, I don't want these like different. I don't want them to just be running around here willy nilly, just doing privatized organizations, just doing whatever they want. Because there obviously is need for regulation, and some sectors there isn't nearly enough. Like when we talk about like environmental regulation, like we don't
Environmental regulation is actually very high. It's
not
pervasive in many areas.
not enough, not enough because they're not abiding by
Okay,
it.
so did you know that if you want to build uh, a road or a tunnel or a house, you need like a ton of environmental surveys
Yeah,
that can take that can take hundreds of thousands of pages and years to complete before even one brick has been placed or one shovel has been put into the ground. And as a result, housing is very expensive. You
if
don't want
you got
houses
the
to be very
money,
expensive,
if
right?
you got the money to build a
Right, but
fucking tunnel, you
let
better have the money
okay,
to
so
hire somebody
let's
to.
say let's say that there are housing regulation, including which includes environmental, but not only. And as a result, rent and purchasing of houses is 40% higher. Now, if it was 40% lower, right? So people's monthly rent, let's say, went from $1,000 to 600. How much welfare do you think you need to then have the government offer the person who just had a 40% reduction in their monthly expenses? It's much lower,
You
right? And
don't
if and even
you
if you
don't
need to provide
hold on.
and
You
even if
don't.
you need to provide them welfare, it will be a lower amount because they have less out they have less spending as a result of housing being
You
cheaper.
can regulate housing pricing.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
You can, but it will just cause result in shortages.
In what way?
Fewer people will rent out houses or buy houses.
Why
Oh,
would they?
sorry, or
Why would they
develop
stop?
houses
I mean, sure,
because
develop,
they
but
don't.
renting out, no.
Definitely, it has happened.
But I mean that can obviously like that's a temporary. So we're talking about like how or pricing for housing going up, right? You can, and we're just talking about a specific area too. Like what is going to cause this for like 40% increase in housing? Like my
I'm give so I'm giving you an example with social welfare, right? And I'm saying if you have let's even take Texas and California, right? Texas has a much more liberal. I'm not sure if it's zoning or deregulated, but you can build more in Texas, and it's much more difficult to build in California, which includes the environmental regulations that I've pointed out. So more buildings, more houses, sorry, are built in Texas than there are in California. Both have like a good economy. Obviously, California, I think it's larger, but Texas is doing well. And the house prices, the average rent, I think, is either staying the same or going down by 7% in Texas, the state.
I know
And
you're
with
going to talk
California,
about California.
it's going up.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's really high in California, but
it's really high in California.
that's not due to their bureaucracy
It
causing
it
rent.
it's due to the bureaucracy. Yeah.
No, it's not. Their high housing costs is due to the demand that everyone wants to live in California.
Right. Everyone wants to live in California. Okay, so let's look at it this way. You had in LA Prop HHH. We tried to build apartments for homeless people there, and they I think they had like 1 billion allocated to it, or 1.2. I'm not sure. You can look it up. And they wanted to do like 40,000 or 50,000, and they only were able to get like 7 or 10,000 homes built. And at some point, the homes for the cost, sorry, was like 700,000, 800,000 per unit. Now, the people developing said that 40% of their costs are administrative. Like they haven't put a shovel in the ground yet, and they've already lost 40% on lawyers, on trying to get all the surveys done for the city and whatever they need. So 40%, again, that same 40% number, is an increase that if you reduce that, that means the cost of houses will be cheaper, and that will be passed down to the consumer and the tenant.
I mean, I'm not gonna argue that costs aren't passed down to consumers because they definitely are, which is why I would be totally against Trump's tariffs. But that's like a whole other story.
I'm
Um,
not for tariffs myself.
well then we can agree to that. Uh,
Sure.
I mean, like I see your point that it's gonna increase prices, but like there's a lot more reasons. Let me even just give you an actual answer as
Can
for
we can
why.
we can we perhaps put a pin in this because it's just like late for me at
Yeah,
night.
that's fine.
Maybe we can like do it like another time, but like I'm just talking. Let's just talk in generalities for now.
sure. So I
Yeah.
mean,
So just so that was just my point. But I can give like a more recent example. In Argentina, they completely deregulated the rental market, and I think they had severe price controls, and also you had to sign a 3-year agreement. Like the landlords had to offer a 3-year tenancy agreement. Um, and at the time, with all these controls, there was very high inflation. So if you rent out as a landlord, if you rent out your apartment at this price and you have to keep it for 3 years, and the inflation was, well, I don't know, like 200%, 1,000%, 17,000%. I'm not even sure anymore, but it was around 250 at the very least. Then you just lose money. So people just took off apartments off the market, and when they deregulated it, the supply of houses went up by like 72%, and of rental apartments, sorry, and the cost went down by 20% and then 40% a few months afterwards.
but that's
So
not
these are all positive
sustainable.
things.
That's not sustain. I wouldn't say
Well, it's a one time, yeah, like
that's.
it it's
It's like a
it's not that
bailout.
this happens constantly.
Yeah, I see
It's
what
not a
you're saying.
ba-
Like this is like it's like a it's like
it's
a
not a bailout.
fix.
It's government not interfering with the free market.
But you agree that it's not sustainable.
It's not sustainable that you can't have these huge increases all the time, but if the government is not interfering, then you can certainly build more and keep prices low.
So this is a firm.
You can
Okay.
reduce the prices over time, so in
So
small amounts, sure,
this
instead of increasing them.
this is exactly what I would be talking about, though. This is exactly why we need a mixed approach to our economy, right? We allow the capitalism to do the deregulation that they want, right? And then when we need socialism to step in, that's where the democracy comes in. The people are the democracy. They decide when it's time to, tighten up a little bit.
Well, you're gonna have to specify.
Well, I mean, like in your case of Argentina, right? If the people were to decide in that democracy, in a democracy,
Mm.
that they wanted to deregulate the market, then they would have absolutely have that availability to them. If that
So
was.
okay, so just 1 second. So in Argentina specifically, you had around 100 years of socialist slash Peronist policies. Now you may disagree that it is or isn't socialist, but that's fine. You had about 100 years, and Argentina went from being the one of the most richest countries in the world to one of the 114th place rich in the world. The IMF the IMF balance sheet is 30% money loan to Argentina. They defaulted several times on the obligations, and it's not great right? They had like the whole pyramid system is that you pay a lot of money to the unions. Unions are very powerful. A lot of money goes to the government. The government then gives it to its friends and some poor people, so they vote for them. But on the whole, it was the country got to a situation where it was unsustainable to keep going, and that's when they brought in Millet and these libertarian free market policies, even minarchist or and anarcho-capitalist policies, and he's maintained his popularity throughout the year, despite implementing austerity. Now, what I'm saying that if something like this has to happen in Europe, Europe has to get much, much worse, much, much, much worse before en masse people will start voting for these policies. It's not the case that the people voted for it, it's the reality of the country and people voted because of that.
Well, so here's my problem, my main problem with like allowing for like deregulation, right? So we're about to experience this in the U.S., right? Because we got Trump,
Hmm.
and he's the deregulation fucking queen. Uh, he's not a king, but like so we're gonna experience this. My problem with it is that when we have a leader who's in favor of deregulation and like that's what they build their whole premise upon, then we also see a lot of like unchecked uh like authoritarian, like dystopian like shit go on that isn't really addressed. And that's my main concern because that's where I feel like the social democracy has a real force in counteracting. Like if the people feel that they're being oppressed in a certain economical way per se, then they can decide to make the changes that suit best for them, regardless of who's in office, right?
Well, I, I'm, I'm not sure if that was like a realistic assessment what you just said, on the one hand that the authoritarian dystopian stuff happens. If you mean like consumer protections and stuff like that,
Yeah,
or at least that's what I hope. That's what I hope what you
I
mean.
mean it would be
And on the
more
other
than
hand,
that, but yeah, sure, that would
and,
be a part of it.
and on the other hand, I don't believe even for a second that people have any control, or like I believe that that control is effectively an illusion. I mean, you maybe if there's like such a huge public outcry that something will happen a little bit sooner. But I believe that the bureaucrats are controlling the government, controlling basically the government. And in the case of Europe, the European Union is basically like it's not really democratic to say the least. Like as a member of Europe that's in the European Union, like I have no say over anything the European Union does or does not do. It's basically a club for bureaucrats to discuss with other bureaucrats what rules and regulation to pass that they're interested in passing, but no one else is. Um, so I'm not exactly sure where this control and power of the people uh, comes from. But in terms of like, let's look at it in a completely different way, not the socialist way. Let's look at what you can expect from my point of view. You can expect that the US will receive much more capital investment. The US is growing economically faster than certainly Europe and certainly China. Perhaps like some money would also go to Argentina. It's a hot investment right now, but America, Silicon Valley, we have a resurgence in manufacturing. Trump maybe bringing in tariffs will scare companies to open factories in the US. Low energy prices when compared to Europe is another reason to have capital investment. And Europe will not receive this capital investment. Simply nonsensical to invest uh, in countries that have, where the purchasing power of the people is going to reduce over time. There's high salary requirements, high benefit requirements. requirements for employees, expensive energy, very tight regulation. It's not a reason for a business to start and then even ask for capital investment. So that's what I can expect will happen. Europe will get poorer, and America will get much richer. That's and so will its currency.
So the reason I mean there would be like control from the people. I mean, you say the bureaucrats run it, but like when I say that, like when I mention like control, I mean I am talking about like consumer protections, like the authoritarian control. It covers that, but it also covers things like workers' rights and shit like that, like the pay gap, like minimum wage and shit. Like let's say like I think that the minimum wage is too low. Sucks for me. You know what I'm saying? Like
Are you how old are you?
I'm in my 20s. I'm 24.
Right, so you're kind of starting your journey, right? Like you're at the low end, you're at the start of your career, you're at the low end of like you're starting minimum wage and then you're trying to increase it over time. At some point when you retire, you'll have like $1 million
No,
home,
no, but see
half a million in
that
pension, and
see, but that's making me reliant upon a capitalist system where I can't be an
no,
entrepreneur.
you
That keeps me
no
in poverty.
you're
That system keeps me in poverty. Because listen, right? I
I'm
don't
not
have
sure
a
I'm not sure how ending up with $1 million home and 5.5 million in pension
yeah.
keeps you in poverty. And
By
plus
the time I'm 60,
you're the
that's
one that
by the
earned
time
it.
I'm 60,
You're the
my
one that
guy.
right, but it's a lot of money.
$1 million? No, not really. Not in America. No, not. But
No, okay.
no, I mean, not really. Not if I would not to do the stuff that I want to do. Absolutely not. I'm looking to make some
Right, but
like changes in the world.
I'm just saying. Okay, let's just for argument's sake say that 10 years from now you'll be earning twice what you're making now.
Twice. So I'm making like under $1,000 a week. So
It's pretty good.
that would that's pretty good. I mean,
Yeah.
that would be all right if I was to make like $2,000 a week. But I mean,
Where are you living?
I live in New Jersey.
Is it that expensive then?
It's relatively expensive. It's pretty expensive.
Okay,
So
I'm just saying
we got
over
high
your
taxes because
sure. Oh, well, if you had lower taxes, then you could afford more things.
well, it's not really just that. I mean, housing costs a lot here. Uh, housing
One of
costs.
the points I raised.
Well, I mean, this see the problem that I have is that I can't access like we have. So my state has affordable housing, but not enough. Like we have like one in like the southern part of the state, and like that I could like apply for, and the wait time would be like ridiculous, and just like we don't like I have like one option. Like we need way more. This is why I say like we
Would
need
you
to.
would you uh would you buy would you own an apartment in New Jersey if the apartment was really small, but again it would be a lot cheaper, but and you own it.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah. If there was
Yeah,
a like
so regulations are preventing those kinds of buildings from being built.
no, I see. I think that
There
the
are these
lack
sorts of plants.
the lack of policy is preventing those from being built.
No, look. So let me explain something in terms of like a developer, like for houses. If I were to make a large house, so if I were to make like a large luxury house, it could be the case that depending on the city, it could be the case that it's easier or harder to get a mortgage to pay for that luxury house. And depending on how many people are competing for that luxury house, if there's fewer people, I won't be able to command a higher price. Again, if it's difficult to get a mortgage, I won't be able to get too many people to command a higher price. But if I make a bunch of apartments, each one very reasonable to like if I let's say it's not completely shit, like people would want to live there,
Uh-huh.
and the mortgage and the price is low because it's an apartment, and it's easier to apply to get a mortgage with that low price, and that low price is a large market of people who are willing to pay for it. Yeah, and again, assuming that it's not completely shit, then it would be very easy for me as a developer to sell those apartments quickly and then move on to the next project.
Yes, but I would much rather that this housing be provided to me by my government, not a private
Okay,
institution.
we're gonna have to discuss that at another time. I'm reaching my
I gotcha.
sleep time,
Nah,
but yeah, I again, I think the theme is like we both wanna like, let's say, to that the more people have access to, you know, good things, internet, uh
just better quality of life.
appliances, pay less for homes, having plenty of money
Yeah,
to succeed, plenty of money for if they need to buy an emergency medical operation, so that they'll have the money for stuff like that. We all want prosperity for everyone. And again, I see that in particular direction. You see that as a different direction. But hopefully we can meet in the middle on some issues
possibly.
and benefit society.
Well, that's the goal of a debate, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm here. But it was great talking to you. I look forward to our next
It was great talking
conversation.
to you too as well. Okay, cool.
All right. Peace out.
Good night. Bye bye.
All right. Well, there we go. Final debate of the night. Looks like we got one viewer right now watching. I hope you enjoyed. Leave a comment. Tell me what you think. I don't know who you are. People just be popping in and out of here. I don't be knowing who watching. I see you're watching. I see that I got one viewer. I don't know who you are. Let yourself be known. I mean, I'm just gonna end it soon. Pretty much. I don't really have any other debates after this. I want to see. I want to see who's watching. Who is this watching? Leave a comment. I don't know how long the delay is. So this might not even fucking reach who's ever watching this. Yo, like I'm about to say, before I shut this stream down, I don't know who the fuck's watching this, but you should subscribe. You definitely should. Look at that. We got 21 viewers. 21 views. Chat rate. That's just me chatting. Did I get any? Do I have any? Did I get? Let's see some of my analytics. Let's look at some of my analytics. We're gonna do an end of stream analysis of my analytics. My few subscribers that I have. I appreciate every single one of you. If you're a subscriber, And you're watching this. I need many more of you if I want to ever make some money out of this. Let's see. Hold on. I'm pulling up Studio. What do we got here? Oh, we got 31 views on the recent vid. Nice. Looks like people that are watching my stream are also checking out my videos. I got 13 subs plus 3 in the past 28 days. Still where it was at yesterday, but wouldn't it be crazy if there was like, you know, like a comma, no, a comma here, and then like 2 zeros, like a 0 here, 0 there, another comma, and another 3 zeros like right here. Like that would just like that'd be pretty crazy. Look at this day one. He was cool talking to. Very funny guy. You were funny as shit. No name. That was funny as shit. Our whole conversation. If I had a podcast, you would be like you'd definitely be a part of that podcast. That shit would definitely be entertaining as fuck. Just imagine though. Just like put the zeros here. Is somebody still watching this? Nope. Y'all left. Whoever the fuck you are. Fucking asshole. Look at this. Fucking left. I'm here all alone. 21 views. That's not bad. That's not bad. Just imagine if it was like 21K, you know? Got 75 views. Let's look at some, yeah, let's go to the video analytics. Yo, I don't know who left a comment. Just comment here. Let's see right here. There's a newest. I can't. Removing filters. There's a comment. Some dude left a comment. I don't know what he was talking about. Analytics. Here we go. This video got 31 views since it was published. Watch time. So I need to get more watch time. Well, no, I need more views. I didn't get a single subscriber from this video. Like, nobody subscribes to me. Please subscribe. Please. Like, nobody wants to subscribe. Why don't you guys like to watch debates? It's fun. You can watch me get aggravated. None of these debates have been heated enough yet. Like that, like I'm not too certain on my economic model that I've fucking come up with. It obviously needs refinement. But like just wait until we get into like a better like wait until somebody starts making like these horrible arguments. Like the I don't know. Where's my energy? I don't want to be fucking boring. Like I'm getting too good at like understanding these people's positions. Gosh. Like I want a fiery debate. Where's the fucking where's the people mad? Where's the people saying outright bullshit? He didn't do that. He didn't say something I could just be like, ah, I gotcha. I fucking got you. It was just like we were just like truly. It was too formal. Nah, it wasn't too formal. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a dumbass. I'm not smart enough. Maybe. Maybe all those people were right. Oh shit. Let's look at the retention. But what video is this? Play it.
Thanks for debating.
Oh yeah, so this is this video. 43% of the end. Right? Yeah. How does it go down to 30 though? How does that work? Oh yeah, that's what it is. Because what's this? So the average is just basing the average. I don't know, maybe there just wasn't enough data on this. There's definitely like a little peak here. People dropping off, like yeah, to that end. Okay, so like there was a little bit of a hook here. So the content itself wasn't too bad because there's a bit of a like a hook and retention here. You know, it definitely stagnated a little bit in the middle, but even when I was watching that, I started to get bored right around here. And then towards the end, it kind of like monotonous. Hmm. All right, well, what are we at? Yeah, I'm about 7 hours for the stream. All right, I'm signing off.